Emirates Old Trafford for the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Durham, the knockout tie, the playoff / quarter-final fixture to try and secure a place in a semi-final. I think we can definitely call it a semi-final on Sunday against Middlesex at Radlett. We're live across Lancs TV. We're on Sports Extra as well, up until the start of the 100, but we're on Sports Extra 2 all day, and on the BBC Sport website and app as well, and pictures right across Lancs TV. Scott Reed and Martin Emerson with you today. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning. Yeah, it's not really a quarter-finalist, is it? Because there's only 6 teams left in the competition.
Well, that's
so
why I said kind of slash playoff.
I've called it. I've been referring to it as the playoff.
The playoff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, somebody's going to be at Radlett on Sunday in the semi-final, which is definitely a semi-final because Middlesex won the group and got through. The other match today sees Yorkshire hosting Notts at York Cricket Club, where our esteemed friend Dave Bracegirdle reminded me yesterday the last time he was there. I think he got a parking ticket, couldn't get on air, and it rained. Something like that anyway. So hopefully things go slightly better for him today.
Indeed, yes.
Yes, it's a strange one today because it's very muggy. There's no rain forecast. We're going to have highs of about 26 degrees, but it's a very grey day. And it might do a bit, Scott. You never know with the atmospherics.
Could do, couldn't it? Well, Lancashire are going to... What they're doing?
Well, Durham have won the toss and have decided to bat.
Right.
So Lancashire, by dint of that, will be bowling.
So Lancashire...
Using my detective
You've done well
powers.
there to work that out. Thank you to help me out with that. So Durham win the toss and bat. So Lancashire bowl first. The two teams then. So Lancashire go with Keaton Jennings, Harry Singh, Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris, Rocky Flintoff, Araf Shetty, George Balderson, Joe Moores, Jack Blatherwick, Tom Bailey and Tom Aspinwall make up Lancashire's side.
Yeah, Blatherwick was on loan at Durham last year for a game at Worcester, from memory. Durham, well, they look like this. Alex Lees, Ben McKinney, David Beddingham. There's a rookie kid called Ben Stokes who's just coming through the ranks. It's just an OYTS. For you older listeners, Will Rhodes, Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson, the keeper, Casey Aldridge, the skipper for this one, Callum Parkinson, Shafiqullah Ghaffari and Luke Robinson. Shafiqullah Ghaffari, for those of you who are not aware, is an Afghan refugee who was given British citizenship, I think last year. Spent the last few years playing for Richmondshire in the North Yorkshire South Durham League. So for the team based in the town of Richmond, just not far from Scotch Corner. He's a spinner and he's played for Afghan under-19s as well. And the applause you can hear is for the Lancashire team as they're led out into the middle by George Balderson. It'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. You have a distinct advantage over me, Scott, in that you have seen Lancashire's home games in this tournament this year. Due to changes in the way the BBC cover the One Day Cup now, commentaries from regional radio only begin at this stage, in the knockout stages, so I haven't seen anything of Durham in the competition this year because I've been in Canada for the last 3 weeks. So I've actually seen more of the Toronto Blue Jays and I couldn't quite work out what was going on there either. They only seem to have one batsman at any one time, and I don't know where the stumps went, but anyway, they were on the telly virtually every day. So it's going to be interesting from my point of view just to get a taste of where Durham are at watching this one today.
Well, this is how the two sides progressed through the course of their group campaign. And as you pointed out to me off air before, it's identical, the records, albeit Lancashire finishing a place higher than Durham. But Lancashire second in Group A with 5 wins from 8 games, 3 defeats, and the significant victory over Somerset, the thumping of Somerset really, improved their net run rate so sufficiently that they secured a second spot in the table. Durham finishing third, again 5 wins from 8, 20 points, but that third place for Durham means an away playoff here at Old Trafford. We're set to go, so Durham are batting first. We've got Tom Bailey to open up the bowling, 2 slips in place. And it is Ben McKinney who's on strike, and McKinney defends into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's back from the franchise tournament, so he did play in the game the other day against Worcestershire. I caught the sort of tail end of that in the office on Tuesday afternoon when I was doing news bulletins, and Durham needed to get 204 runs on the board to go through on run rate, and were eventually all out for, I think, something like 209. Lost by 77, but actually went through on the narrowest of run rates against Worcestershire.
As Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls left by McKinney. Bounces in front of keeper Joe Moores.
So the margin was 0.057. I was talking to William, the Durham scorer, yesterday, and he said one of the things that went against Durham in terms of the run rate calculations was the fact that their game against Essex last Sunday at Darlington was reduced to 38 overs a side because there'd been a bit of drizzle in the morning, and so had that game been a full 50 overs, it wouldn't have been as tight as it was in the end.
Bailey for Lancashire over the wicket, bowls down the leg side to Ben McKinney, and taken by keeper Joe Moore. So wide, so that's the first run on the board for Durham. The wide from Bailey down the leg side. Yeah, the two groups were absolutely, well, there's nothing between the teams. I mean, Group B was slightly less competitive, but only slightly less competitive than Group A, which was a real dogfight to qualify. As McKinney comes down the pitch to Bailey, it comes off the inside edge and down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4 down to fine leg off McKinney's bat, but easing his feet and being positive there to Bailey on the move towards the Lancashire bowler. Fight to qualify. As McKinney comes down the pitch to Bailey, it comes off the inside edge and down towards the boundary. Down towards the bounds off the bat, but a little fortunate. As Bailey sets off and bowls again, whipped into the onside by McKinney, picked up by Marcus Harris, and they scamper through for a single. So McKinney moves on to 5, score moves on to 6 without loss. So yeah, the two groups were pretty tight. I mean, the Group B, the Durham group, was, as I say, slightly less competitive. I mean, Middlesex were pretty dominant in that group, 7 wins from 8, finishing with 28 points. Yorkshire 4 points further behind, 6 wins from 8. Then it was a bit of a scrap between a couple of sides to clinch that third qualifying spot in Group B. That's off the bat of Lees and guided down towards Flintoff at third man for 1. Score moves on to 7 without loss. So Durham's victory over Worcestershire and the net run rate, as Martin was explaining, was sufficient enough for them to just sneak ahead of Worcestershire and secure that third spot. Group A was a right old battle, with 3 teams finishing on 20 points and 3 teams finishing on 16 points. That's muscled out towards the onside by McKinney. That's 6. And that was dealt with pretty emphatically to end the first over of the day. 6 out to mid-wicket, 13 without loss. Sat back and walloped it. Nice looking shot for 6 over the boundary, and 13 runs coming off the first over of the match. So yes, it was an absolute scrap to try and finish in those top 3 positions. In the end, it was Leicestershire, then Lancashire, then the Notts Outlaws, all with 5 wins from 8, all losing 3, but it was just net run rate that sorted out the league positions between the 3. So Leicestershire Foxes, like Middlesex, straight through to Sunday's semi-final, which means that Lancashire, Notts, Yorkshire, Durham are battling out today in a playoff match. Spin wall. Oh, has that come off the edge of the bat? It's gone down to third man. I think it has come off the bat. It has. It's gone for runs. It's gone in between keeper and slip. It looked from here like Lees was almost trying to leave it. And the edge down to the right of Jennings at first slip and down towards the boundary for 4. Well, in the end, this has turned out to be 7 balls in, albeit we've had the extra with the wide. A pretty rapid start here for Durham. Here's Aspinwall balls again to Lees, just drops it into the onside and through for 1 run, picked up by Harry Singh. So yeah, there's one other game, as Martin mentioned, that's the game involving Yorkshire and Notts. That's been played at York. And for our listeners with us on the BBC, that you can hear that actually on Sports Extra 3 and on the BBC Sport website and app as well, but coverage here on Lex TV and on Sports Extra of this fixture from Old Trafford. Aspinwall balls again. It's wide and driven. 1 bounce into the ground, gathered by Shetty at cover, and there's no run.
Looking on the scorecard here, Scott, and they've got Lancashire and opponents written down. That's right up there with Sunderland just having visitors on the scoreboard at the Stadium of Light when Newcastle turned up last season.
18 runs scored, no wickets yet. Halfway through the second over, onto the pads of McKinney from Tom Aspinwall.
The start of this over, the ball went through the slipcord, and I didn't quite see what happened. Was it an edge or not?
It was, yeah. I think he tried to leave it, Lees, but it did come off the edge. It went down to the right of Jennings at slip, so kind of in between the keeper and the slip field. I don't think he carried him, he bounced short. 19 without loss, Durham. Here's Tom Aspinwall, is bowling from the James Anderson end into Lees. That's fallen wide, but too far wide, and called away by our umpire, Hassan Adnan. David Milnes is the other on-field umpire today, and the Metrobank One Day Cup purple tops, the umpires. Very snazzy. 2 balls left of the second over. Aspinwall, slightly angled approach over the wicket. Balls again onto the pads of Lees. That's defended into the onside. Harry Singh fields is no run. The conditions are good. There is a reserve day for this match, which is obviously tomorrow, but the forecast is fine.
Yeah, I hadn't realised that, and there's also a reserve day on Sunday in the semi-final. And being the fact that it's Radlett and it's too far south to guarantee the weather, I'd imagine there'll be a lot of rain down there on Sunday.
Aspinwall balls, whipped into the onside by Lees. Blatherwick's out on the leg side boundary to field. End of the over, so 2 overs gone, 21 without loss.
My 2 visits to Radlett, 2021, it was quite a rain-affected match in the July. It eventually got finished quite late in the afternoon, and then last visit 2 years ago, never saw a ball bowled. So sits on this ridge right up to the north of London.
Right.
And, everything sort of slopes up north out of London, and Radlett's right on the top there. It's not far from St Albans and Watford.
Okay.
And I stayed there one time, and I was in a hotel, and the back garden of the hotel basically backed onto the retaining wall of the M25, so that's its location. It's very close to Arsenal's training ground, and by sheer dint of the fact of that, Watford's as well. Start of a new over then, 21 for none. Unless Watford have moved, but years ago when I was working at 5 Live in London, I went to interview the Watford manager one Friday before an FA Cup tie, and over the hedge was Arsenal's training ground. And when I walked in at Watford, the lady in the canteen, would you like some lunch, son? Come and have a cup of tea. Following me, I was interviewing Arsene Wenger. Talk about security. It was like Fort Knox, or different worlds either side of the hedge. Here's Bailey bowling then, and oh, that's come off Lees' thigh pad. It's gone off towards backward point, no run there. Got to the Arsenal training ground, massive steel gates. You had to press a buzzer and there was a camera on you. Yes, can I help you? And I explained who I was. Right, go and park in parking bay number 10 and do not leave your car. I was like, okay. Then eventually a steward came and tapped on the window. Follow me. Walked into the training ground. He said, you have to sit on that seat there, don't move. Mr. Wenger will be passing by in 5 minutes, and you have 2 minutes with him. As bowler comes in again, this has gone off to the covers, no run. Diving stop in the cover area there, by, I think, Shetty. And anyway, I did my interview with him, and then I was taken back to the car and had to sit in the car until the opportunity came to interview, I think it was Kolo Toure, would it have been back in 2004, something like that. Right. And then off he went again. So
that's your experience at Radlett, or at least the training ground?
Well, that's, yeah, they're just on the M25, right next to Radlett, actually. Bailey comes in again, and it's pushed off towards point. I think technically those, well, Arsenal's training ground address is classed as London Colney or something like that, but it's all that neck of the woods. Haven't got a clue what junction number it would be on the M25, because in the northeast we don't live by junction numbers, not like they do in the south and the Midlands. Can't recall you don't live by junction numbers, really, do you?
Not really.
Can't recall you ever mentioning junction numbers.
Yeah, wouldn't have a clue actually.
No. 21 for none, and that's a leading edge from Lees. He's looking to try and play that one through the leg side, and it's come off and gone down towards backward point. No run there. Biggest score for Durham this year in the competition was Will Rhodes as 148 not out in the win against Glamorgan at Gosforth. That was on the 29th of July. And he's just signed a new 2-year contract with Durham this week, so he'll be here until at least 2028 now. One-day player of the year last year, Will Rhodes. So Bailey comes in again and bowls. And this is pushed back up to the bowler's end. That's a very tight over. That's a maiden. So Durham 21 for none after 3 here on the BBC.
Decent crowd in at inside Old Trafford today. Not too bad at all for such a short kind of turnaround in terms of when this game was confirmed, which was only a couple of days ago, wasn't it?
I stayed in the new hotel annex last night, and at breakfast today there were a few people in there who had Durham shirts on. So nice spot.
Yes, not the easiest thing, is it, to try and sell tickets or get members in. Aspinwall ball, that's a lovely straight drive. It's thudded into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Caught that sweet as you like, Ben McKinney. And it's walloped into the stumps at the non-striker's end. An inch either side, it's going to race up towards the boundary for 4. He caught it so nicely. But, single instead for McKinney. He's on to 13 now. 22 without loss.
Alex Lees has had a couple of centuries in this competition this year.
Spin more balls to Lees. It's driven. Bouncing horribly in front of Shetty. He's fielding on a couple of the practice pitches.
And he took him right in the chin there, didn't it? Did well to get his face out the road of that one. Lee's got 132 in a win against Sussex and Chesley Street a few weeks ago, and he's also had 103 against Middlesex in Chesley Street, which the highest aggregate run game that Durham have been involved in.
Cushioned away into the offside by Lees. That's really nicely played. He just dabbed it away through point. And Shetty catches up with it, and Lees comes back for 2, so he moves on to 9. And Durham 24 with that loss. Halfway through the 4th over. Well, it's quite a strong looking batting lineup, isn't it, that Durham come in with to this game. You know, the top 4 of Lees, as well. McKinney, Beddingham and Stokes.
Actually, the Middlesex match wasn't the highest aggregate one. It was last year's against Middlesex, where I think the game accrued 777 runs.
That's been more to Lee. Second up, just comes back into a fraction, and he's played it with his wrist just tucked into his side there, and just drops it into the offside. And they think about going for 1, and there's a decision against it as Shetty comes up to field.
This year's Middlesex match only accrued 610 runs. Durham 303 for 7. Middlesex knocked them off with 3 balls to go. He's got 103 in that one.
24 without loss. Aspinwall to Lees. Off the pads, it's in the air, but it's to the right of short, fine leg. It's going to go down towards the boundary for 4. It was Tom Bailey in the circle at short, fine. He went away to his right-hand side trying to get something on. It's gone for 4 runs, 28 without loss. Clipped off the pads, and Bailey stretching for it, just couldn't quite stop it. And another 4. Lee's on to 13. That's been wall in balls. That's punched to mid-on this time, where Flintoff fields. End of the over, so 4 gone. Good start. They're going over 7 and over here, so really positive start from McKinney and Lees. McKinney on 13, Lees on 14, Durham 29 without loss.
This is match number 38 between these two in one-day cricket, so Durham have won 11, and they haven't got a good record here, but they have won the last 2 away against Lancashire because they weren't on this ground. So 2 years ago, Sedbergh School, nice afternoon we had there, and then last year they played at Egbert in Liverpool. They won that one as well. Josh Bohannon getting centuries in both of those games and ending up on the losing team. Bailey starts a new over, coming in here to bowl to Lees. Lees pushes it out in the offside, short towards Shetty, and goes for a quick single. The throw hits Lees on the bat as he's running past the stumps. Durham have lost 12 one-day games away to Lancashire, and 11 of those have been here, the other in Blackpool. So it's not been a happy hunting ground, this one. And a few years ago, Alex Davies and Keaton Jennings put on a massive opening stand for Lancashire. Davies got I think it was something like 147, something like that. Was the highest score by a Lancashire player on this ground at the time. So McKinney plays this one down to deep backward point for a single. Durham on 31 for none. McKinney on 14, Lees on 15. I think Davis took the record from Neil Fairbrother from memory.
Oh, that sounds...
ring a bell?
That does ring a bell. Or was it the record from...
It was on this ground. So I think there had been higher scores for Lancashire players, but not here. I'll look it up. I've got it somewhere.
Yeah, just ring a bell, that.
Bailey in again. And Lees plays at the point, no run there. So yeah, Davies opened at Old Trafford 2018 it was. He made 147. The highest score by a Lancashire player here. And Josh Bohannon made 147. That was in that losing cause at Sedbergh 2 years ago. Got 106 in the defeat at Liverpool last year. .31 for none. Bowler comes in and Lees goes down the track after him and plays and misses. Tries to smash the ball into next week. Doesn't make a connection.
Yes, yeah, it was. So it's 2018 that, wasn't it, that game?
Yeah.
Davis got that for 147. Yeah, Neil Fairbrother's 145.
That's right, yeah.
Against Hampshire was in 1990.
Yeah. Bowler bowls and Lees plays at that, and it's jammed between bat and pad, and he sort of tippy-toes down the track looking for a single, but he doesn't know where the ball is. It's right behind him on the crease line, so he's eventually told to stay where he is by Ben McKinney. I was at the first match between these two in 1992, Durham's first game in first-class cricket, a one-day game at the racecourse ground in Durham City on the, I think it was Easter Sunday 1992. Sellout crowd, fantastic atmosphere as Durham entered the big time, became a first-class county. Lees plays this one and it's gone up to George Balderson at mid-off, end of the over. Another tight one from Bailey. His previous over was a maiden, this one's gone for 2. Durham 31 for none.
Yeah, nicely dragged back from Tom Bailey, because I think his first 2 always went for 13, so he's pulled that back nicely. Just 2 coming off the following 2 overs. Good stuff. Good start though. Still a positive start from McKinney and Lees. Puts a little bit of pressure, doesn't it, on the bowling side this when they get off to such a bright and bubbly start. Going at 7 and over for the first 3 or 4 overs of the innings. There's Tom Aspinwall into McKinney, comes off the inner half of the bat as it bounces out to mid-wicket where Blatherwick fields, no run.
Haven't been here for 2 or 3 years. There's quite a bit of building work gone on outside the ground since I was last here. There's some houses being built at the back of the hotel, I noticed last night. So some new development. Is that part of a university or something out the back there?
I think it is, yeah. It's been walled to McKinney. It's carved away down to wide third. Stopped by Harris on the boundary. Nicely done by Marcus Harris away to his left-hand side. Going from third man out towards the point boundary. Couple more from McKinney. He's on to 16. 33 without loss. Spinwall into McKinney on his toes. Just drops it into the onside. Just runs to the right of the square leg umpire David Milnes, and Harry Singh comes up to field. 1 for McKinney. He takes his score on to 17. Durham are 34 without loss. We're halfway through the 6th over. They won the toss and elected to bat first. This is the same pitch that was used for the 100 game here a couple of days ago. They wanted to bat first on it. Aspinwall to Lee. Tries to carve that away through the offside, but there's more in the field is inside the circle there for Lancashire, one of them being Shetty. Dot ball. Aspinwall wandering back to his mark. It is quite bright and sunny, but there's a little bit of cloud cover out in the distance. We might get the odd kind of hazy conditions, but a little bit of sunshine at the minute. There's Aspinwall comes in and balls again. Just dropped away into cover by Lees. Jennings comes round to field again. There's no run.
That murk seems to have blown through now, doesn't it? We've got a bit more of blue sky on show. Westerly breeze.
Yeah, I think the forecast is clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's potentially a bit of rain around over the weekend, but nothing forecast for today. Again, just defender by Lees drops it to cover. And that's the end of the over. There's just 3 coming off that. So Tom Aspinwall and Tom Bailey just trying to drag it back a little here after a bright start by these 2 batters. Both bowlers have done that. Just slowed things down. Run rate was going at way over 7 at one stage. It's now down to below 6. 6 overs into this fixture. Live on Lancs TV from Emirates Old Trafford, the Metrobank One Day Cup. We're on Sports Extra as well. Up until the start of the 100 eliminator matches, we're on Sports Extra 2 all day. You can follow us either via the telly on Lancs TV or on the radio with the BBC.
Bailey bowling his 4th over, non 4-15 so far. Make that 1. Is that going to be given or not? No, I thought that was a good shout there, but David Milnes is not interested. McKinney on strike. It's hit him on the pad.
I thought that was a
I
decent
thought that
shout.
was worth a shout, to be
Yeah,
honest
me
with
too.
you.
Yeah, me too. Is it maybe just pitched outside leg potentially? Let's have a look.
I can't see why that wasn't given. McKinney has a life on 17, 34 for none. Bailey comes in again and bowls. McKinney pushes this up towards mid-off and goes for a quick single. You mentioned in there the possibility of a little bit of rain, because I think July, when we were away, I was reading something about there hadn't been any rain recorded in London, or certainly parts of the south of England, in the entire month of July for the first time since records began in the 1830s or something like that. And we've had the warmest and driest summer on record, but that's only beating the record that was set last year. But every year it seems to be getting hotter and drier, doesn't it? Which is an issue as this ball's played by Lees down the deep backward point. Seeing footage on the news this morning of fires which damaged buildings in Stourbridge yesterday.
Okay. Wildfires
that had spread across a golf course. So it's unusual times, isn't it, with the weather the way it is. But, this day last week we'd gone trying to see if we could find any bears in an area in the Rocky Mountains called Kananaskis, and the air was just absolutely thick with smoke from wildfires hundreds of miles away. As Bailey comes in again and bowls, and down the track comes McKinney and lobs it over the bowler's head and down to our end for 4. Nice shot. Used his feet well there, got to the ball early. It was weird because depending which way the weather was, the entire last week when we were in the Rocky Mountains in Banff, there were some days where the smoke was so thick in the air you couldn't see the mountains opposite. And I mean, they're huge mountains and they just disappeared. And it just settles in these valleys and doesn't move for days on end, and that's from hundreds of miles away. And I think some of that smoke about 2 or 3 weeks ago actually made its way all the way across to Britain as well. Bailey comes in, that's on the pads. Leg side-ishy, leg stumpy, not given-y.
Quite righty.
Yeah, I think that was worth a shout as well. But
yeah, it looked less out to me than the previous shout.
possibly missing leg stump,
Yeah,
maybe
that's a
hitting
fair
leg
call,
stump.
yeah. There's an element of doubt, isn't there, about where the ball's pitched there and where it might go on to hit. Desperate here, aren't they? Lancashire to try and get a breakthrough. A couple of big appeals from Bailey. McKinney's such an awkward customer to bowl at, isn't he?
Comes in again and bowls at him. It's a slightly slower ball on the leg stump, and it's flicked away by McKinney down towards the point boundary.
Stopped.
Good stop right on the ropes there. Who was that?
Aspinwall.
Did well because he was running towards the boundary and he dived forward and scooped the ball back. He went off the field, but the ball stayed in play. End of the over, 42 for none. So 7 overs gone and 8 runs from that over.
Yeah, good one. Good piece of fielding here. Flicking the ball back in the nick of time, and quite a long way over the rope in the end, didn't he? And then Blatherwick completes the fielding, but yeah, nice work from Tom Aspinwall. Good over that for Durham, having seen the opening 7 overs kind of just seesaw one way and the other. It was a good start, and then Lancashire trying to peg them back and slow things down, and then that's a nice little counter punch in that over from Durham. He's on strike. Here's Tom Aspinwall. It's wide, and he chops it away into the offside. Shetty, who's seen a loss of the ball at cover, again coming up to field, and there's no run. 42 without loss, Durham. 16 to Lees. Aspinwall into his 4th over. Bowling from the James Anderson end, the pavilion end here at Emirates Old Trafford. And he's pushing away into the offside. This time it's Jennings. He's busy across the ground as well. No run.
Ollie Cochrane's emailed. If you want to email, it's weircricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, morning, good to hear you back on the radio with the Durham game. I've been to a number of the one-day cup matches this campaign. South Northumberland, what a thriller. Yorkshire at York, Middlesex at Chester Street, and also Essex at Darlow. Been pleased with our progression, despite the disappointing loss against Worcestershire.
Aspinwall to Lees. It's short, it's pulled, and it's over Bailey and down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4 runs. Lees moves on to 20. Durham's cracking start continues. 46 without loss halfway through the 8th.
Common Durham says, Ollie, his thoughts on the fact that unfortunately we don't cover the group stages anymore in this competition, which is a pity. We'd all like to, but not within our control, that decision, unfortunately.
Aspinwall in to Lees. Short and wide and cut by Lees. Fielded at backward point by Bohannon.
There's a huge green thing moving along in the distance. What on earth is that? It's a massive crane.
Yeah, it's where the...
is that the freight terminal?
It is, yes, the freight terminal. It's where it's pretty close to where Man United's new ground is going to be. It's basically next door to it.
Right.
Aspinwall in to Lees. Again, he drives. And it's gathered by Captain Balderson, who comes round from mid-off to field.
Isn't there like a huge Kellogg's factory down there somewhere?
Well, the Kellogg's factory used to be over here.
Well, that was their offices, wasn't it?
But I don't know where the factory is now.
Because you've got this huge sort of freight terminal down there,
Hmm.
sort of on the edge of the canal, really. And lots of big factories down there as well.
Final ball of the over. It's come through McKinney. And bouncing again awkwardly in front of keeper Joe Moores, who gets his body behind it to stop it. Just been the odd one that's done that through the course of this first 8 overs. 47 without loss. 8 in. McKinney's on 24, Lee's on 21. This is a very positive start from Durham. Trying to make the most of the fact that they won the toss and wanted to bat first, and a pitch that you suspect won't become any easier to bat on. It certainly was. I say it's been used quite a bit already, and it was used as recently as a couple of days ago for a 100 match.
Bailey bowling. And, ball is played by Lees out towards wide. Mid-off for a single. Bailey again comes in, right arm over. That's pushed away out through mid-wicket for a single. This is the Brian Statham end, isn't it?
That's right. Yep.
And the Jimmy Anderson end at the other end.
Sir.
Sir, yeah. Sir Jimmy. How does he go for James with a Sir now?
Oh, it's full Sir James. It's the only way you can speak to him, really.
Yeah.
He'll refuse to speak to you unless you address him with Sir James. Definitely.
49 for none, 8.2 overs gone. Durham chose to bat today as Bailey comes in and bowls. That's an edge. It's gone along the floor to the gully area and bounces out of the hands of Keaton Jennings. Bailey now 35 years old, from the Preston area, one of the many who've come through the cricketing ranks at Myerscough College. Turns to come in and bowl once again. And that is defended by Lees. In fact, James Wigan, who does the PAing at Durham in the T20 matches, is a cricket coach in the Yorkshire, Lancashire area, and I think you had him on your cricket show last year or the year before. He's involved with one of the teams in the Lancashire League, but he was part of the coaching setup at Myerscough College for a while. There's quite a lot of players who've come through there. One or two from Sedbergh School as well have sort of drifted either towards Yorkshire or here. In comes Bailey again, and this is played by Lees up to mid-off. And that is a single, and that is the 50 for Durham, 8.9 overs, 50 for none, 8.5 overs.
Yep, greeted with a nice round of applause from supporters inside the ground. I think every stand apart from the temporary stand away to our left-hand side is open today, and there's plenty scattered around.
Temporary stand's only about a quarter of the size as it was the last time I was here.
Big brother.
Bailey in again. This is tapped by McKinney to mid-wicket, no run there. Picked up in that area and fielded by Harry Singh. That is the end of the over. So Durham 9 in, 50 for none here on the BBC. Drinks are being brought out to Lees. Hot day again today. I was driving down last night and the car thermometer claimed it was 33 degrees, but proper temperatures have to be taken in the shade, and I think you get slightly abnormal temperature readings in cars because most of them have the thermometer in the wing mirror, and it picks up a lot of the residual heat that builds up in the plastic.
I mean, how do you know this stuff?
I don't know how I know that one.
Are you making largely most of this up as you go along?
No, but so your car thermometer will tell you it's hotter or colder than it really is. Equally, if you work in the weather industry, in meteorology, they take the temperature from a temperature gauge that is hanging in a box, so it's not in direct sunlight. So you know in the FA Cup final when they show you a thermometer at the side of the pitch at Wembley and it's like got 40 degrees on it, it's nonsense because that thermometer is in direct sunlight and that's not how you take the temperature.
I think you'd be good in the weather service. I think you'd be excellent in that. Have you looked into it?
They're quite a good band, the weather service. I've got some of their songs.
Got some good hits down the years, yeah. Right, first bowling change. Araf Shetty is replacing Tom Aspinwall. So Aspinwall 4 overs for 24. Bailey just completed his 5th over. He's gone for 26. And we're going to see some off spin to complete the power play, the first power play. Oh, it's a full toss, which Lees,
that's a baseball shot,
does absolutely muscle it out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
That didn't quite come out of the hand the correct way, did it?
No, and Lees made the most of it, and by the looks of it, quite enjoyed it. Shetty to Lees, gets this one on the money, and Lees playing off the front foot and defends. Pushes into the offside for no run. 56 without loss, 9.2 overs in. So Durham making a strong start here. Shetty balls again. Tapped into the offside once again by Lees. And there's no run. So still just the 2 fielders allowed outside the fielding circle. And for Shetty, they're at long off and at deep cover. 4 in the circle on the leg side and 3 on the offside. Oh, and that one gets through. And Lees has been bowled. Muted celebrations from Shetty and from Lancashire, but they'll be relieved to have found a breakthrough. Maybe that just kept low. Lees has gone for 29. And a much welcome breakthrough for Lancashire after a positive start for Durham. 56 for the first wicket. But Lees is out for 29, bowled by Araf Shetty. 56 for 1. With 2 balls left for the 10th over.
Did he get a bottom edge there? He played right around it, didn't he? Let's see what's happened here.
The way he played it, it suggested maybe it kept a bit low, maybe he's just bottom edged it.
No, he's just missed it, hasn't he? Yeah. Look, the pull through the leg side, and he's played across the top of the ball, and it's hit the outside of off stump. It was difficult for us to see where it had gone because the keeper was standing up to the stumps and obscuring our view of how it hit the target, but he's out.
He is, and you can see the reaction from Keaton Jennings there and keeper Moores. But, it's a breakthrough that Lancashire were desperately needing.
Will Rhodes is a new man, 310 runs this season, Durham's leading scorer in the competition. That included that 148 not out that I mentioned a few minutes ago. Which was the home win against Glamorgan at South Northumberland, I think that one was.
Nice.
You've done a couple of games there, haven't you?
A couple of years ago, Lancashire played there.
Yeah, Lancashire lost there and won there, didn't they? There was one match where I think Graham Onions hit a winning 6 onto the roof of a house from memory. On
yeah. Nice ground, that isn't it?
Yeah, it's, I enjoy going and covering games there. It's always a good atmosphere.
Slip in play, says Shetty to Rhodes off the front foot and just pushing into the offside. Gathered by Harry Singh. Marcus Harris is the slip catcher. Crouching down, hands on his knees as he leans forward. Final ball of the 10th over. Shetty around the wicket. And Rhodes taps it into the offside. And there's no run. Well, that's a really good comeback. I mean, Shetty's first ball just obviously slipped and didn't come out as he was hoping for. It was a horrible full toss, which was muscled out for 6 out a mid-wicket. But then his comeback was terrific. With the wicket and then 4 dot balls either side of it. So really good comeback from Shetty. After the first one just kind of slipped out of his fingers. Excellent work from Lancashire's young spinning all-rounder. So 10 overs gone. That's the completion of the first power play. So restrictions are relaxed a little bit. And you can get a couple extra outside the circle for this next little passage of play. 56 for 1 Durham, 10 overs gone, double bowling change as well. Captain George Balderson comes into the attack, replacing Tom Bailey.
Balderson bowling from the Brian Statham end, and he's coming in right arm around the wicket. That's lobbed by McKinney, and it was a bit of an optical illusion that from up here on the 3rd floor, because I thought that was going straight into the hands of mid-off, but it sailed over his head and away for 4. So for a moment there I thought Tom Bailey was going to be in business, but no, by the time it landed it was well past him. 60-1, 39.5 overs left as Balderson comes in and bowls again. That's on the spot, and that's defended and played back to him. the bowler once more. McKinney pushes it out towards the covers. It's just gone beyond the reach of the fielder on that offside there. It was George Bell. Is he coming? He's coming as a 12th man, isn't he?
He has, yeah.
One of the bowlers must have gone off to change the boots. Durham now 61 for 1. We're in the 11th over, and McKinney has 30 of those. Rhodes has only faced 2 balls yet to get off the mark, so he's about to face his 3rd now. The sun's come out again as the bowler comes round the wicket, and playing a miss from Rhodes. That one stayed quite low. It was outside the line of off stump, went through to the keeper.
Balderson coming into this match today on the back of 4 for 58 in Lancashire's victory against Somerset at Taunton. His list A best bowling figures as well.
Next ball is defender, just rolls out on the offside to Bell, no run there.
Good competition actually as captain. Leading wicket taker George Balderson in this competition this season for Lancashire, 13 wickets.
Turns and comes in past the umpire David Milnes and bowls. And, ball played to point by Rhodes to Bohannon. Dot ball. And that is the end of the over. 61 for 1 after 11.
And he's barely going at a run of ball as well through the course of the competition, so his economy rate's excellent. George Balderson. Gone for 5 off his first over. Don't be too alarmed if you're watching on Lancs TV. Those clouds above the pavilion, they do look a little bit sinister, but they're not coming our way. 11 gone, 61 for 1. And the other game at Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets, but they made a pretty positive start as well. They're 54 for 2, 10 overs in, but Lyth and Luxton are both out. Lyth for 26 and Luxton for 13. Dylan Pennington with 2 wickets for the Notts Outlaws in York. If Shetty around the wicket, the back foot and slapped down the ground by Ben McKinney. Josh Bohannon on the long off boundary fields. McKinney moves on to 31. Brings Will Rhodes on strike yet to get off the mark in this game. Will Rhodes is the leading run scorer in this competition this season for Durham. Again, Harris shuffles into slip. Shetty and balls in the air as he goes into the offside. Good tumbling stop from Tom Aspinwall at backward point. Again, there's no run, keeping Rhodes on naught. 62 for 1. Shetty to Rhodes. This gets him off the mark. Just drops it into the offside, and McKinney's alert to it at the non-striker's end. So through for his first run. Rhodes moves to 1, and Durham now 63 for 1. Shetty to McKinney. It was in the air. It's to the right of cover. Blatherwick sweeping up on the cover boundary. McKinney comes back for 2. Takes him on to 33. From 25 balls faced. 65 for 1. Shetty for Lancashire. McKinney for Durham. That's cut through the offside. Again gathered by Blatherwick. McKinney again happy on this occasion to settle for 1. And moves to 34. It brings Rhodes back on strike. 1 ball left to the 12th over. With Rhodes still pretty early on in his innings here. Again, they go with Harris at slip. Shetty twirling in around the wicket, bowls and driven on bounce into the ground, fielded by Singh. And that is tidy stuff from Araf Shetty. 5 coming off the over, 12 gone. Durham batting first here at Emirates Old Trafford in the Metrobank One Day Cup playoff game. 66 for 1, 12 overs in. The wicket of Alex Lees, the only one to fall so far. Maybe misjudged delivery that might just have grubbed and kept a bit low, and attempt to pull it. In the end, he missed it, and it knocked his off stump over. He went for 29.
Balderson starts a new over from our end of the ground. The first ball bowled to McKinney has just played back defensively to him. I'm trying to upload the commentary link onto my Facebook page here, and it won't let me because it thinks I'm in Canada. I don't know what to do about that.
Why does it still think you're in Canada?
I've got no idea.
Oh.
Very strange.
Your laptop's still on the holiday?
Well, that's the other thing. This computer never went there.
Oh, right.
It stayed at home.
Slightly worrying.
Yeah. McKinney plays the next ball up to mid-off, no run there. If anybody's got any suggestions, let me know. Thankfully, the Meta AI support assistant is not available either, so everything's going wonderfully well there. Couldn't mack it up, Mara. Balderson comes in again and bowls, and that's turned by McKinney off towards short leggish area, no run there. 66 for 1, it's grade over again now. Flags fluttering rather briskly on the roof of the pavilion, pointing towards the city centre of Manchester and the Pennines in the distance. Balderson bowls, McKinney plays this up too long on, and we'll get a single coming in off the boundaries. Marcus Harris feels that, throws it back to the keeper's end to Joe Moores, who's cousin Tom. It's Tom, isn't it, who plays at Notts, is it?
That's right.
Made his debut for Lancashire against Durham at Southport 10 years ago.
He did.
In the county championship.
Is that 10 years ago?
Yeah,
oh,
the week of the Flying Ants. It was absolutely baking hot that week. Balderson bowls again, and a quick push and run from Rhodes. Target missed by Harris close in at mid-on. And Rhodes moves on to 2. 68 for 1, yeah. We were commentating on the steps of the tennis pavilion, weren't we? We had absolutely no shelter at all.
No, it was baking, wasn't it?
At one point it got so hot all of the computers started to switch off.
We switched off.
We switched off.
It was hot that day, wasn't it?
Bowler comes in again. And, defensive shot from McKinney, rolls up to mid-off end of the over. 2 from it. 68 for 1, 13 overs gone. Now remember, there was one day of that match and we were absolutely wrecked with the heat. And I got back to the hotel on the seafront, and we were allowed to use the public baths across the road at Southport. And they were like these old Victorian baths, and there was all these different rooms with different pools in. And what a beautiful building it was, and I remember going in there and plunging into the water, and the water was lovely and cold. It was one of the most refreshing things. But gorgeous building. There can't be many like that left in the country now. Still had all these original changing vestibules down one side,
nice,
which looked like something from a Victorian beach, you know.
That's a cracking 4-day game, that, wasn't it?
Went right to the final session, didn't it? Ben Stokes got Durham over the line.
That's right.
And then he and a few other players had a game of 5-a-side with some local kids, didn't they?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, it was a lovely week. Lancashire on the wrong end of it, but it's still a great game of cricket.
And the week at Sedbergh was a cracking week as well, wasn't it?
Yep.
That one ended in a draw, but that was a fabulous week. Beautiful setting.
68 for 1. Here's Shetty. And again to Rhodes. Again, this little push and go into the offside. It has Singh at short cover going away to his right, and they've done well to get a single there. I mean, it's good fielding by Singh. It's good cricket. Little determination to get one. Nice work from Singh to make sure it was just a single. But they have kept things ticking along at a really good pace. They've not been below 5 and over so far. Into the 14th over of the innings, 69 for 1. McKinney, who's been the heartbeat of it, 35 from 31. Looks like he's in the mood today. Shetty to McKinney. Down the pitch he comes. That's in the air. Now he could be out here. It's Flintoff who takes a really good catch. McKinney departs. His load's in that because it's McKinney. Lancashire desperate for wickets, and it's a real skyer. And Rocky Flintoff, running backwards, takes a really, really smart catch to hold on to that. McKinney's gone for 35. That's a big breakthrough for Lancashire. You can tell that by the reaction of the players here, as Flintoff is congratulated by his teammates. McKinney goes 35, caught Flintoff, bowled Shetty, and Durham is 69 for 2.
Got to feel he's left a lot of runs out there, Ben McKinney, holding out. Another innings where he's got going, but hasn't progressed. And it's leading edge, isn't it? Top edge, skied it.
It's a good catch, that.
Difficult one.
It was. Coming a long way up. He's running backwards. He's trying to get into position. He's tumbling backwards. He keeps a hold of it. And you can see the reaction from young Rocky. Nice work from Flintoff.
Is he the first cricketer you've come across called Rocky?
I think he probably is.
Yeah. Is his dad a Rocky fan, was he? Or?
I'm not sure. David Bedingham is the new batter to come out. I mean, they keep coming for Durham. With Rhodes coming in at 3, Bedingham coming in at 4, it means that Stokes is still to come, as well as Ackerman and Robinson. So got to keep chipping away here, Lancashire. A good platform laid by the opening pair. They put on 56 for the first wicket, McKinney and Lees. Both have since departed. Off the bowling of R.F. Shetty, 2 for 12 now. Bearing in mind his first ball he sent down was a full toss for 6. So he's bowled beautifully since. Here comes Shetty. He's over the wicket to Bedingham. Carefully working it into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run. So he's take that full toss 6 away. He's 2 for 6. Bedingham takes a single here. He just guides it away into point. And they go through for 1. Score moves on to 70 for 2. 2 balls remaining of the 14th over. Shetty in conversation with his captain. They've had a slip in place for Will Rhodes, which they still clearly quite fancy, having the slip catcher. Rhodes the left-hander, and the off-spin from Shetty. So Harris still in that position. They've got 2 catching covers as well. That's chopped away to one of them, which is Harry Singh. And a dot ball. Shetty just tries his fingers on the turf and then wipes them on his trousers. He's around the wicket, bowls, and just carefully stroked away into the offside by Rhodes for 1 to keep the strike. But again, that is a very good over for R.F. Shetty. 14 overs gone, 71 for 2. And yeah, excellent bowling from young Shetty. Bedingham on 1, Rhodes on 4. And we'll get a good hand as he heads down towards the boundary below the hotel.
Which part of the hotel?
Hotel number 1. The Red Hotel.
Yeah.
There we go, the Red Hotel there, and just to the right of screen there for our viewers on Lancs TV, the Grey Hotel. So I don't think they're the official titles of the hotel.
Durham are building a hotel in their ground as new over starts here from Balderson, and it's going to be similar design to the Red Hotel, and it'll have a couple of thousand seats below it, I think. But it will have a blue and yellow shroud, whereas you've got a red shroud there. From the Hilton Garden sort of scheme of things.
Look, I saw the design, yeah, it looks quite nice. It's not going to block any of the view of the castle or anything like that, is it?
I don't think so.
It looks nice.
No, it's at the... this is defended by Rhodes. Drops right in front of the crease here. It's going to be at the north end of the ground, so when we're in the media centre and you're looking at the trees at the far end, it'll be there.
Nice.
It might block your view of the castle if you're sitting at that end, I suppose. But anyway, castle's sort of old now, isn't it?
Can't say that.
I upset a few people in Worcester a few weeks ago. And
you're slagging off Worcester
I just said the
Cathedral.
cathedral could do with a bit of a clean. It was looking a bit grubby. That didn't go down well with the logos.
Surprised.
Yeah. Next ball is played to mid-wicket by Rhodes. No run there. He's on 4. Durham 71 for 2. And it's nearly news update time next door. Next time you're at Worcester Cathedral, look at the gable end of the cathedral. And there's 3 windows. And they look like a giant plug socket. And once you've seen it, you'll never unsee it. Balderson balls again, and Rhodes not happy with the bounce there. He's played that back to him, and seems the ball not quite coming onto the bat the way he wanted there. Goes to do a little bit of gardening.
Yeah, Lancashire still have a championship match to come at Worcestershire this season.
Durham will be back here at the end of the season, won't they? I think isn't the last match they're playing
each other?
Yeah. Balderson comes in, bowls. This is flicked away by Rhodes out through mid-wicket for his single. 72 for 2. Rhodes now moves on to 5. And we have 1 ball left of the 15th over, so they will get in. It's the 16 in the hour, which is what they're meant to bowl. And the bowler's going to come right arm over now to the right-handed Beddingham, who is on 1 from 2 deliveries. Balderson then from the Brian Statham end, running away from us, comes in and bowls, and Beddingham plays and misses. Ball just leaves him slightly. Good line and length there. Just 1 run from the over. 72 for 2 after 15.
Nice way to end it too for George Balderson. Some young families on the hotel balcony watching a little bit of cricket. There's a couple of Durham flags as well, so as Martin mentioned before, there's some travelling Durham supporters have made the journey down from the northeast. Well, it's a pretty healthy crowd. Again, for a game that's quickly scheduled, it's having to be put into the fixture list with little notice. Rhodes drives through mid-off for a single. 73 for 2. It has been a feature of the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. With so many games being played, especially at grounds which are kind of out grounds for clubs, there's been some very good crowds in the competition this season. Played back towards Shetty by Beddingham for no run. And it's helped by the fact that they are smaller venues, so you can get like 3,500, 4,000, and it just feels like a really good event. Oh, it spins back into Beddingham. He goes back looking to cut it. Playing a miss taken by Joe Moores. 3 of Lancashire's 4 home group games were played away from Emirates Old Trafford. Beddingham defends to Shetty. No run. The opening game was at Sedbergh School, and then they've played 2 group matches at the club's new second home at Farrington, just outside Preston. Shetty to to Bellingham, goes back and across, just drops it into the offside. They've gone through for a quick single. There's a throw in towards the stumps which hits from Balderson, but they've run well, Durham. They've been really positive. I mean, they've hit some pretty big shots as well. A couple of sixes, one for McKinney, one for Lees, and then 6 falls between those two opening batters as well. And the running between the wickets has been positive. Slip back in place because it's Rhodes on strike. Rhodes goes back, just snaps it away towards the onside. Gathered by Keaton Jennings. And again, it's good stuff from Shetty. He's only gone for 3. It's a very, very good spell, this, from Shetty. Figures of 4 overs, 2 for 17. But the first ball he bowled was a full toss, which kind of slipped out the fingers, and he was hit for 6. So the comeback from that has been really impressive. Just the 4 bowlers used so far. 5 overs for Bailey, 4 each for Aspinwall and Shetty, and Balderson now about to begin his 4th as well. He's around the wicket to Will Rhodes. That's turned into the onside. Good work from Singh at mid-wicket. In addition to the score, for listeners who are with us via Sports Extra, I'm going to be here at Old Trafford until just after 2 o'clock when the first 100 game gets underway. Drop and go into the offside from Rhodes. Jennings comes up from cover, but they do get through for 1. 76 for 2. So this is the eliminator fixture between Sunrisers Leeds and Southern Brave. 2:15 start at the Oval, and then the Manchester Super Giants and the Sunrisers Leeds gets underway at 6. So Sports Extra listeners, that will be your cricket commentary a little bit later on this afternoon. This game's on Sports Extra 2 all day. It's on Lancs TV as well. Turned into the onside by David Bellingham, fielded at mid-wicket by Keaton Jennings. And there's no run. Yorkshire 76 for 2 at York against the Notts Outlaws in the other playoff game. Having lost Will Luxon and Adam Lythe. Will Benison 26 not out. Punched to mid-off by Bellingham, but for no run. And James Wharton, 2 batters together there for the Yorkies. 78 for 2 now. They're in the 15th over. Game being played at York, Clifton Park in York. Leicestershire and Middlesex are awaiting the winners of these 2 games for the semi-final on Sunday. Forced away by Bellingham. As far as Harris at mid-off. There's no addition to the score. 76 for 2. The way that Lancashire have tried just to check Durham's progress here. The last 5 overs, run rate has dropped down to just over 2 and over. Again, Bellingham on the front foot, meeting it and driving to mid-off, but no run. And 1 coming off the over. So this little spell between Balderson and Shetty has been just a tonic for Lancashire after a good start by Lees and McKinney. Captain George Balderson will be certainly happy. The last little passage of play has gone on. 17 overs in. 76 for 2. Durham electing to bat first. Shetty's going to have his 5th over on the bounce from the James Anderson end. Wind's just changed direction a little bit now. We can see the flags blowing a little bit more towards us. They've been quite strong across the ground, but just slight change in direction of the wind, so it's kind of almost blowing into the back of Shetty as he comes in from that pavilion end. Rhodes on strike, but they've removed the slip. And as Rhodes on the front foot drops it into the offside. Harry Singh's been pretty busy there. He's at short cover and the ball's been in and around his area for quite a lot of this match. This is in his direction too, but just to his right hand side of Tom Aspinwall-Fields. Again, there's no run. Fielders outside the circle for Lancashire. Deep backward square leg, long off, deep backward point. So just the 3. As Rhodes goes into it and pushes away, and again Singh fields. Again, there's no rump. Shetty to Rhodes, that's worked into the onside. Balderson's at mid-wicket. And there's no addition again to the Durham score. He's going to bring another man up inside the circle now, so they've just got 2 outside the field in circles, so there's only the deep point and deep square leg. And he wallops that back over the bowler's head, and that's going to be 6. Rhodes to 14. 82 for 1. Just bringing Bohannon up from the long off boundary. And Rhodes backs himself to sit a little deep and then muscle it back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce and over the advertising board, but all the way for 6. First boundary for a while, that. Shetty to Rhodes. They drop Bohannon back to long off, and Rhodes turns it to the leg side for a single. End of the over. 18 overs gone. 83 for 2. I think that's just the second boundary that Shetty has conceded since that 6 from his first delivery. Yes, it was, yeah. .83 for 2 to start the 19th over. It will be Balderson, right arm round the wicket. And, Rhodes tries to help it on its way down the leg side, but it just comes off his thigh pad. Umpire David Mills singles the leg by as it clips the thigh pad. Rhodes remains on 15. It brings Beddingham back on strike. Balderson from the Statham end. He's in for Lancashire. Beddingham works it out towards mid-wicket where Jennings fields, and there's no run. They've got the 4 fielders outside the circle here for Balderson to Beddingham. 3rd man, fine leg, deep square, deep point. Balderson sets off again. Beddingham meets it, just on the move, just leans into it and pushes away into the offside. Angles it out towards backward point where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. 84 for 2. Halfway through the 19th over. Balderson to Beddingham again. That's worked into the onside from Beddingham. Just takes a step across his stumps and tries to manoeuvre it through mid-wicket, but Jennings in position to field. Dot ball. Balderson comes over the wicket. And Beddingham on the front foot, trying to force it away. Drives up to Harris, who's at mid-off. And there's no run. Goes wandering out towards square leg and readjusts his gloves. Twirls the bat. Bohannon at the top of his mark. He's in again. That's cut. Nice stop from Bohannon at backward point. And there's no run, and that is the end of the over. Just that leg by coming off it. So good stuff from Balderson. This little sequence is going along nicely for Lancashire, but how long does Balderson keep it in play? Does he? At the minute, Shetty's still got 5 overs left, so he's probably happy for him to keep going for a little while longer. In fact, he does lob the ball to his young spinner. We've had 19 overs, Durham 84 for 2, Bedingham on 2, and Rhodes on 15.
Shetty has bowled 5 overs, 2 for 24. Going to continue from the pavilion end. Comes jogging in, and it's cut by Rhodes off towards deep backward point for 1 run. Picked up by Jack Blatherwick. Bedingham on strike now on 2, Rhodes on 16, Durham 85 for 2. Shetty comes right arm over to the right hander, that's turned away towards deep square leg to Blatherwick for 1. David Bedingham has played 15 tests for South Africa in the last couple of years. This is his 60th one-day game. 811 50s in this format. Rhodes is on strike. He looks to try and cut hard at that one, but doesn't time it well. He's gone off for a walk towards square leg as the ball goes out in the offside. Benningham's got 3 centuries for Durham, including his highest score, 152, and a 1-run win at Warwickshire in 2023. As Rhodes, the former Warwickshire captain, plays this one down to deep backward point for 1 to Blatherwick once more. Rhodes signing a new contract this week. Had mixed fortunes when he came to Durham last year from Warwickshire. He dropped out of the county championship side midway through the season due to poor form. As Shetty bowls to Bedingham, that's played up towards long on. But in terms of white ball cricket, particularly the one-day cup, he was the player of the year in the one-day cup competition last year, and has gone into this one in as Durham's leading run maker this season as well in this competition. Shetty now round the wicket to bowl to Rhodes. Rhodes with a little nudge towards point, goes for a quick single. I think generally he's things have improved for him since last year. It's the end of the over. There were 5 singles in it and a dot. 89 for 2 after 20. He's born in Nottingham. There were links to Cottingham. Played for Yorkshire, played for Warwickshire, and then came to Durham. Is Cottingham Humberside or somewhere?
Not sure.
I'm gonna have to look it up. I think it's Humberside. It's got a train station with quite a nice bridge. There's a McHugh hotel there as well. It is. It's not far from All.
Jack Blatherwick is coming into the attack for the first time, so I wondered how long Balderson will keep that little combination of Shetty and himself going. Bowled beautifully, 10 overs between them, and picked up a couple of wickets, but Balderson's spell comes to an end. 5 overs, 1 maiden for 9 for Balderson, and it will be Jack Blatherwick. The first time from around the wicket, angled in towards Will Rhodes. Punched down the ground, but for no run. 89 for 2. So into the 21st over of this Metrobank One Day Cup playoff match. Lancashire's 5th bowling option being used here from Jack Blatherwick. We just have a 6th option in Harry Singh as well. Off spinner. Tumbles over, and he's followed through there, Blatherwick, as Rhodes will jab it down the ground for a single. It moves on to 19. 90 for 2. Brings Bedingham back on strike. Facing Blatherwick for the first time. Fine leg third man, deep point and deep square. Jack Blatherwick comes over the wicket to the right hand of Bedingham. And, he does find a gap through the offside. Able to steer it through cover for a couple. Takes him on to 6, 92 for 2. Blatherwick from the Statham end moves in again. It's a little bit wide and it's cut. Actually, it's a no ball. He's overstepped. Good piece of fielding at backward point. It was a little short and wide, but it will be a free hit, this. And Jack Blatherwick overstepping, no ball. Could have been slightly more costly because he may feel he missed out a little there. But this is a free hit. I guess you can't change the field because the batters didn't cross, so it's as it was. Bedingham on 6. Blatherwick get out of this free hit. He's in and bowling. That's in the air and out towards deep backward square leg. One bounce and it's gone for 4. There's 2 fielders out there on the leg side bound, a fine leg and a deep square leg, and it left the bat. I wasn't sure.
Did you think it looked like he'd hit that properly there?
Yes, I didn't look like he did, and I thought maybe 1 or 2 of them might get round to cut it off.
It's very high up the bat, wasn't it?
Well, in the end, he's great between the pair of them. Flintoff couldn't, I think, was nearest to it, but he couldn't get round to stop it. So he went for 4. 2 balls remaining of the over. 8 coming off it so far. Just gets underneath Harry Singh as he tried to cut it off, but his dive at cover just take a little bit of the pace off the ball, so restricted to a single. Bedingham moves on to 11. The score moves on to 98 for 2. Brings a left-hander, Will Rhodes, on strike, so Blatherwick the ball round the wicket to Rhodes. Final ball of the 21st over. Blatherwick, he's in. And Rhodes with an angled bat. Just drops it down towards backward point, and again they scamper through for 1. So 10 coming off Jack Blatherwick's opening over, which included that free hit for the no ball. 21 overs gone. Durham have lost a couple of wickets. Lees and McKinney, the 2 men out, but they've got Bedingham and Rhodes. And they've got you-know-who still to come. 99 for 2. 21 gone. 29 remaining. In fact, we will now see another bowling change as Blatherwick heads towards his fielding position on the boundary. Kind of backward point. It will be Harry Singh. So they're going to continue with some spin from the Sir James Anderson end, but Shetty's 6 over spell, 2 for 29, comes to an end. So he's got 4 up his sleeve. I'm going to see Harry Singh for the first time today. Bit of a discussion going on before he comes to have a bowl.
Fielding positions being altered. There's a huge fly in our room here. Massive thing, that. Bit of off spin then from Singh, 22-year-old playing in his 19th one-dayer. He's got 10 wickets, best figures 4 for 27, which was I think last year's. This first ball from him to Rhodes is inadvertently played towards point. He was looking to push it through the leg side. 4 for 27 and 1 wicket home defeat by Middlesex last year. Made his one-day debut 2 years ago. He's bowling with his sunglasses on. He comes across in front of the umpire to bowl, bowling round the wicket from the pavilion end. That ball is just defended by Rhodes. His sunglasses are very reminiscent of the ones that Liam Travaskis used to bowl in a few years ago for Durham. Next ball is bowled and played by Rhodes out the deep point for a single, moves him on to 21, sorry. Durham reach 100 for 2 in 21.3 overs.
And he got to 50 in 8.5 overs.
Some sort of maths involved there somewhere, isn't there? But I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Slower,
It's all
second
just,
50.
Yeah, it's just numbers.
Looking,
Next ball cut by Bedingham down to short third man, no run there. Picked up by the fielder just down below our position, Marcus Harris. Singing again, and this is played by Bedingham back to the bowler. Seems to be a bit of a slowish pitch, this, with a little bit of uneven bounce. Batsman having to be quite watchful here. 100 for 2, last ball of the 22nd over, and Bedingham plays that down into the ground and it loops high back to the bowler. End of the over, just the 1 run from it, so he'd be more than happy with that. 100 for 2.
well, I was here on Tuesday for the 100 match, which was played on this pitch, and Sunrisers Leeds batted first, and they seemed to struggle quite a lot on it.
Do you get a good sunrise in Leeds?
You do. They were out for 127. And we're thinking, well, actually, maybe it's quite a tricky pitch to score. I mean, this is the team that has kind of Crawley and Brook and Mitch Marsh batting in their side. And then Manchester Super Giants came out and just walloped it around and won with 10 wickets to spare. So they didn't find it that difficult to bat on it. But the watching the way that the Leeds team batted on it on Tuesday, it looked quite tricky. There's Blatherwick from around the wicket to Rhodes, that's worked into the onside where Harry Singh fields, and there's no run. $100 for 2. Sun's back out. Yeah. Ground in full sunshine now. Chap Blatherwick from the Brian Statham end. Arrow straight approach as he's in and balls back of a length and dragged out towards the onside by Rhodes. Gathered by Tom Aspinwall on the square leg boundary. Rhodes to 22. Durham 101 for 2. Bedingham takes guard from umpire David Milnes. Settles into his crease. Blatherwick. He's in again to Bedingham. That'll be 1 at least, and just the single actually. Flintoff comes around to field from square leg. Bedingham moves to 12. 102 for 2. Check Blatherwick coming into this game on the back of some good runs actually at Somerset last week. I mean, didn't get a wicket in his short spell, But boy, did he get some runs. He made a big impact with the bat. He made 32 off just 10 balls. 4 sixes. To help Lancashire get to a score of 443, which was far too many for Somerset. And it was an emphatic win at Taunton, which significantly improved their net run rate to get them this home playoff match. And it's in the air from Rhodes. He might get away with it. He does. Drops short of Harris. He didn't fully commit to the shot, which might have helped him.
Sort of pulled out of it halfway through.
Just a single then for Rhodes. He's on to 23. 103 for 2. Blatherwick to Rhodes. That's a nice stop from Bailey at mid-on. Just trying to shovel the ball away off his hip, and Bailey tumbles away to his right to stop it. Just restricted to 1. One-handed too. I don't know what this is about. 1 for Bellingham. He moves on to 13. Final ball of the over. Blatherwick to Rhodes, clipped out to square leg for a single. Well, that's decent from Blatherwick. Good comeback. He bowled a no ball in his first over and went for 10, and his second over conceding just singles, 5 of them. So 5 off the over, 105 for 2. They're the bowlers that Lancashire have used. There's 6 options for captain George Balderson. No one's bowled through yet. Only Bailey and Balderson have bowled half of their allotted 10. Shetty's gone through 6, so he has 4 to come. We'll get an official drinks break at 25 overs, but a towel and a drink being brought out for David Bellingham and for Will Rhodes. Some of these fixtures, with the weather being so hot and the heat waves that we've had, they've had 2 official drink breaks in each innings at kind of over number 17 and somewhere in the 30s, but not quite as hot today as it has been in some of the other group games.
Yeah, looking at about 25, 26 today. Still silly numbers. 20's plenty. The fact that we're getting so many days in the 30s is ridiculous, isn't it? 105 for 2. Nearly at the halfway stage of this innings. 2 more overs to go. As Singh bowls to Rhodes. Rhodes dabs the ball away towards point for a single. So he's on 25. Bellingham on 13 on strike now. 106 for 2. Carl's emailed. He says, "Hi Martin, hope you're well and you had a good holiday. Will you be doing commentary on Sunday if Durham make it?" I will. And if they don't, then Scott will. And he'll be doing the Lancashire angle at Radlett. As a bowler comes in today, in bowls. That is a play and a miss there from Bellingham. I think that's gone through and hit the keeper on the pads, possibly.
He did, yeah.
It's quite tall, Singh. Comes in again and bowls. Bellingham on the back foot, plays the ball back to him. Looking at him on the TV screen, his sunglasses look completely black, but from up here there's a tint on them which gives it the impression he's got like a white frame around the top. Unless I'm just seeing things. Balls once more, and Bellingham slaps that way over mid-off for 4. Just bounced inside the ropes and has gone up to the Red Hotel. Durham move on to 110 for 2 in this 24th over. Just looking across towards Deangate in the city centre, the big tower, which used to stand out for miles, was the hotel. It's now surrounded by equally high towers. Got to be about 10 of them over there now. Skyline of Manchester's changed quite dramatically in recent years. Bowler comes in again, and then it's played back to him by Beddingham. Got one ball of this 24th over. I can't remember which heat wave it was, but are we on to number 5 and number 6 now?
Something
This,
like that, yeah.
But 5 Live had somebody on drive time a few weeks ago now. Must have been probably heat wave number 3. End of the over, 5 from it, 110 for 2, and they were interviewing a woman who lived in a tower in Manchester, and she said basically they were in one of the upper floors, and the whole of the building was just glass, and she said trying to keep cool in such a massive property when it was sort of 40 degrees inside because of you can't escape the heat with the glass. And she had a couple of cats and a baby as well. I'm thinking, what a nightmare. Probably nice views though, but not in those temperatures.
You think those buildings would have air conditioning, wouldn't
Well,
you?
you would, wouldn't you? Yeah. But
Being modern, being new. I mean, they've only been built in the last couple of years. Maybe air conditioning wasn't a thing that you thought about for Manchester, which is understandable. 110 for 2. Blatherwick round the wicket to Rhodes. Oh, he's mistimed that. It's a top edge. And Balderson takes the catch. Well, Lancashire's pressure, which they're building up here, has resulted in another wicket. Kind of set up from Balderson and Shetty's spell together. And now Singh and Blatherwick. And he's mistimed the pull shot, Rhodes. It's a top edge. Captain Balderson takes the catch. 3 down now, 110 for 3. Rhodes the man out. Went for the pull. Top edge barely got to mid-off.
looks like it's come off the toe, doesn't it? He's just not timed that well at all.
Might go for the drinks break here now because of the fall in the wicket. But drinks being run out as you'd expect with the wicket falling for the players. Umpires having a well-earned drink as well. It's going to be Ollie Robinson, so Ben Stokes still to come. Robinson comes out next. I've not seen much of Durham this season as to where Stokes has been batting, but in the last game he batted at 5. Match at New Road.
.41 added for that wicket.
In the first match of the One Day Cup, in the game which Stokes got an unbeaten century, he batted at 4. But still to come. Yeah, the players are taking a drinks break. 25th over of this game, 110 for 3. Durham.
Just looking for Robinson's highest score this year in a win at Hampshire, 64 not out. Got 43 in the defeat at Worcester the other day, and 37 in the home defeat by Middlesex. Players having a drink. If you want to get in touch, you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk. Do you do the emails or not?
Well,
that's a big no coming.
We do have an email
but
address.
You can't remember it.
Well, I can remember it. The problem is I can't access it. Can't get it. No.
Well, that's handy. So
it's an ongoing thing that we're trying to resolve for the course of the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, well.
So stick with Martin's.
Yes.
It's a better one than ours, because at least we can read them out.
Jamie in Glasgow's emailed. He says, "Morning, Marty. I thought you weren't back until the county championship returned." He said, "One sniff of silverware, that's you all over, that is."
You're the John Terry of county cricket.
Yeah. Well, basically, when a new deal was agreed between the ECB and the BBC last year, it was decided that the group stages of the One Day Cup wouldn't be covered by commentary teams because of funding. So they did say last year that we would cover the competition once the knockout stages began. Durham weren't in the knockout stages last year. In fact, this is the first time they've got there since they made the final in 2021. What happened with Lancashire last year? Can you remember?
They didn't get past the knockout, the group stages.
So
drinks break had back underway. Robinson's on strike, and that's a sharp ball that Blatherwick sends down first up to Ollie Robinson. Just bends his knees and sways back.
I was absolutely convinced the other day the last one-day cup game I covered was at Bristol at the end of the campaign in 2024, and when I looked at my notepad, that had actually been the year before, and the last one-day cup game I covered was a home defeat to Derbyshire in 2024, which I had very little memory of.
Blatherwick moves in, balls again, and left again.
But Durham looked set to get out of the group that year in 2024. Derbyshire, I don't think, could. And Durham had just beaten them in the T20 and put them out the T20, and then Derbyshire turned up at Chesley Street and won. I remember talking to Samit Patel before the match, and he said we owe them one for them putting us out of the T20, and duly delivered it.
110 for 3. Blatherwick comes over the wicket, balls. It's a top edge down to third man. It's gone for 4, and he's overstepped as well. So it's going to be a no ball, potentially a costly one, having seen it go for 4, plus the no ball, which will be a free hit. The score moves on to 114 for 3.
What a way to get off the mark. Shortish, wide ball. You know you can just clip it. There's nobody in the slips. Freebie.
As is this one, free hit. Blatherwick.
Oh, that's a wide.
It's down the leg side, so it's going to be a wide. It could be another free hit. 115. 4-3. Another free hit. Blatherwick in, short, and it will be caught down on the boundary, but being a free hit, he gets away with that.
I don't think a few people in the ground realised that there, did they?
A few cheers for the Lancashire fans thought may have been a wicket. Nice catch too by Marcus Harris, but doesn't count for much. 117 for 3. Blatherwick to Beddingham.
Shot.
Muscled that out towards the onside. That's going to be 6. Oh, the wicket off the foot, and it's another no ball.
What's going on here?
Another no ball.
What is going on here?
So he's gone for 6 this time off the no ball.
I wonder if the shot was as casual as it looked because he'd heard the shout, because it just looked absolutely effortless, that, didn't it?
By David Milnes has got the best view, obviously, for that no ball, but watching back on that replay, looked close, but anyway, it's been given. So 124 for 3. The over from Jack Blatherwick's point of view couldn't have started any better. And then a couple of balls later, he's got dot ball, and then it's been a bit of a battle since. Huge swing and a miss from Beddingham, and through to the keeper. Well, he's got 1 ball left of the over. You try and get through it without too much more damage done. 124 for 3.
It's going to be a 9-ball over.
.23 not out, David Beddingham. Oh, it's a no ball. He's hit it past Blatherwick. It's down the ground. It's gone for 4. And it's another free hit. This is going to be the 3rd in the over. And it's now 129, I think, for 3, once that's all totted up.
I'm having memories of John Hastings and that over at Leicester last year when he was playing in a veterans game. Kept bowling wides and no balls.
Such an odd over. It's wicket off the first ball. Dot second ball. Dot third ball. And it's been a battle since. Free hit number 3 of the over. This into Bedingham, and that's clubbed down the ground. Might just spin away towards the rope. No, Balderson will catch up with it. And they come back for 2. I've lost count, but I think that might be the over.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Tough one for Blatherwick. It started so well. It ends pretty nicely, though, that for Durham. They've moved their score onto 131 for 3. 25 overs gone.
10 ball over. When did Lancashire start wearing dark blue?
I think this had been the one-day kit for quite a few years now. Yeah, they had a green kit at one stage in the one-day cup.
It's got little flashes of red on the front, hasn't it? Yeah, Carl's wondering how we would go about getting to Radlett. Well, it involved driving down there from here, one of us. I might go halfway down tonight, I think, if Durham were to get over the line. Would you just do it tomorrow?
Aye.
$131 for 3. We are at the halfway point. 25 overs gone here on the BBC. Martin Emerson and Scott Reed with you. Durham chose to bat in this playoff match against Lancashire, and that ball, as Ollie Robinson attempts to cut it, whacks into the keeper from Singh's bowling. Singh in again, bowls. Robinson looks to sweep. It's hit his pad. There's an appeal, but I think that was outside the line of off stump. And he runs a leg by. Interesting arrangement of seat covers in the pavilion. Got a black side screen, and then they've got some black seat covers on some of the seats, but not all of them. The central section of the stand there, the front 4 rows have been left, so they're grey, and then the rows behind are black. As Singh comes in and bowls again. That skids through past the bat of Bedingham and into the gloves of Moores.
I think he's just kind of helping the side screen, isn't it? Just kind of part of the...
Yeah, but they obviously must decide that the players are not going to be looking down at those first 4 rows. Just sort of slightly higher up. Next ball's gone to mid-wicket, no run.
That's it for viewers on Lex TV. Was that the first 3 rows you can sit in, and the rest of them are all covered with black covers.
So somebody's had the job of individually putting a black seat cover on all of those seats. Next ball is bowled by Singh and played by Bedingham up towards long on for a single. So Bedingham on 30. Durham are on 133 for 3 with 1 ball left of the 26th over. Probably a nicer job than taking all the Toblerones in off the rope, because that must be back-breaking. Singh bowls again. A slog sweep from Robinson. It's up in the air, but it's going to be safe. Lands out into deep square leg territory. It's going to be quick coming back for the second here, but he gets there. Throw from the deep was a good one back to the keeper. End off the over. 4 runs in it in all. And Durham now 135 for 3.
Yeah, I'm going to give Jack Blatherwick a breather. He's going to be replaced, having had a few challenges in the previous over. They've got the 6th bowling option. I mean, they have in some games this season, Lancashire, gone with just 5 bowlers, so everyone's had to bowl, which I suppose is a little bit of a gamble if you have a situation like what Jack's just experienced there. But they've got the 6th option in this match with Harry Singh, so he's got the cushion, George Balderson, of having been able to Well, I mean, he wouldn't need to bowl Jack again if he didn't want to, but I'm sure he will come back. But he's got the option of having that little bit of cushion with the extra bowler. So Tom Aspinwall returns. 4 overs for 24. It was with the in the power play with the new ball. Fires one in full, and it's hammered down the ground by Beddingham.
Get after that.
Yeah, that was laced down the ground, wasn't it? Straight through past the stumps and all the way along the turf for 4. He did crunch that away. 139 for 3. Good work from David Milnes. Nice hip work there, just to get himself out of the way of that. Silky skills. Could be Strictly Come Dancing with movement like that, David Milnes. 39 for 3. Aspinwall goes back of a length this time to Beddingham. Doesn't get any bat on that, just loops off his thigh guard, so it's going to be a leg bite. Beddingham remains on 35. Lancashire are 140 for 3. Sorry, correction, Durham are 140 for 3. We're in the 27th over. Oh, hang on, that's the... I think he's damaged his keeping pad there. I think one of the strips has teared off at the back, yeah, so he needs a replacement keeping pad, as Joe Moores.
Needs to get that down the cobblers, get it stitched. So we have a delay. Greetings from a sun-kissed and sizzling Costa del Hartlepool, says Paul Wilson. Welcome back, hope the holiday went well. I'm working from home this week and should be with you for the duration, as I have a night off from watching a band, but back to normal tomorrow, and I'll be watching a Queen tribute called Queen UK at South Durham Social Club in Hartlepool. What a way to spend your weekend. Thanks for the email, Paul. Just a list of events that have happened on this day in the world of cricket and cycling. 1962, Ramiz Raja was born, Pakistan international. His brother Wasim played for Durham and for Whitburn Cricket Club in about 1980. Played with my dad. Who else is on this list? What happened on this day? Don Bradman played his last innings on this day in 1948. Got none. Remember where that was?
Edgbaston, wasn't it?
No, it was at the Oval.
Was it?
Yeah. I think, wasn't it right? If he'd got a run or something like that.
He'd have averaged 100.
Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Yeah. I was looking on the TripAdvisor the other day, just checking the hotels around here, and you know, I booked into the hotel in the ground last night, and one of the reviews was from a lady who said, I've just spent 2 wonderful days there celebrating my dad taking 19 wickets in a test match against Australia. And I was thinking, well, who's this? Didn't recognise the name. Looked it up last night. Jim Laker's daughter. Is that right? Was it Jim Laker?
He was, yep.
Resumption in play. Ball played out through the covers, 1 run. So, but she didn't say who her dad was, and I didn't know it offhand straight away. I mentioned it to William last night, and he said, well, it's Jim Laker then. So, yeah, so she was on a visit here recently, a celebration of her dad's playing career. This one's slightly over pitched and driven down towards mid-off by Beddingham, but no run. Aspinwall. 2 balls left of this over. That's a short one, which is played in a sort of relaxed manner by Beddingham. He pulls it, but he more or less sort of stiff arms it and waits for the ball to just glance off the bat and flick away down to long leg for 1. Gary Buckley's emailed. He says, on this pitch, what do you think a par score is? Aspinwall comes in again and bowls. The ball is pushed up towards mid-off. End of the over. Quite a long over with that delay for the keeper to change his pad. There were 7 runs from it. 142 for 3 now, Durham, after 27. I don't know what a par score would be. I will hand you over to our resident expert to my right. And Gary also asks, are you looking forward to FC Rennes tomorrow, while hopefully celebrating a Durham victory? Well, 2 things there. If Durham win, I'll not be at that game.
FC?
Rennes from France.
Okay, right.
If Durham don't win this one, then I might go to that game tomorrow.
You're going to go and watch FC Rennes?
Yeah, against Sunderland.
Oh, right, you're not going to France to
I'm not going to France
right,
tomorrow,
okay.
no.
Right.
I've cancelled that plan
Got you.
on account of the fact the match is taking place in England.
Yes.
So they played Lens last week in France. That was
Right.
a sellout, 30-odd thousand there.
142 for 3. Here's Harry Singh to start his 4th over. David Beddingham's on strike. Singh doesn't release the ball. He kind of went through with his action, but doesn't release the ball and dries his fingers on the ground. Spins the ball gently from one hand to the other. He's in to try again. Balls to Beddingham. That's punched through straight mid-on for a single.
Have the mighty Clarets begun their season yet?
They've played a League Cup game.
Yeah, that's a new
Yeah.
one, isn't it? Starting the season with the League Cup. How's that come
I
about?
have absolutely no idea.
I know it was Borough played Wrexham last Friday night, and it was a League Cup game rather than a league match. So the league starts tomorrow then, does it?
The league starts tomorrow.
Right.
Well, Burnley play on Sunday.
Who've they got?
West Ham.
Oh, the 2 relegated teams.
Yes,
who both played in claret and blue.
indeed.
An unlucky colour.
In comes Singh. Balls to Robinson. Step to the leg side, trying to force it through the offside. Gathered by Bolton at cover, and there's no run. 1-4-3 for 3. Oh, again, something doesn't quite feel right for Singh. He comes in. He's running across the umpire, diagonally across the umpire. He's off spin. Therefore, is round the wicket to Robinson. He's playing and missing. Taken by Moores. And there's no run.
Anyway, going back to Gary's question, what would be a good score on here, do you reckon?
Well, they would say saying is you double it after 30. Sings into to Robinson. That's eased off the hip. Away to backward square leg for a single. Say they're around about the 150 mark-ish after 30, then that would feel like a pretty good score on this pitch.
Yeah.
And a lot of runs to chase. Sing to Beddingham. Driven through the offside. George Bell's back out there as a 12th man. Someone's off the field for a moment.
Benningham's actually only played in 2 games in this competition so far. A score of 38. He's currently, well, he's equalled that today now.
Yeah, 38 off 45. So he's played a nice tempo too, hasn't he? Sing to Robinson. Just nudged away through mid-wicket for a single. Doing a decent job here for Lancashire. Harry Singh. Is that 4 overs for 13?
Yeah.
That's excellent. The spin from that top end, Shetty and Singh, between them have sent down 10 overs for about 30. So that's a fine effort from the 2 spinners. 28 overs gone. Durham 146 for 3. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. Pictures across Lancs TV. Commentary carried across the BBC on Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app as well.
Aspinwall with a new over, and that's guided down to 3rd man by Ollie Robinson for 1. Down towards the point building. So Robinson's on 11 from 14, and Beddingham now on strike. 38 from 45. 1-4-7 for 3 in the 29th over. Here in Stretford, aren't we? Stretford's technically.
Aye.
Isn't it? Yeah. It's the local district council, isn't it? Is that the town hall across the road?
That's Trafford Town Hall.
Trafford Town Hall. comes in. Played away through mid-wicket by Bedingham 4-2. Nearly at the 150 mark, Durham. 149 for 3 now, Bedingham on 40. Aspinwall is bowling his 6th over, none for 34 so far. Comes in right arm over. Oh, an inside edge from Bedingham as he looks to drive. He's played it off his front pad and it's come to rest right on the edge of the crease. Keeper's straight up there to grab the ball. The numberless keeper and nameless keeper. They need to get him to the club shop and get some stickers on his back. Maybe they've run out of O's. Aspinwall comes in again. Past the umpire and bowls. Bedingham drives back past the bowler. He goes down on one knee, but he can't stop it. That's away for 4. Back down to our end of the ground. Nice drive. And that's the 150 up for Durham. 153 for 3 after 28.4 overs. There's some maths in there somewhere.
That you're not willing to commit to. Let's have a look.
Well, what were they? They were 50 after 8.5 and then 100 after 21.3. So they've got the next 50 on the board in 7 overs, 7.1 overs. Aspinwall again to Bedingham, another drive. It's stopped by the bowler this time, he managed to get a hand on it. Ball just rolls past the stumps very gently at the bowler's end.
Unfortunately for Jack Blatherwick, 36 of those 50 runs have come off his 3 overs.
Including the 10 ball over?
It was, yeah.
10 ball over? No?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
Bowler in again, and this time driven by Bedingham out towards deep cover for 1. Fielded out there by said Blatherwick with his back to the temporary stand. They got, is there any international matches coming up here in the near future?
There is. There's a T20 international at some point in September.
Right. They haven't had a test this year, have they?
No. But a T20 international against India.
Yeah.
Obviously World Cup games, women's T20 World Cup fixtures and all that jazz, plus the 100 games and the blast fixtures. But yeah, not the. I mean, the temporary stand that's been built here, as you've seen it previous years, has been an absolute monster, hasn't it? But that's kind of like his little baby brother compared to what we've had in previous seasons. 154 for 3. Bedingham is on 45. He's played very nicely here of 50 deliveries. And looking to add to it here, he'll just take a single. Plenty of bottom hand as he clips it away in towards the onside for 1 run. He moves on to 46. Took his time to get going, had to absorb a bit of pressure the way that Balderson and Singh were bowling in that little spell together, but he's caught up and then some here. Robinson comes down the pitch, and that's, for a moment it's in the air, but it's bouncing well short of Flintoff, who's right at the edge of the circle at mid-off. No run. 155 for 3. Singh to Robinson. That's a wide down the leg side. Plus it'll run away. Can barely catch up with it. Down towards the boundary. He has done. He has stopped it going for 4 wides. Actually run 3 there, did they? Yes, they did. 3 wides. 159 for 3, Durham, into the 30th over. David Bedingham, 46 not out. Waits for Singh, comes over the wicket to Bedingham. Content to take a single through mid-on. Who's out there for Lancashire? It's Josh Bohannon coming up from the long-on boundary. Bellingham moves to 47, and that's a 50 partnership as well. Of 35 balls. Singh to Robinson, and he meets it on the full and hammers it over long off, and that might be 6. It is. He was trying to play something similar at the start of the over. This time he does make nice sweet contact with it. Bang back over Flintoff's head. Just enough on it. That's Flintoff singles there. But it's gone over the rope for 6. So Robinson moves on to 17. And now Durham 166 for 3. It's beyond the reach of Shetty, who tries to come across to his left from short straight mid-wicket. So a single for Robinson. He moves on to 18, 167 for 3. Got 1 ball left of the over. Look at what's happening at York in the other playoff game in a moment. Sings into Beddingham. Play back to Lancashire's off-spinner. Dot ball to end the 30th over here at Old Trafford. 167 for 3. Beddingham on 47. Robinson is unbeaten on 18. You have 20 overs remaining with 7 wickets in hand as well. Yorkshire are 157 for 2 in their playoff game or quarter-final game against the Notts Outlaws. That's after 29 overs. So Will Benison is 67 not out, and James Wharton 43 not out. So a good partnership between Benison and Wharton. Yorkshire 157 for 2. Aspinwall goes for the Yorker, dug out by Robinson on the bounce back to the bowler. And there's no run. That's 30 overs gone in that game at Clifton Park in York in the other playoff match today. For our listeners via BBC, that game's on Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds. 167 for 3. Here's Aspinwall, right arm over, in and bowls back of length to Robinson. That's angled to backward point. Well, there's a run-out chance. In fact, Beddingham's pretty much given up. Throw comes in from Bohannon. How close was that? If he hits, he's gone. Beddingham had given up any hope, I think, of making it through. Yeah, he's well gone. If he hits, he didn't. Beddingham survives. Back on strike, Aspinwall bustling in. Short ball to Beddingham. Rocks back and guides it down to Flintoff at fine leg. Moves on to 48, 169 for 3. Partnership is worth 59 between these two. It's come off just 41 deliveries. There's been one ball pulled out towards mid-wicket by Robinson. He moves to 20. Score ticks along by the addition of 1 run. 170 for 3. Brings David Beddingham back on strike. Aspinwall with his shadow following him. In and balls. Driven away through the offside. Beddingham moves to 49. Score moves on to 171 for 3. With 1 ball left to the 31st over. Aspinwall will have 3 left after this one. He's in. It's a good short ball. Nicely dug in. and through to the keeper. Good way to end it. 19 overs left for Durham. 171 for 3. Bedingham is a run away from 50. Robinson is unbeaten on 20. He wants to change of gloves. Both batters actually changing gloves. 19 overs to go. Wickets that have fallen, the 3 of them. Alex Lee's first to go, bowled by Araf Shetty for 29. McKinney hitting out and being caught by Flintoff for 35 off Shetty. And then Rhodes, again mistiming a shot which was top-edged and caught by Balderson off Blatherwick. At that stage, the score was 110 for 3 after 24 overs. Now 171 for 3 after 31. It'll be Harry Singh from the Anderson end. Bedingham turns it out to square leg. And through for a single and gets himself a 50. His first in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this season for Durham. Politely acknowledges the applause from his teammates and the crowd. He'll feel as though he wants to be batting the bulk of these remaining 18 overs, and if he does so, still with Stokes to come, could be helping his side into a strong position here. But 50 off 56 deliveries, 5 4s and 1 6. Robinson resists temptation to come skipping right down the pitch, and in the end just cuts it out to backward point for 1. He moves on to 21 not out. 172 for 3. Singh comes over the wicket, balls. Bedingham off the back foot, just jabs it away into the offside. And Flintoff fielding, 1 more for Bedingham. Takes him to 51 not out. 174 for 3. Wind just picks up a fraction as Singh started, then stopped. Goes back to his mark. In fact, they're just going to change the field here. Tom Aspinwall is dropping back to deep backward square leg, and mid-off is coming up. So there's a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg and deep backward point. Robinson shuffling right back into the crease. Cuts the ball square to Jennings. Robinson moves to 22. Score moves on to 175 for 3. Brings Bedingham. We just got to 50. Back on strike. Singh in balls. Bedingham standing tall in the crease and then drives it down the ground for 1. He moves to 52. It's now 176 for 3. 1 ball left of the 32nd over. Robinson on 22 not out. Singh spins the ball from one hand to the other, in and balls, and down the pitch comes Robinson and gets a little bit of good fortune. Tries to whip it into the onside. The inside edge, I think, back onto perhaps his pad, and it deflects away down towards short fine leg. Just a good bit of good fortune. The ball didn't in the end deflect towards the keeper with a potential stumping chance, but he does get a single. So that's 32 overs gone for Durham, batting first here in the Metrobank One Day Cup playoff fixture for the right to take on Middlesex at Radlett on Sunday in the semi-final. Durham 177 for 3 after 32 overs. Bedingham on 52, Robinson on 23. Just a reminder again for our radio listeners on Sports Extra, as we see George Balderson returning for another spell. And he went for 9 runs from his first 5 overs. From 2 o'clock we'll bring you coverage from the Oval of the women's eliminator game in the 100 between Sunrisers and Southern Brave. That's from 2:15 on Sports Extra. The men's match between Manchester Supergiants and Sunrisers is from 6. This game will continue across Lancs TV and on Sports Extra 2 and on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Balderson's in to Robinson, who defends towards the onside, and there is no run. And whoever wins this fixture between these two sides, game on Sunday at Radlett, is an 11 o'clock start, and you'll find coverage via BBC Sport website and app, as well as the respective live streams. As Balderson's in, that's up and over the top from Robinson, clears mid-off. Blatherwick gets round, pushes the ball back, excellent from Blatherwick. He saved a couple of runs there for his side. Good work from Jack Blatherwick. He was determined there, wasn't he, to try and get round. Tough day with the ball, which can happen, of course. But doing his bit here with the field, he's got so much ground to make up. In comes the dive, pushed away from the rope. It's in the air, but stopped by Aspinwall at mid-off. It just went to the left of Balderson as it was driven by Robinson. There's no run. And of course, the other semi-final on Sunday will be from Grace Road, where Leicestershire Foxes will take on the winners of Yorkshire against Nottinghamshire. Balderson in and balls chipped down the ground from full-length delivery, headed by Bailey at long on. Through for a single. And then on Thursday, it is the return of the County Championship. 6 weeks of County Championship games to be played. Starting on Thursday, Lancashire are here against Northamptonshire. Durham are at Derbyshire. With the title and with promotion and relegation to be determined in those final 6 weeks. Down the leg side from Balderson, so a wide signal from umpire David Milnes. Score moves on to 181 for 3. Coverage of those championship matches, again by the usual method. Balderson to Beddingham. Let's punch through mid-on for 1. Bailey down below his fields. Through they go for a single. 182 for 3. Balderson over the wicket, just going back is Robinson and pushing into the offside. Ball from Balderson just coming back into Robinson. A defensive push to point. End of the over. 33 overs gone. It's 182 for 3. Overs to go. The final of this competition's until September. It's scheduled again for Trent Bridge. Taking place on Sunday the 20th of September. Sing to go again, over number 7 for him. Balls to Beddingham. Beddingham cuts through the offside, out towards Jennings at deep extra cover. Beddingham to 54. Score moves on to 183 for 3. Brings Ollie Robinson on strike. Sing to Robinson, hit back over the bowler's head. He didn't quite get the full connection he was hoping for. Bohannon comes up from long on boundary, so just the 1 run for Robinson. He's on to 27 now, 184 for 3. Brings Bedingham back on strike. Just retakes his guard from the umpire. Sing in, something with a bit of extra pace, flat and quick to Bedingham. That's driven up towards mid-on for 1 run. Takes him to 55 not out, 185 for 3 now. Halfway through the 34th over. Sing's bowled, or will do, 7 on the spin. Robinson might get 4 here. He stepped down the pitch and has flashed it away through the offside. He does reach the boundary. Jennings is behind point on the offside, out towards the boundary rope. That went in front of square, and it's worth 4 runs. You can see Jennings on the screen there for our viewers. Couldn't quite get round to cut it off. So 4 for Robinson. He's on to 31. 189 for 3. And 4 again. Robinson on the walk towards the bowler. This time it's driven away through wide mid-off. So back-to-back boundaries as Durham try and push things along a little quicker here. Run rate's back over 5.5 and over. Robinson's up to 35 not out. And the score now 193 for 3. Partnership up to 79. Ball left of the over. They're going to forcing field changes here. Going to strengthen the offside. So there's a Bailey, who was at short fine leg, is now being positioned at backward point, and Jennings, who was at deep backward point, goes to deep extra cover with a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket as well. Sing to Robinson, and Robinson push it away into the offside, but it's good from Sing. Can't get that one away. Just bounces into the offside for no run. End of the over, and that is 34 overs gone. Durham are 193 for 3. 83 run partnership between David Bedingham and Ollie Robinson, with 16 overs remaining.
It's been a good stand from these two. Got a little bit tricky for Durham for a spell, didn't it? About the time they lost McKinney, and then Rhodes came in and put 41 on with Bedingham, and now Robinson's continued out there with Bedingham as well. Young academy graduate called Stokes probably coming in next. Maybe Ackerman.
Yeah, quite a bit of firepower still to come here, isn't there, for Durham?
Here's Balderson, right arm over from the Statham end. That's flicked away off the legs by Bedingham, down to a long leg for 4. Here's 1-2. 59 or 63. He's gone off the screen now. What's he on?
59, I think.
59. It's Durham 197 for 3. Yeah, he's on 59. 6 fours he's hit so far. Next ball strays towards leg stump. It's played a short mid wicket to Jennings. No run there. Beddingham's 50 earlier, coming in 56 balls, 5 fours and a 6. I think the 6 was off a free hit, wasn't it? Or it was a no ball anyway. Bowler in once more. Beddingham turns his out through to deep mid wicket for a single. Shot him on 60. These two came together with a score on 110 for 3 in the 25th over. That was when Rhodes was out for 25. Caught by George Balderson off the bowling of Jack Blatherwick. It was the start of an over that went massively awry and ended up being a 10-ball over because of no balls and wides and free hits and whatnot. Balderson in again, and this is dragged away down to long leg by Ollie Robinson for 1. Robinson on 36 now. Beddingham back on strike on 60, and we have 2 balls left of the 35th over of the 50, and Durham are 1 run away from 200. 199 for 3.
Yeah, George Balderson here could do with a wicket here for Lancashire. They may look back towards potentially Shetty, look the most threatening of the bowlers so far today.
Ball comes in, it's gone down the leg side. They're reclaiming a court down the leg side. The umpire David Milnes has got his arms out because it's a wide.
Yep, he didn't think he hit it, did he? Be a bit of kidology from George Balderson, or perhaps he genuinely thought he'd just found a little bit of bat. That brings up the 200 actually. That's that wide. 200 for 3.
It's 200 for 3, 34.4 overs. Whoa, get after that one. That's gone onto the train line. Wallop. That's quite nice, that, wasn't it? It's hit the top of the wall, shot away, hit the top of the seat, shot back forwards and landed on the top of the fence. What's those machines, like a pinball machine?
It was, it sounded like one, didn't it?
You got 400 points there.
It did. Won a teddy bear. It's a big hit, isn't it?
Yeah. And the boundary rope's probably about 20 yards in from that corner of the ground to our right, and he's planted it into the middle of the stand. So Beddingham now on 66 for that big effort. 1 ball left of the over. Balderson in, and Beddingham just plays that defensively. It rolls all the way down the field to long on for a single. So he'll keep strike as well on 67, and that's the end of the 35th over. 207 for 3.
Yeah, I think he might be going to Shetty here. They need a wicket. And Shetty has been has looked the most threatening of the Lancashire bowlers. He's going to turn back to his off spin. He's got 4 overs left. He needs this little bowling change to work here. There's George Balderson working out his bowling permutations. Still has Jack Blatherwick to go back to, but he doesn't necessarily need to because of that 6th bowling option that Harry Singh brings. Well, he's got 5 overs left for the bowling figures. Aspinwall's got 3. Shetty's now going to start his 7th, so he'll have 3 after this one. Balderson has only gone for 28, so he's been the most economical of the bowlers, but he's down to 3 remaining. So there's a few issues to be and problems to be addressed. Decisions to make. Here's Shetty in and bowls. Played on the bounce back towards him by David Beddingham, and there's no run.
About an hour of this innings to go then, isn't there, with 15 overs left. Perhaps slightly less with the spinner on, but be looking at maybe 20 past 2 for the close of this innings. Ooh, that was in the air, wasn't it?
I think it was. He's kind of one-handed got something on it, Shetty. The way to his right.
It was low, but it was travelling.
Yeah, the cut-off time is 2:36 for the innings.
Be on the sandwiches by then.
Robinson's waiting for Shetty. He's in and bowling. It's an inventive way to find runs, and he's found 4 of them over his shoulder, over the keeper. He's done ever so well to be able to engineer that down to fine leg for 4. Try and watch it from front on here on the replay. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's terrific. Gets his head out the way, paddles it over his shoulder. Excellent from Robinson. That's the century partnership as well. 102 from 71 balls. Shetty to Robinson. Down the pitch he comes. It's in the air. It might just fall short of ban, and it does. Doing all he can to try and catch up with that ban and get into position. He had to put the dive in. Not sure if he got fingertips to it or not, but it was, I think, in the end, just short. Back over the bowler's head. Maybe just got a little bit of the fingertips to it, but he couldn't. Certainly couldn't take the catch. It's a nice shot from Bedingham this time, up and over mid-off, and that'll bounce out towards the rope. Scooped back by Flintoff, and they come back for 2. Score to 215 for 3. The Wasp predicted score is at the minute 324. Shetty's into Bedingham, and Bedingham clubs it over mid-off. 1 bounce and 4 this time. Bedingham to 74 not out. 219 for 3. 36 overs gone. Durham are in a really strong position here with still plenty of batting to come.
Well, the 4th wicket partnership record for Durham against Lancashire in one-day cricket was actually set last year, and it was Ollie Robinson who was one of them, along with Will Rhodes. They put on 127 for the 4th wicket at Egbert in Liverpool. So that's the target for these two now. So they came together with a score of 110 for 3, and it's now 219 for 3. Interestingly, the 3rd wicket is a tie twice, and it's not that big actually. Twice Durham have made 93 runs. So the 3rd wicket, 1993, and then in 2007, Collingwood and Coulter.
Bowling changes. Bailey for Balderson.
Bailey into the attack, and it's driven by Robinson. He didn't quite get hold of that. He was in the air for a moment or two, but it fell short of a wide mid-off in the end. Wickets to go so far, 2 for Shetty, 1 for Blatherwick. Bailey coming in now past the umpire from our end of the ground, right arm over, that's right on middle stump. It's played back downfield though by Bedingham nicely. He'll get a single, it runs all the way down towards the boundary below us. Bailey's taken 9 wickets in the tournament so far this season. His 2nd career after he was part of the Thompson twins. Beat pop combo of the early 80s. 221 for 3. Comes in and bowls. Short one. It's up in the air, and Robinson's going to get away with this one. He's gone for cow corner, and the ball plugs right in the deep. He'll get 2. It's fielded in the end by George Bell. 3 fielders converging on that area. Quite get hold of it as well as you was hoping there, Robinson. I think it's come a little bit high off the bat. Otherwise, had he middled it, it would have gone for 6. The sun shines between the clouds. So Bailey comes in again and bowls, and Robinson back into his crease, just pushes the ball defensively out towards the offside. No run there. Don't know what your experiences were of the eclipse the other day, but we were in the car park at the BBC in Newcastle, and just at the big moment, this massive cloud came in and obscured the view of everything. It was a complete and utter anti-climax. Bailey comes in and he bowls, and that was going down the leg side, and it's helped on its way by Robinson for 4 down towards fine leg. Durham now 227 for 3 with 1 ball left of this 37th over here on the BBC. Joint commentary with you today, BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Newcastle. Bailey comes in and bowls, and that is just a defensive push to the offside once again from Robinson, and that is the end of the over. 8 runs from it. Durham 227 for 3 after 37 overs. So Beddingham is on strike. He's on 75, and Robinson at the other end on 48. Robinson's best score this competition this year, 64 not out in the win at Hampshire in Southampton on the 2nd of August, so 12 days ago. Whoever wins this will be on the motorway tomorrow down to Radlett to play Middlesex in the semi-final on Sunday. Shetty bowls, Beddingham lets that just glide off the face of his bat as he guides it down towards the 3rd man boundary for 2. So he's on 79, Durham. Or is he already? They've already put the runs on the board. He's on 77, 229 for 3. Shetty comes in and bowls again. Beddingham plays this up through mid-wicket for 1 run. So that's him on 78. So we've got we've got 4 balls left of this over, and then 12 overs to come. This is Shetty's 8th over. 2 for 44 so far. In and bowls. Robinson drives, but he's found the fielder at mid-off. No run there, right on the discs. Shetty's going to switch sides now. He's going to come right arm round from the pavilion end to Robinson. Robinson looks to play the ball through the leg side. It's flicked his pad on the way. A bit of a yelp from the bowler, but nothing doing. 2 balls left of this over. Shetty in and bowls. Robinson has cleared the fielder at mid-off on the discs, and it's away for 4. Rocky Flintoff, the fielder there, leapt into the air, but it was way above him. Robinson moves on to 50, 52, 44 balls, 6 fours and a 6. Next ball is played down towards 3rd man, wideish 3rd man for 1, and that is the end of the over. So 3, 7, 8 from it. 2, 3, 5 for 3 the score. Start of a new over, and the ball heads down towards the boundary, just down to our left-hand side. 2-3-7 for 3. Robertson with 2 runs there off Bailey. Hitting that one down towards long off. Comes in again and bowls, and a little ramp, and that's away for 4, way over the keeper and way down towards the pavilion. Just picked it up, a fraction short of a length, just wide of off stump. Comes in again, and he's tried another little ram shot there. He's missed that one. It was going down the leg side. I don't know if connection to it or not, but no wide was signalled. Just having 1 or 2 technical issues in terms of our radio listenership. The line apparently has dropped out, so Scott's trying to reconnect. Bailey comes in the bowl to Robinson, who again tries the ramp shot, and this time nearly drags it onto his stumps. It's ball's come backwards at him and hit his foot, and ended up coming to rest around about the stump area, but not making contact with the timber. Bowler comes in again now. Shortish ball pulled out through deep mid-wicket by Robinson for a single. They've now broken the partnership, these two, for the best 4th wicket stand for Durham against Lancashire, which was 127 made last year, so it's now 132. And that is a dot ball to end the over as the ball thuds into the thigh pad of David Bedingham. 7 from it, 2 for 2 for 3 then, with 11 overs to go. So Shetty is at the far end and is going to bowl his 9th over, 2 for 49 so far. Run rate for Durham is somewhere on the board, I can't see it anymore. Cut-off time is 1:38. That's slapped away by Robinson, wide of long off for 4. Next ball is going to be bowled in a mo. 2 for 6 for 3 then Durham, 39.1 overs. The cut-off time, sorry, is 2:36. The current time is 1:39. So the scoreboard comes back on, and this one is played by Robinson into the cover area, no run there. Shetty comes in, right arm round. Robinson drives at that one, it's over Flintoff, it's 4 more. Flintoff's on the discs at mid-off, and it's away up to the hotel boundary, to the right of the pavilion. And at the minute, this is going so well for Durham. It is plain sailing. Run rates around about 6.5. In the last 5 overs, they put on 50. Expensive spell from Lancashire's point of view at the moment. Shetty comes in again, bowls. Robinson drives the ball along the floor to the covers, no run. Are we back on?
Not yet, but we're getting there.
Well, it's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress, yeah.
In comes Shetty once more. Reverse sweep from Robinson. Lobs it over the top of the covers and away to the boundary for 4. Nice shot. Strong wrists. Well, it goes without saying, Lancashire desperately need a wicket now, because this is running away from them.
It is.
And what looked like a difficult track to bat on earlier, it's looking like an absolute corker now. Shetty comes in again and bowls. And another drive from Robinson. Players on the offside are all on the discs, and that's away for 4 more. Straight through the covers. Shetty's starting to get rather expensive now. That's 4 fours in that over. The over comes to an end. There's 10 left. Durham at 258 for 3. And what this also does is, whoever comes out next for Durham as we go into the final 10 overs, if it's Stokes, he's got free rein here, hasn't he? Because they've given themselves a nice platform now. Come and just play
They have that.
a free roll as the camera pans in on him. It's him and Colin Ackerman both on the balcony with their pads on just down below us. At this Brian Statham end.
Terrifying prospect from a Lancashire point of view, isn't it? Stood there waiting for his turn with 10 overs to go, and what a based platform to come out and have a bat up. We're welcoming back listeners across the BBC on Sports Extra and on the BBC Sport website and app as well. 10 to go for Durham. They're 258 for 3. 10 overs left. David Bellingham's on 78. Ollie Robinson's on 76. Partnership is worth 148. It's Tom Bailey for Lancashire from the Brian Statham end. Balls, that's flashed away by Beddingham. It's not quite where he was aiming for, but it squirts away down to deep backward square leg for 1 run.
Just looking through the binoculars at the varying balconies of the 2 hotel buildings, and there's of the people who are sitting out enjoying the match in the sunshine, there's quite a lot of them got Durham tops on.
They're watching Bailey to Robinson. Slow ball. Has he got enough to clear mid-off? Balderson takes the catch. They've been wanting that for an age of Lancashire, but they have broken a brilliant partnership. It's a fantastic platform for probably Ben Stokes to come out next. With Durham now 259 for the loss of 4 wickets, but he's played his part superbly, Robinson. 76 off 57 deliveries and 149 run partnership between Robinson and Beddingham eventually comes to an end. Certainly a shot for the team, isn't it? Looking to try and hit out an attack. Didn't quite get the contact he was wanting, and the clearance over mid-off, but he's done his bit. And what a platform here for Ben Stokes to come out. It's a fantastic reception too from the supporters inside the ground. A standing ovation, in fact, for Ben Stokes from quite a few of the Lancashire supporters and Durham supporters who've made the journey.
Do you think he might be more popular than perhaps the management team at the ECB among the spectators?
Probably.
Called it a hunch. 40.2 overs. Who took the catch there?
George Balderson.
George Balderson.
.259 for 4. So Stokes comes out with well, a licence to thrill if he can. 9.4 overs. Strides out to the middle.
Who was that? Was that Roberta Flack? Was a License to Kill, wasn't it? It was a James Bond theme tune.
Well, he's doing his best. 007 here is Ben Stokes. Not a licence to kill, well, a licence to thrill. Certainly got a licence to hit it. 259 for 4, though. Predicted score at the minute is pushing up to 350. But it can change. Here's Bailey from around the wicket to Ben Stokes. And he takes a single. Works it through mid-on for 1. Stokes off the mark with that. So 260 for 4. In this Metrobank playoff fixture between Lancashire and Durham. And the other game, Yorkshire, are 207 for 5. So they've lost a couple of quick wickets there, but 207 for 5 after 39. Bailey comes back over the wicket to David Bedingham. Short ball, which Bedingham drags out towards square leg. It was short with pace off from Bailey. Ball lobbed in from the square leg boundary by Flintoff. Bedingham moves on to 80, 261 for 4. Brings Stokes back on strike. 2 balls left of the 41st over. Bailey to Stokes, down the ground, back over the bowler's head and all the way over towards his balcony for 6. Stokes emphatic for 6. He moves to 7. Lancashire will feel they might see quite a bit of that from Ben Stokes. Durham are hoping that's the case. 267 for 4. And 6 over long off. I think it hit somewhere on the Durham balcony and then bounced back down. Final ball of the over. There's Bailey. In and balls. Stokes off the pads, just clips it away to the leg side for a single. And he keeps the strike as well. Well, there are 9 overs left. And, well, who knows where these 9 overs may take us. If that shot from Stokes and the way that Beddingham's batted is anything to go by, then we could see a bit of brutal batting from these two. 268 for 4.
Ryan Campbell was on Radio Newcastle last night, previewing this game on our Total Sport show, talking about Will Rhodes' new contract, and he said he's been busy working on a lot of contract stuff because Marcus North, the director of cricket's now with England, so they haven't replaced him as yet. And he said there's a couple more big announcements to come shortly, so you'd imagine a new deal for Ben Stokes would probably be one of them, who Durham weren't expecting to see, were they? And he's packed in with England and just decided to come back and play club cricket instead and enjoy himself. Here he is on strike to Shetty. He plays his first ball out through the covers for 1 run. So it's an interesting one from a club point of view, because balancing the books when you've got a player who's a centrally contracted England player who you don't see much, and then suddenly he's yours again out of the blue. You've got to juggle how that all works from a financial point of view. He seems to be enjoying himself anyway.
Yeah, it was some introduction to the competition for him, wasn't it? Century in the first game.
Yeah. This next ball is up to long on for 1 from Bedingham. So Bedingham on to 81. Stokes on 9 is now on strike. 8.4 left to go. 41.2 gone. 270 for 4 the score. Durham chose to bat. Tim Singleton says it was Gladys Knight, not Roberta Flack. Shetty comes in and bowls. And just a little defensive shot from Stokes there. Goes back into his crease and just plays the ball gently out to the leg side. No run. So Shetty's got 3 balls left of his 10 overs. Comes in again, right arm round. And Stokes just plays that beyond his grasp and up towards long off for a single. Takes him on to 11. Mr. F.H. Bear, is the weather still canning back in England? Remember, 20's plenty. Mr. Bear was inquiring last week how many bears we'd seen in the mountains. 3 was the answer in the end. Next ball from Bedingham is flicked away out through mid-wicket along the floor for 1. We did go to this area last week where all of the trails were closed off. There was warning signs. Bears, beware bears, no mountain biking here, no walking there. Carry bear spray, do this, do that. We never saw a thing.
That's a good thing though, isn't it?
Eh? Well, no, because we were in the car. We weren't going to leave the car, but we went to that area specifically to look for bears.
Oh dear.
But we didn't find any. I suppose it's a bonus not being a bear's lunch. But
I think it probably is.
yeah. Next ball is played away by Stokes for 1, and that's the end of Shetty's 10 overs as well. So 10 overs, 2 for 70. He had Durham in a spot of bother earlier on, but they've got motoring again since then.
Yeah, they have. He's done his bit there, hasn't he, Shetty? 2 for 70 to say from his 10.
No maidens. Now Bailey's only got 2 overs left. He's taken 1 for 51 from 8 overs. 1 maiden so far for him.
Yeah, he's held himself back as George Balderson, so he's still got 3 up his sleeve. Aspinwall's got 3 up his sleeve, so there's 8 to go. 6 of those 8 could be bowled by Balderson and Aspinwall if he wants. He's got Harry Singh still as well. It's going to be Balderson to come back. He's been the most economical of the Lancashire bowlers. 7 overs, 1 maiden for 28. But those figures are going to be tested here at the death with Ben Stokes on strike and with Bedingham at the other end, and with Ackerman waiting in the wings to come as well. So he brings Rocky Flintoff up from the 3rd man boundary. So he has a long on and a long off, deep extra cover, deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. Balderson around the wicket, Ben Stokes on strike. Ooh, he's asking for the LBW. That nips back in and hits him probably somewhere on the thigh guard, isn't it? As it bounces down to Flintoff at short 3rd.
Tim says, good afternoon from a muggy and thankfully smoke-free Saddleworth. A balmy 26 degrees today compared to 36 yesterday. And with Stokes just coming into bat, it looks like we will be chasing quite a target.
Well, the predicted target is north of 340 as it stands. Balderson. Oh, it's a full toss. Stokes hits it down the ground and caught! Harris takes the catch. Would you believe Stokes is out hauling down the ground off a full toss? What a bonus that is for Lancashire. Stokes departs for 11. Marcus Harris takes the catch. Balderson dismisses Stokes, and that is Lancashire breathing a huge sigh of relief. Stokes has gone for 11, 273 for 5, 11 off 9, but he's gone to a Balderson full toss, slapped it down the ground. Harris makes no mistake.
He didn't quite get hold of it, did he? Because initially as it left the bat, I'm thinking that's coming towards us, but then as you watch the arc of the ball, I was thinking actually it's not even going to be a 6, it's going to be a 4, and then suddenly from underneath the camera gantry Marcus Harris appeared, and that was the end of that. Short and sweet.
Yeah, short and sweet indeed. And he could tell watching that viewers on TV, on Lex TV, he knows, isn't he? As soon as it's left the back and his head just leans to the right, and he's like, oh, I don't think I've got enough on that. Harris comes round and takes the catch.
Important few overs from a Durham point of view now that they don't lose their momentum. From a Lancs point of view, try and keep them to around about 320, something like that. But somebody tomorrow is going to be on the motorway heading to Radlett. I know the Durham players are staying here tonight anyway.
So Colin Ackerman, a new batter. Here's Balderson to Ackerman. That's just deflected off the pads down towards fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs. He's just got a little bit of bat on that and glances it down towards fine leg for 4. 277 for 5. Just angled on towards his leg stump and helped on its way by Colin Ackerman. He's got 150 in the competition this season for Durham, top score of 80. 277 for 5. Balderson for Lancashire to Ackerman, who defends. And then was a little concerned the ball might just ricochet back onto his stumps, but in the end it just spins back past the off stump. Joe Moore, as the keeper, comes up to field. And there's a dot ball. 277 for 5. George Balderson loops round at the top of his mark. Quite a strong breeze blowing into his left-hand side as he comes in from the Brian Statham end. Ackerman on the front foot, defending to cover. Bailey fields. And there's no run. So a dot ball, wicket, then that 4, which is clipped off the pads by Ackerman, and then back-to-back dot balls from George Balderson. He's in once more to complete the 43rd over. And Ackerman having to defend. Excellent from the Lancashire captain. And a resounding round of applause from the Lancashire supporters too. It's the end of the over. 7 overs remaining here. 277 for 5. For our listeners on Sports Extra shortly, you will be joining coverage of the Eliminator in the 100. This game continuing across Lancs TV, and it will be on Sports Extra 2 as well on BBC Sounds and on the BBC Sport website and app. The Lancashire bowling options, it will be Harry Singh to return. 7 left. 1 from Singh, it'll be 2 from Balderson. Where's he going to after that? Aspinwall's got a couple as well, hasn't he, there? So he's got options here at the back end of the innings. Singh comes back into the attack. David Benningham, 82 not out, twirling his bat. Singh bowls to Benningham. Just fiddled away down towards short fine leg for a single. Takes him to 83 not out. 278 for 5. Ackerman checking his guard with the umpire. Singh in conversation with his captain, just making sure they're in agreement as to where they want their boundary catches. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards, square leg, deep point as well. Short third man, short fine leg, square leg in the circle, and short cover. Singh to Ackerman, just drops it through mid-off. They're happy with that though, Lancashire. Through for 1. Ackerman moves on to 5. 279 for 5 in the 44th over. David Benningham's unbeaten on 83. Back to face Singh. Benningham forces it down the ground. Bouncing up towards long on for 1 run. He moves on to 84. 280 for 5. There's coverage of the Yorkshire Notts game as well. That's on Sports Extra 3. Sports Extra 2 will carry commentary of this fixture, as will the BBC Sport website and app, and across Lancs TV as well. Singh's in and bowling, and worked through mid-wicket by Ackerman for a single. 281 for 5. But for our listeners on Sports Extra, just about 50 minutes away from the start of the Sunrisers against the Southern Brave in the women's eliminator match. Singh in and bowling, up and over. extra cover out towards the Lancashire fielder Keaton Jennings on the cover boundary. 282 for 5. Ackerman taps the bat. Singh running across the umpire, around the wicket and bowling. Coming from deep in the crease, works it away through wide mid-on. It's the end of the over. Tidy stuff from Harry Singh. 6 overs remaining, 283 for 5. Durham. Balderson from the Brian Statham end. He returns. It's terrific from Balderson. It's jabbed away by Colin Ackerman. Only for a dot ball. Superb from the Lancashire captain, actually. He held himself back for 3 overs at the end. Whipped into the onside by Ackerman for a single. Of course, still with work to do, but knowing that almost certainly he's going to be bowling at the death and probably bowling at Ben Stokes, and as soon as Stokes came out, he pulled Bailey out the attack and said, I'll take the ball, I'll do the job. And what a tidy spell this has been. He dismissed Stokes and he's only gone for 5 runs so far from his 8 deliveries. Bedingham taps that down the ground for 1. So he's leading right from the very front. Here is the Lancashire One Day Cup captain. .285 for 5. Ackerman's on 8. In and balls. That's flashed away off his pads out through square leg for a single. Keith Flintoff out there fielding. 1 for Ackerman. He moves on to 9, which brings David Bedingham back on strike. Twirl the bat. Balderson in. Again, got hold of all of that. Just be 1. Hauling it out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, it's excellent from Balderson with pace off. .287 for 5. Final ball of the over. Balderson in. Swiped down the ground by Ackerman. Harris feels down below us. It's a really good over from George Balderson. It's excellent from the Lancashire captain. And at the end of the 45th over, Durham are 288 for 5. 5 overs remaining. We're going to continue with Harry Singh from the Anderson end as well. He bowled very tidy over previously, having gone for just 6.
So there's only one bowler bowled out so far.
Yeah, Shetty's the only one.
Start of a new over from Singh, played away by Ackerman up to towards the edge of the square for a single. So Ackerman on 11, Bedingham on 87 on strike now. 4.5 overs to go. The run rate last 5 overs, it's 6.6. That's down the ground, that's going to help. That's 6, straight back over the bowler's head and over the rope in front of the pavilion from Bedingham. Off Singh. Moves him on to 93. Beddingham's got 8 one-day centuries. Singh bowls again, and he digs that out. A Yorker length ball that's come right off the toe of the bat there. It was a quicker delivery. His best score, 188 not out for South Africa A against Sri Lanka A a couple of years ago. He's had 300s for Durham. His highest score, 152 in a win at Warwickshire 3 years ago. That's in the air, that's safe, that's off the back foot, out over the covers and away for 4. So he's now on 97 and heading towards his 4th century for Durham and his 9th in one-day cricket. Scored 102 in a win at Hove 3 years ago and 107 in that record home defeat by Middlesex last year as they pulled off the highest run chase at Chesley Street. He's hit 8 4s and 3 6s so far. Singh comes round the wicket now. That's a full toss down the leg side. That's away for 6, and that's the century for Bedingham. A slog sweep 6 down towards long leg, and he's got to 103 runs in 87 balls, 8 4s and 4 6s, and it's really held things together for Durham today. Nice innings.
Yeah, it's outstanding knock, isn't it? I mean, he started quite slowly, but he, I guess, with as you can do in 50 over cricket, knowing that you can catch up, backing himself to do just that. That's a fine innings. It's not been easy, has it? It's felt like it's been quite tricky. Only really Bedingham and Robinson that have kind of found the going anywhere near straightforward batting on this pitch. So that's a fabulous innings. Good over this, hasn't it? I mean, he's kind of ebbed and flowed beautifully, and the way that Bolson's bowl from this end seemed to tie things down, but this has been a really good kind of counter punch from Bedingham.
17 from it already, and there's still a ball left. Bedingham on strike. Drives at that, and he's going to get a single. It goes up towards Flintoff in front of the pavilion. Long off, end of the over. So Singh, none for 67, has an over to go. Balderson, 1 for 37. It's been very, very tight, has 1 over to go. Durham, 46 overs gone, 4 left at 306 for 5. And this is a good total now, this building here. And certainly they've got something to bowl with, haven't they?
They certainly have, yet, without doubt. With still more to come. This is Balderson's last over, so presumably he'll finish with, I'm not sure Singh will get another one. He'll probably finish with Bailey and Aspinwall, but we'll see. Balderson to send down his 10th and final over. Don't expect it to get any easier to bat on as the day goes on. Out into the air, out towards deep mid-wicket and caught. Beddingham's gone, just reached a century, but looking for boundaries and playing for the team. He's hauled out towards Harry Singh at deep mid-wicket. Second wicket for George Balderson. And now Durham are 6 down, 306 for 6. But he'll get a great reception here as he heads back towards the Durham balcony and dressing room. Quite get out the meat of the bat. Pretty comfortable for Singh at deep mid-wicket. But he'll leave to a good round of applause from the supporters in the ground, and certainly from his teammates, I'm sure, on the balcony as well, looking down. Captain Aldridge comes out to meet him halfway down. Fine work from David Bedingham, 104. Caught by Singh off Balderson, so 306 for 6 in the 47th over. Big boundary that out towards that leg side. And Singh was out there waiting to pounce if anything came his way. So Aldridge joining Ackerman.
33 partnership.
I mean, there's been one massive partnership in the innings, isn't there? Which has been Bellingham and Robinson. There's bits and pieces around it. I mean, it was set up nicely. McKinney and Lees put on 56, 41 Rhodes and Bellingham, but it's that Bellingham-Robinson partnership. It's Lancashire going to have to match, or better. Aldridge off the front foot, drops it into the offside, and he's off the mark. 307 for 6 in the 47th over. How are the Yorkies getting on? What's going on over there? 241 for 6. Yorkshire. That's after 45 overs in the other playoff game. That's against Nottinghamshire at Clifton Park in York. Balderson is in. Off the hip from Ackerman. That's down to fine leg, and that's going to be 4. Jennings is inside the circle at fine leg. That's whipped off his hip away to the left of Keaton Jennings. And a boundary 4. 311 for 6. Still time left here for Durham, and it can go a long way to shaping the feel of a game, can't it? The final 3 or 4 overs in a 50-over match. Well, certainly was the case for Lancashire on Tuesday at Somerset, when they really did score rapidly in the final 4 or 5 overs. Hammered out through the offside by Ackerman for a single. 312 for 6. So important 3 and a bit overs left here. Blatherwick, for example, on Tuesday hit 30 off 10 balls. Kind of got Lancashire up to and beyond that 400 mark. So you can really influence a game in these final few overs. Balderson into Aldridge. Single played out to Bailey at cover. Through for 1. 313 for 6.
Aldridge, the skipper for Durham in this one-day competition. Alex Lees is the skipper in the championship, which returns next week. And a reminder, Durham are top of Division 2 and still haven't lost. So
Balderson's in, and that's played directly back down the pitch. First, it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. It ricochets away, and they get through for a single. Every run counts, as one competition says. 47 overs gone, 3 to go. 314 for 6, and Balderson's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 45. It's excellent work from the Lancashire captain, really superb. And that final 3-over spell at the back end of his work today included bowling to Ben Stokes, in which he picked up the wicket of Stokes, and the spell of 3 overs, 2 for 17 at the end there for George Balderson.
Keith says, I'm out and about in the car, been enjoying the coverage, but I can't get Sports Extra 2. Never mind, keep up the good work, Bonnie lad, he says. I'll try it on BBC Sounds on your phone. Do it through the old Android app, can't you? Android Auto, or the Apple version. What's Apple's car version thingy?
I don't know.
No, I haven't got an Apple.
I just have an old-fashioned cable that plugs into my phone and plugs into the radio in the car.
Yeah. Into your 8-track cassette recorder.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yes. Aspinwall back into the attack from the pavilion end. Seems to pull himself up there as he bowls out. Once played by Ackerman out through mid-wicket for 1. Is he all right there? Is he limping a little bit there?
Looked like he did a bit, didn't he? Yeah.
Aldridge now on strike on 2. Ackerman has 18. Durham 315 for 6. Got enough time for this innings is 2:36, but I think we'll be finished well before then. Aspinwall comes in again. Angles in towards the stumps. Bowls a short one. Is that going to be a wide or not? No. Well, Aldridge is quite a tall guy, and he couldn't connect to that. Umpire at square leg, David Mills, tapped on his shoulder and says it was okay.
Durham at Derbyshire next week in the Championship.
Yeah. The old, see the old boy Fletch. Next ball comes in. Now Aldridge has stepped way across to the Woods point there and flicked that down to fine leg, giving himself a lot of space, but left his stumps on show. Gets 2 runs. I've suddenly started receiving lots of emails from the tickets department at Burton Albion, of which I've never had any involvement in my life, so I don't know why that's happened.
It's trying to tease you in to watch some Burton Albion games.
Yeah. .317 for 6. Aspinwall to Aldridge. Aldridge gives himself some room and hammers it up into the air, and it's over the top of mid-off. It plugs right in front of the boundary rope, and then there's an attempt to try and drag it away from danger, and it wasn't the best attempt because Rocky Flintoff's flicked it onto the rope, but he was trying to pull it backwards. He's now off the field as well, lying on his tummy.
Should we just kind of misjudge that a bit, Flintoff? Did he? I thought, again, from our angle,
there was obviously
like
a bit of spin in it because the way it plugged and held up, and I think that's just taken him by surprise. He's just racing towards it. 3-2-1 for 6. Aldridge plays this out towards the covers for a single. It's interesting looking down at the square where it's all being used. It's grey rather than sort of dust coloured, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of classic colour here, though, isn't it, at Old Trafford? That kind of that grey colour.
There's a few fairy rings down there as well. I think that's something to do with the nitrogen in the fertiliser reacting with the temperature. Aspinwall in again, pulled hard by Ackerman out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 more. And again, it's another ball where Lancashire players are trying to stop it hitting the ropes, and they've flicked it past each other. Blatherwick diving in, trying to flick it into the direction of his colleague, and he's played it behind him and out for a 4. Now it's gone under the covers. Well, this is a very good total from Durham's point of view, and I'm now wondering where we are in terms of well, Durham's highest score against Lancashire in a one-dayer was 2 years ago at Sedbergh when they made 344 for 4, so they're 326 for 6 now. And it's South North in 2021, they made 327 for 6 when Sean Dixon got 103. And they scored 320 in the win at Liverpool last year, so 3-4-4 is the target to beat. Will there be enough time? Probably not. There's only 2 overs to go. 3-2-6 for 6. Well, never know.
Yeah, the Wasp predictor still predicting 345 as a score. Bailey, this is his final over of the day. Pace off to Aldridge, just nudges it into the onside. The field set right back towards the boundary rope, and they'll come back for 2 by the time that Singh comes in from deep mid-wicket. Couple for Casey Aldridge, he's on to 11, 328 for 6. He's going to bowl the final one, presumably will be Aspinwall, but that last over can go for 12. He was in conversation with his captain. The only other option would be spin of Harry Singh, so I could see Aspinwall. Oh, Aldridge here, he's got himself into a position to goodness knows what, but fine 4. Spins round, kind of almost like a reverse hit, up and over the infield and down towards the boundary for 4. Well, it's certainly inventive batting from Casey Aldridge. Spins round and then scoops it up and over the infield and down towards the boundary. Runs away for 4. 3-3-2 for 6. Might be thinking something nearer 350 here. Fallen straight from Bailey. And it's worth coming back for 2, which is what they do. Aldridge moves on to 17, 334 for 6.
11 away from the highest score against Lancashire.
Yeah, I think they'd be probably a little disappointed if they didn't get that now. 3 balls left of this over and then 1 over to go. Bailey in, thuds into the pad of Aldridge. He's tried to replicate the shot that brought him forward just a delivery or 2 ago. Leg by instead. With the field up, I mean, he knows if he can go on the reverse and get it up and over the infield here with this attempted shot, he's going to get 4 because there's nobody out on the 3rd man boundary. So as he tries to reverse, kind of ramp it, he's probably going to get 4. But that hit his pad, so a leg by. Short ball from Bailey, muscled down the ground by Ackerman, fielded by Harris. They turning again, they run 2. It's been a real feature of the innings for me, is that actually. They've been really positive between the wickets through the course of the innings here of Durham. 3-3-7 for 6 now. 1 ball left of the over. Scored off every ball so far. And they go again. Out to a deep backward square leg. Oh, it's a very, very good catch from Josh Bohannon. Ackerman's got to go. So there's 7 down with 1 over to go. 3-3-7 for 7. And that is a fine catch from Balderson. Going away to his right-hand side. Deep backward square leg. End of the 49th over. Pulled by Ackerman. And Bohannon holds on to a good catch. 1 over left. 337 for 7. Good work from Josh Bohannon.
What did he make? There's not a last man on there, is there? What was he on? 24?
Yeah. Balderson is going to go with Tom Aspin-Walterson down the final over. Ghaffari is the new batter heading out. Will be Casey Aldridge on strike for the final over of the innings.
And Aldridge flicks that away with a little reverse flick down. Effectively turns short 3rd man into short fine leg, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's been a favoured shot, hasn't it? That is what he's tried to do quite a few times already, and it's produced quite a few runs for him. With the fielders up there, there's 3rd man and fine leg inside the ring, backward points in the ring. There's nobody down the boundary at 3rd man, so he's trying to again use that reverse flick.
Bowler in again. Aldridge pulls it out towards Cow Corner and it just drops short of the fielder out there. He'll get 1 run. It's Blatherwick who's fielding in that area in front of the point. So Durham are about to record their highest score against Lancashire in a 1-day competition, beating their 3-4-4 at Sedbergh a couple of years ago. Shafiqullah Ghaffari, the Afghan, is on strike. He drives at a full-length delivery on off-stump and steers it along the floor to Keaton Jennings at backward point on the discs. 1 run. So 2 to break the record. Aldridge is on strike and he's on 22. 3 balls left as Aspinwall comes in and bowls. Aldridge edges it and that's 4. It was a full toss. He was trying to go Yorker length and he got it wrong, and batsman drove at the ball, thick edge and away for 4. So this is Durham's highest score now against Lancashire. 3-4-7 for 7, beats 3-4-4 for 4 at Sedbergh.
Yep, 350 plus is going to be Lancashire's target here.
Could be in highest aggregate territory again today then. Be back in Lancashire to get nearer to win this one. 2 balls to go. Aldridge with a little pull shot out through deep mid-wicket for 1. So 3-4-8 for 7, and there's a ball left of the innings after Durham chose to bat today. Lees was out for 29 after they'd put 56 on the board for the opening stand. McKinney, his partner in that one, then went for 35. Rhodes for 24 for 25, and then Robinson made 76 in a fourth wicket stand of 149 with Beddingham, Durham's best fourth wicket stand against Lancashire. As the innings comes to a conclusion, Ghaffari pulls at the ball and it loops up and away towards oh, there's a misfield. They're going to get 2 here. If the keeper gets back, if he's not back, he's run out. I'm saying if the keeper gets back, if the ball gets back to the keeper, Ghaffari has run out. So he departs, having just got 2 runs to his name, and Durham end up on 349, I think, for 8. And the scoreboard catches up with what's going on. So the target will be 350.
Yeah, I think Durham would be absolutely chuffed to bits with that. Lancashire kind of going around and high-fiving each other, but that has been tough going from Lancashire's point of view. That's a lot of runs on the board, isn't it, on a used pitch here at Old Trafford. Nice throw and good work from Moores to complete the run out. But I suspect that'll be a pretty happy Durham dressing room. 350, the target to win from 50 overs. Top scorer in the innings, that terrific century from Davy Beddingham. Brilliant 76 from Ollie Robinson too as well. The heartbeat of the Durham innings. A couple of wickets for Balderson, a couple for Bailey, and a couple for Shetty as well. So innings break here at Emirates Old Trafford. Durham have set Lancashire 350 to win to book a place in the Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final. We'll bring you that run chase in about half an hour's time.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UE92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UE92.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles!
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Welcome back to Old Trafford as Lancashire prepare to try and chase their target of 350 against Durham. The winner will be at Radlett, at the fringes of the M25 on Sunday, to play Middlesex in a semi-final. Opening the batting, Keaton Jennings, a former Durham man, and Harry Singh. And opening the bowling, Luke Robinson, who made his debut in the County Championship for Durham this year at Lords. Comes in right arm over and bowls, and the first ball goes off down the leg side for a leg bye.
Yeah, Jennings and Singh to open the batting for Lancashire. Harry Singh on strike. Jennings coming into this game on the back of his career best List A score on Tuesday against Somerset at Taunton. He kind of got second billing, really. Your career best score doesn't really make the headlines.
Because of some young upstart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Robinson comes in again from the pavilion end, and Singh plays the ball down into the ground. It goes off towards second slip Casey Aldridge, Beddingham at first slip. In fact, I've got to go do a news update, so Matt can come in.
He's going to join us after 15, I think.
Oh, 15 is he?
It's all right. He'll join us after 15. He's going to settle into the innings.
Is he?
Yeah.
Get a feel for it.
We've had a high production meeting already, actually.
Right, okay.
When you were having your lunch.
Yeah.
One without loss. Here's Robinson to Singh. Oh, Singh playing and missing the ball going past the inside edge. Through to Robinson. So yeah, 350 the target, which would be, should Lancashire get to it, as we watch that replay back, it will be Lancashire's highest total chased down to win here at Old Trafford in a List A game. So the previous successful highest run chase at Old Trafford was back in 1995, 318 for 5. Singh pushing into the offside. Gathered by Alex Lees at cover, there's no run. So it would be a record run chase by Lancashire here at Old Trafford in List A cricket if they were to score 350 runs to put their place in Sunday's semi-final. 2 slips in place, 1 without loss in the first over of the run chase. That's pushed into the offside again by Singh. There's Lees once more fielding, and there's no run. As for the other game, Yorkshire against Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire finished on 273 for 9 after 50 overs. So it's 274 to win for Nottinghamshire against the Yorkies. Robinson for Durham bowls and go back in towards Singh, who carefully defends away to point, and there's no run. Tight start from Robinson. Just the leg bye coming off that opening over. Lancashire 1 without loss. The Durham score of 349. Beddingham's 104. Robinson playing a terrific supporting role alongside him. He batted really nicely, as did the pair. The partnership between those two, putting on 149 runs, and then able to add to it with partnerships between Beddingham and Ackerman, and then Ackerman and Aldridge. It's a very healthy looking score on the board. It's going to be Ben Stokes to take the new ball from the Brian Statham end. And Keaton Jennings is on strike. 1 slip, short third, deep third, fine leg. There's Stokes for Durham, over the wicket to Jennings, and just deflects it away off his hip up towards the onside. Then Ben McKinney comes and boots the ball up towards the stumps, trying to run Harry Singh out. Jennings gets through, but it's again another leg by. As he remains on naught, as does Harry Singh. 2 without loss. For Singh, they remove the man who's in it kind of gully and replace him at extra covers. They're still with 1 slip and a third man and a fine leg. Stokes to Singh. Off his pads down towards the fine leg boundary. And is that the first runs off the bat? It is indeed. It's a 4 for Singh. Glanced off his hip to fine leg, and that takes Lancashire on to 6 without loss. They get full value for runs off the bat. It's a rapid outfield. Stokes goes right forward. Singh comes off the inside half of the bats, just shaped back in towards him. Defensive forward push brings him 2 runs. It deflects out right towards the very edge of the square here. On the leg side, comes back for 2. He moves on to 6, 8 without loss, halfway through the second over. We had in the end, it was a pretty short-lived fun of watching Ben Stokes, but it was the build-up to the Stokes innings, which was quite theatrical, as he's bowling again to Singh. That's off the pads down to fine leg for 1 run. 10 overs left, and the pictures on the Lancs TV across to the Durham balcony. He was stood there with his pads on and on his bat, and he was waiting to come out and have a go. It looked a little bit intimidating because they had such a great platform, and still with Stokes to come, and he was just stood there glaring out towards the middle, waiting for his turn to come out and bat. But in the end, actually, it was dismissed off a full toss caught by Marcus Harris at long on, and went for 11. Trying to make an impact with the ball here. That's a lovely shot from Jennings. Onto his pads, and he made the most of it. Fiddled away through square leg for 4. And Jennings off the mark with that. 13 without loss. Yeah, clipped away nicely. Raced over the rope. 4 runs takes Jennings on to 4. 1 ball left to the second over. 13 without loss. Stokes to complete the over, in past umpire David Milnes. And good comeback from Stokes. There's Keaton Jennings defending. End of the over. 11 coming off it. 13 without loss. 2 overs gone here on Sports Extra 2 on Lancs TV. BBC Sport website and app as well for Lancashire against Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup playoff.
What was your comment about the run chase? Because I was walking out the doors, you were saying that. Would it be their highest run chase?
It would, yes. So their previous highest run chase here at Old Trafford, successful obviously run chase here at Old Trafford, was 318 for 5. That was back in 1995 against Leicestershire.
Right. Here's Robinson bowling to Singh. Singh plays this one-handed to mid-wicket to McKinney, no run there. 318 for 5, 95 for Leicestershire. All right, that in there. Might need to know that later.
It could become handy.
Aye. So Durham 349 for 8 was their highest score against Lancashire. Robinson comes in, right arm over, bowls, the ball flicked away by Singh. That's going to go for 4. McKinney's chasing after it from square leg, but he's not going to catch that one. It's gone towards the temporary stand. Luke Robinson bowling, he's 22 years old now. He's played 2 first-class matches, both this year. The debut at Lords as he came into the game as a sub, and then played at New Road as well. This is his 13th one-dayer. His debut in this format was against Derbyshire in 2023. He's got 11 wickets this year, 13 in all. He comes in once again and bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off. No run there. And he is a product of Ashthorpe's Parkview Academy in Chester Street. One of the many who've come through the Parkview system into Durham in recent years. Comes in again, and that is driven to backward point. No run.
I reckon Durham have produced more of their own players than the majority of other counties. It'd be interesting to see a list, wouldn't it, of players that have come through and got into the first team, and Durham must be well up there.
Yeah, you would think so. And here's a story that I haven't been able to tell for a few weeks, but I'm telling it again today. So he comes into ball. Inside edge from Singer, goes short to the leg side, picked up by McKinney. No run. In August 2017, 13-year-old English schoolboy Luke Robinson took 6 wickets in 6 balls, all clean bowled for Philadelphia Cricket Club under-13s in a cup game at Langley Park near Durham, finishing with match figures of 6 wickets for 1 run. So he bowled them all. His dad was umpiring the game. His mum was the scorer, and I think his brother and his granddad were there watching as well. So quite a family story, that one. Next ball from him to Singh is played back just beyond the bowler's grasp, but no run there. And that is the end of the 3rd over. 4 runs from it, 17 for none. Durham were at this point 21 for none. So Philadelphia Cricket Club is just not too far up the hill really from Chesley Street, about 3 or 4 mile. You go up yonder, back of Alumni Castle.
Just up yonder, yeah.
Head up that way. As if you're heading back towards Sunderland, but it's a former mine. Philadelphia was a pit. I think it was named after a battle in the American Civil War. Or the American War of Independence, I can't remember which. But we do have the original Washington, you know, George Washington. We've got the proper one. His family came from Sunderland. So.
Has Robinson played any first-class cricket?
Yeah, he's played a couple. Right. He was subbed into a game at Lord's this year in May.
Okay. It's Stokes, his 2nd over, around the wicket to the left-hander Jennings, who defends back towards him, and there's no run.
It's such a long time ago, I can't remember who was injured.
Oh, he was one of the in-game injury replacement situations. Slightly angled back with that defensive shot.
Kemar Roach went off after 9 overs.
From Jennings. Defended it back to Stokes. In and balls. And that's cut down towards 3rd man. That'll just be a single. Moves on to 18. The score moves on. Sorry, Jennings moves on to 5. The score to 18 without loss.
Yeah, Luke's family just happened to be down at the game, taking in the match when he accidentally made his debut. They weren't expecting it.
So he's obviously in the squad.
Yeah.
Right. I say obviously, you don't have to be, do you, to have been substituted into a game. You don't have to be in that original match day squad. Stokes comes over the wicket to the right-hander Singh. That's driven into the offside. Fielded by Ben McKinney.
Singh getting much of a run out in the championship or not?
He's had, yeah, he's played a bit this season. He's been a little bit in and out. Likewise in this competition too as well. He's been a little bit up and down the order too. He's opened the batting, then he's come in at 4, I think, in one game.
Yeah, he went to Clitheroe Royal Grammar School, didn't he?
Lovely.
Yeah, nice corner of the world, Clitheroe.
Stokes over the wicket. Edged, gone. Singh departs for 11. And Lancashire lose their first wicket in the 4th over. Caught at slip. And Singh departs. Lancashire 18 for 1 in the 4th over. Casey Aldridge with the catch. I think it was. Yes, it was Casey Aldridge. First wicket of the Lancashire innings. The bowling of Ben Stokes, angled in. And Aldridge not dropping that one. Singh departs for 11.
Anyway, that's the end of him. Don't need to talk about Clitheroe anymore now. Josh Bohannon now, he's got 2 centuries in the last 2 years against Durham in this competition. Got 147 in a defeat at Sedbergh School. And then, was it 103 last year? 106 last year when Durham won at Liverpool. So his career best score is that 147 when Durham won by 57 runs 2 years ago, which from memory was the opening game of that year's one-day cup in Sedbergh.
Yeah, they've played their first match of a one-day cup at Sedbergh for a couple of years now. Like I think maybe the last 3 or 4 years. The first group home match has been at Sedbergh. It was again this year. And
who did they play this time?
Surrey this time.
Right.
They've had Essex there a couple of times and Northamptonshire there as well. 18 for 1. 2 balls left of the 4th over. And Josh Bohannon all ready to face Ben Stokes. Stokes in 2. Bohannon, that's a beauty. That goes past the edge of the bat. Through to keeper Ollie Robinson. And there's no run. Had a couple of starts in this year's one-day cup. Bohannon been in the 40s quite a few times. Just one time past 50, making 62. His top scorer in the competition so far this season. Final ball of the over. Stokes right arm over the wicket. Bohannon in behind it and defends. It's bouncing its way up towards Callum Parkinson, who comes up from mid-on to field. End of the over. 4 gone. Lancashire chasing a target of 350 to win, are 18 for 1 after 4.
Durham didn't lose their first wicket until the 10th over. 56 for 1 they were at that stage. That was when Lees was out for 29.
Yeah, it was a pretty rapid start, wasn't it?
Yeah.
50 coming off inside the first 9 overs. And then Lancashire kind of dragged themselves back into it, and then it was that partnership, which I think was probably set up with the way that they exploited Blatherwick's difficulties when he was bowling.
Robinson bowls. Next ball's gone up towards mid-off. No run. Jennings on strike.
Yeah, they got to their second 50, much slower than the first when Durham were batting.
Ball carves down to Parkinson at third man, just inside the boundary rope there. 1 run for Jennings.
Got to 50. The first 50 came in 8.5 overs, then went from 50 to 100. That took them till the 22nd over. But then they went quickly from 100 to 150 in little over 6 and a bit overs, of which, fortunately for Jack Blatherwick, 3 of those overs were off his bowling, and he went for 30 odd off 3 overs. And that kind of got that Bedingham-Robinson partnership going.
Here comes the bowler again, and this is pushed away by Bohannon towards the short extra cover area. I've just had a message from Mr. Thorpe, I think. The watch has just buzzed. Have a look. Yeah, just messaging about Luke having been to Park Avenue to the academy, Park Avenue Academy in Chesley Street. Next ball dug out slightly over pitch. He was sort of going for like a Yorker length there. Dug out by Bohannon, looped out towards point. Picked up by Ghaffari. Are we interrupting your lunch, are we?
Nope.
What you got there?
Just a little biscuit.
19 for 1, halfway through the 5th over. That's a very good ball, right on the money, and it's defended by Bohannon and hits the stumps at the bowler's end. Very straight delivery and a very straight shot. What avenue have you gone down for your biscuits? It's a bit of ginger in there, is it?
No.
What is it?
White chocolate chip.
White chocolate chip? I remember when you had nothing. You've forgotten where you come from, you lot. White chocolate chip, eh? Last ball of the over, Robinson to Bohannon. Bohannon plays the ball into the ground and off the point. Picked up by Ackerman, who collects it and jogs all the way up to the other end with the ball to hand it back to the umpire. 19 for 1.
It's an enormous dish full of biscuits downstairs, isn't there? Packets of
Is there? I
biscuits.
didn't see it.
Well, it must be 30 individual packets of biscuits.
You're trying them all then?
Might do.
Your favourite?
Yeah, might do. Well, I've certainly tried them all season.
Yeah.
It's the same lot on repeat.
Yeah.
But the white chocolate chips seem to be the ones that get hoovered up the most. So if you see them, you've got to grab a packet.
Right.
It's like a plain digestive, which is often the one that's left over.
Just the one run off that last over.
Yeah, it's good stuff. There's Stokes around the wicket. Jennings off his pads, works it away through the onside. Well, it's not good to the boundary, but they may think of 3 now. Just in the end, a couple. Nicely fielded by Luke Robinson. Done well to come away to his right from fine leg to deep square leg. Quite a bit of grass to make up there. It's a big old outfield here at Old Trafford.
I was looking up Stokes' stats the other day. I was trying to remember when was the last time I commentated on him in a one-day game, and I just couldn't for the life of me think of it.
Here he is, passed umpire David Milnes, right arm round. Jennings forward, defends, and there's no run.
And I'm thinking, surely there's been something in the last 5 or 6 years. And then I looked, his last game for Durham before this season, in the one day, was in the cup final of 2014 against Warwickshire at Lords, when he played a key part in Durham, winning a very low-scoring, tense match, and a very muggy and misty Lords in September with the floodlights on.
Well, he could be back at Trent Bridge this time. Oh, it comes off the inside edge of the Jennings bat and back onto his body and deflects into the offside.
Durham did play in the first cup final at Trent Bridge a few years back, 2021, when this whole competition was remodelled, and back then they had, I think, a quarter-final on a Sunday, semi-final on a Tuesday, and the final on a Thursday or something like that. It was just so much cricket crammed into 3 days, and unfortunately they fell short against Glamorgan.
Yes, remember, I was there for that. Oh, Jennings is on the walk here towards Stokes, swinging and missing. Ball into the gloves of Ollie Robinson.
They'd scored runs for fun that summer, particularly Clark and Alex Lees, smashing the ball all over the place. And there was only one of the group games where it went wrong for them, and Gloucestershire pulled off an incredible run chase at Scarborough. They were playing as part of a festival at Scarborough, and then generally Durham's performances were absolutely brilliant that year.
Stokes to Jennings. It's onto his pad. Thuds down towards short fine leg for a leg by.
And Alan Walker, who was a bowling coach with Durham, he'd been taking the team during the tournament because the coach at the time, James Franklin, had gone off to coach one of the teams in the 100. And then he returned for the final, and a number of the players who hadn't featured in the competition at all returned for the final because they weren't taking part in the franchise competition anymore, and they were all parachuted into the team. So there's a single there. Oh, overthrows. Oh, it's going to go for 5, this. 4 overthrows. Well, that was a bit rash. Ball played off towards point. They went for a quick single. Throw at the stumps from side on. Missed by everybody. 2 fielders backing up in the deep. Couldn't get it either. And it's gone for 4. Just trying to see who that was with the throw there. Was it Ackerman? It was. Yeah, so they parachuted these players back into the team, and it was by way and far their poorest performance of the competition, and Glamorgan won quite comfortably in the end. And this is actually the first time that Durham have gone out the group since then. So 5 years later. Start of a new over. And that 5 runs at the end of that last over took the score to 27 for 1. Robinson bowling to Jennings, to Bohannon, who drives out towards the covers, no run there.
Not too dissimilar a story to Lancashire. They lost in the final, may well have been the following year, losing to Kent at Trent Bridge. And
was that on a Thursday? The traditional Thursday Cup final?
Yeah, I think it was a Thursday game. That. Yeah. And they haven't been out the group stage since this season.
Next ball's gone down the leg side. It's a wide. They should really, if they thought about it, they should have had the cup final on a Wednesday, shouldn't they? Half-day closing. Could have got more in the ground.
Be interesting to see what crowds they get in September for the final, but there could be an argument to be made to take it to a smaller venue.
Well, I mean, the cup final always was in September, wasn't it, at Lord's?
It's not had great crowds, has it, the last couple of years, one-day cup final.
It's played off the back foot out into the covers, no run there. Well, could argue that it's been hidden away deliberately, but I think, I mean, the cup final has moved around across the calendar. When Durham won it in 2007, when they hammered Hampshire at Lord's, that was high summer. That was sort of, I think that clashed with the start of the football season or something like that. It was like Augusty time. Ooh, inside edge gone through to the keeper. That did a lot. Playing a miss there. It's gone inside the edge, should I say, rather than an inside edge. Yeah, that they won that one late. Must have been very late July, early August. I'm sure the football season started. But then when they played against Warwickshire, it was back virtually the last week of the season in September. And, you know, when I was a kid, Benching and Hedges final or whatever at Lord's, they always played right at the back end of the season, but probably earlier than now. Robinson balls, gets that right in the block hole. Played away by Bohannon up to mid-on, no run there. Yeah, the end of season soiree that it used to be was probably like the first weekend in September or something like that, because the season's elongated now, isn't it? But next ball, thumped by Bohannon. That's a really nice shot, and that's away through the covers for 4 towards the nearer of the 2 hotel buildings. Far end. Just below room number 134. Possibly.
He's not bowled too many bad balls, but that was there to be hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, and hit it was. 32 for 1 now, with 1 ball left of this 7th over here on the BBC. Now need 318 to win from 259 balls. Bohannon on 9 as Robinson comes in again and bowls. A bit of dust coming up there as he plays that one to McKinney at mid-wicket, no run, end of the over. So 32 for 1 after 7. Durham were 42 for 9.
Elsewhere, Notts started their reply and have made a pretty grim start. They are 9 for 3 after 4 overs. Nottinghamshire Target of 274. Martindale, McCann and Hamid all out. 2 for Code, 1 for Hill. Stokes to Jennings. Going for that Yorker, but it's a really well played shot from Jennings. He's dug it out, forcing the ball away through deep mid-wicket. Excellent from Jennings.
It was just a little bit too full and angling down leg slightly. Well, he timed it nicely.
He did, yeah. He's a man in form, certainly, on the back of his career best list A score just a couple of days ago. 36 for 1. Stokes to Jennings. Get onto the pads. So leg by. And the ball will move a bit early on, this new ball, and he's giving it the best chance here, Stokes, to see if he can try and get the ball to swing and find an edge of the left-hander's bat from bowling around the wicket. They've got a slip in place when Jennings is batting, so he's searching for that. Ben Stokes. Right-hander Bahanan returns on strike. 37 for 1. Stokes to Bahanan. Clip that away down to fine leg for a single. Moves on to 10, 38 for 1, halfway through the 8th. Now Jennings back on strike. Lancashire going to get somewhere close. Need an innings from one of their top 3 or 4, and Jennings could be a key man. Cut by the Lancashire opener. Fielded at backward point. And there's no run. Wanders away towards square leg. He's got 2 fielders, Ben Stokes, on the boundary edge at third man and fine leg. And 3 inside the circle on the offside. It's pretty well stacked. Not much room there to try and manoeuvre the ball through for Keaton Jennings. No slip in place now as Stokes is in to Jennings. And he hits it down the ground. 1 bounce, it'll skip over the rope. It'll be 4 towards long on. Jennings moves on to 16. Lancashire 42 for 1. 1 ball remaining of the 8th over. Bit of footwork from Jennings, a step or 2 down the pitch, and lofts the ball over mid-on for 4. Final ball of the over. Stokes to Jennings. Well, that is carved away for 4. I mentioned there's not much room through the offside, but that sat up nicely for him to cut it through point for 4. A nice positive way to end the over. Back-to-back boundaries, 3 in fact off the over in total. 8 overs gone. Lancashire 46 for 1. They're there or thereabouts where Durham were at this stage.
1 run in it. By my maths, they need 304 to win from 252 balls.
Done well to work that out.
Yeah. Robinson bowling here to Bohannon. That was in the air for a while, but just dropped short of the cover area. Didn't quite make it to Alex Lees.
No, it looked at first when it came off the bat that it might carry, but just dropped in front of Lees.
Robinson into the stumps, bowls. It's gone down the leg side, it's a wide. It's a very tight liney ball, but definitely down the leg side. Bohannon on strike, Jennings down on his haunches at the other end. Stands up now as Robinson comes in. Bohannon plays the ball to backward point, no run. Picked up by Ackerman. Comes in again and bowls. And that's defended around about off stump. Ball rolls out on the offside dot ball. .4 overs left. So 250 balls to chase another 303 to win. Robinson from the pavilion end to Bohannon. Bohannon gets an edge on that one, guides it down to Beddingham at third man on the boundary, just down below us. It's a single. Bohannon moves on to 11. Jennings on strike on 20. 48 for 1. Durham got the 50 and 8.5 overs. And Lancashire 48 for 1 after 8.3. Robinson comes in and bowls. And that is the end of Keaton Jennings. I thought for a moment that was a bump ball. It looked as he backed into the crease there as if he'd hit it into the ground and out towards Alex Lees, but it's gone very low all the way to Lees, just about reached him before it hit the floor, and Lees takes a very low catch, and Jennings has gone for 20, and that is a big, big wicket in the terms of this game.
Definitely is. One wicket that Durham would want early. It is that of the Lancashire opening batsman. It's a good low catch from Alex Lees as well. Had just about enough. It was dipping as it went towards him. He's got really well to get fingertips under it. Yeah, that's a big wicket. That's the one that they would have wanted early. I mentioned the score he got at Somerset a couple of days ago. He's had 2 centuries in the competition this season for Lancashire. He's comfortably there, leading run scorer this year in the One Day Cup. So to have got Keaton Jennings out for 20, I think, in the end, something like that, and that's yeah, it's a big breakthrough that for Durham. You can tell that from the reaction of the players as well. Brings out Marcus Harris to join Josh Barnum. 2 wickets inside the first 10 overs here. 20 from 19 balls. We'll be pretty happy with how things have started. Even though Lancashire are up with the rate, they've lost a couple of wickets, and that's all that Durham need to do is keep chipping away, because Lancashire got to keep pushing at 6.5, 7 runs and over. And with that, I guess, comes the odd risk or two.
So Marcus Harris, the new man, 302 needed to win, 8 down. There's 2 down, so 8 wickets to play with. As Robinson comes in, right arm over and bowls. That's pushed away defensively out into the covers. No run there, end of the over. So a wicket from it, 1 wide and a single. Going to see Callum Parkinson have a bit of spin bowling now.
Yeah, Lancashire did something similar, didn't they, when they the 10th over of the Durham innings was bowled by spin. It was in seam from Bailey and Aspinwall.
So he's replacing Stokes.
It's a good move, this.
He's only played in the 1 game so far in the tournament. That was at Worcester the other day, having returned from the franchise competition. McKinney came back for that one as well.
So Parkinson, that left arm spin nice and early here to Bohannon.
Bolton's Callum Parkinson.
Indeed. To Bolton.
Started off with the Lancashire Academy, I think, didn't he?
Both these 2 lads are Bolton lads, Parkinson and Bohannon. nudged away into the onside. It's Ghaffari Fields. Looking forward to watching him bowl. A leg spinner.
Is Bohannon a Bolton fan?
He is. Right. Now Harris is on strike. On the attack with a slip in place. 49 for 2. Lancashire. Parkinson left on spin over the wicket to left-hander Harris. Paddles that away nicely. That's gone for 4 runs. And the reverse paddle to bring up the 50 for Lancashire. 53 for 2. Halfway through the 10th over. Just a reverse paddle down towards the boundary. Off the mark with that as well. Marcus Harris goes back and punches his next delivery up towards mid-on. Bellingham comes up to field. Harris moves to 5. 54 for 2. Lancashire need to replicate a partnership that Bellingham and Robinson put together. And maybe more on top of that as well. Play back towards Parkinson by Bohannon. Again, there's no run. Clutches the ball towards his chest. He's into Bohannon, skipping away to the leg side, deep in the crease, turns it to mid-wicket, Lees Fields. And there's no addition to the score. End of the over, so 10 gone. 54 for 2. Score-wise, nothing in it compared to where Durham were at this stage, but Lancashire 2 wickets down.
Durham were 2 down when they were on 69. Then we had a 149 run partnership for the 4th wicket. We thought Robinson and Bellingham. Robinson bowling now is the other Robinson, Luke Robinson, bowling to Harris, and that one moves on him. Swings away, goes through quite high to the keeper.
Yeah, moved a bit, didn't it? He's played that really well, Marcus Harris. Dropped his hands and get out of the way of that. That's a terrific delivery from Robinson to Harris.
It's Robinson's 6th over, he bowls, and Harris plays that up to mid-off, no run there. Marcus Harris played 14 tests for Australia between 2018 and 2022. This is his 99th one-day game. He's approaching 3,500 runs in this format. He's got some numbers under his name, 300s, 22 50s. Highest score 142 not out in a Victoria win at Tasmania 4 years ago. He's got 368 runs so far in the competition this year coming into today's game. Goes for a quick single. It's a direct hit from side on, but he was in his crease, and Hassan Adnan, the umpire at the far end, says he was home. Throw came in from Ben Stokes. Risky single. Is it still the white chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
It's quite good self-control, that nerve, not gone for biscuit 2 straight after biscuit 1. Robinson bowls, Bohannon plays the ball up to Stokes at mid-on, no run. This is the 38th match between these two. Durham have won 11. They've lost 26, have fallen to the elements. Won 6 at home and lost 8. Last home defeat 2019 at South Northumberland in Gosforth. He's played defensively by Bohannon back up towards the bowler's end. Also lost the final group game of 2017. They've lost away to Lancashire 12 times, but 11 of those have been here. And the other time was in Blackpool. In comes Robinson bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. That's going to have hurt Bobby Bohannon. He's played and missed it, and it's whacked him. It was a sort of very low full toss Yorker length type ball. Don't know if it's hit him on the toe or where that's hit him, but he's in a lot of pain. Let's see where this hit. He's got him behind the pad in the knee. It was higher than I thought. A fast full toss which took him by surprise.
Ouch, yeah. Still flexing his knee a little bit, is Josh Bohannon. Marcus Harris this season in the one-day cup for Lancashire. He's had 4 50s in the competition. He goes back and defends this delivery from Parkinson with a top score of 89. Lancashire need him to get to 50 and then go on and convert one to 3 figures here. A long way off. Single on the reverse sweep again. Takes Harris to 7, 56 for 2. Casey Aldridge settles in at slip now with the right-hander on strike. Parkinson to Bohannon off the back foot and punched down the ground. He's limping a bit, isn't he, Bohannon, as he jogs to the other end. It's on to 13. 57 for 2. Parkinson to Harris. That's whipped out towards the onside. Ben Stokes comes round from long on to field. Harris to 8. 57 for 2. Presumably Stokes now will feature through the course of the championship games for Durham.
Yeah, yeah.
It's quite handy, isn't it? Parkinson to Bohannon on the front foot defending. No run.
I've mentioned before, but his periods with Durham have been so sporadic over the years and generally don't end in victories. And I think one recent one, Blackpool, a couple of years ago, where it was a high-scoring game, but Durham just fell short on the final afternoon 2 years ago.
Parkinson to Bohannon, can't find a way through the offside. Gathered a short cover, end of the over, just 3 coming off it, nice and tidy. Good start this from Callum Parkinson, 2 overs for 9. 12 gone, Lancashire 58 for 2. Target to win is 350. Is it back-to-back now, championship matches?
Yeah,
right.
7, isn't there? Is it? No.
I think Lancashire have got 6.
6, might be 6.
So whether we're playing all of them remains to be seen.
I don't know, I mean, he might have had holiday plans to go to Disneyland. Didn't he spend a few days in Manchester a year or 2 ago and waiting for a visa to come through? Family holiday to Disneyland. Will Rhodes is replacing Luke Robinson. From the pavilion end. Right arm round, having signed a new contract this week for 2 years. First ball is played out through deep mid-wicket by Harris for 2 to take him on to 10. 60 for 2, 12.1 overs. Quarter to 4 here on this Friday afternoon in Greater Manchester. Warm day. Got a bit of cloud cover at the moment. Westerly breeze. Rhodes bowls again. And Harris looking to sort of go down low on one knee here and drive at that one. Didn't quite connect with it well. No run. The government has today banned the sale of disposable barbecues for the time being. So that's your tea. Gone. You'll have to cook your spam fritters on the oven instead, I think. Harris with a single up towards long on. They did stop selling them in the Lake District a few years back now, and varying other national parks, because of the risk of large blazes occurring. (61 for 2). Bohannon on strike on 13. Rhodes bowls. Bohannon plays the ball to mid-on. No run there. Picked up by Stokes. Bowler in again, and Bohannon drives the ball out towards deep extra cover to McKinney and gets a single. So he's on 14. Oh, nearly another overthrow there. It's backed up eventually by Callum Parkinson. 62 for 2. One ball left of this 13th over. Rhodes round the wicket bowls. And that's gone to point, no run. Picked up by Ackerman. End of the over. 4 from it. 62 for 2. 288 needed.
Well, for Lancashire, it's the start of very much the start of a little partnership here, but they're plenty resting on Harris and Bohannon. A couple of youngsters due in next, Rocky Flintoff and probably Shetty to follow. And then Moores, they've got a couple of teenagers in their batting lineup there with Flintoff and Moores. That's a nice ball from Parkinson that beats the edge of Bohannon's bat. Oh, the slip catcher Casey Aldridge is in position there. Left arm spin around the wicket to the right hand at Bohannon, going back. Clips that out towards the leg side for a single. Moves on to 15. 63 for 2.
Mark has asked on Blue Sky, does one brings 2 apply to biscuits as well as wickets? He's wondering.
Well, it did, but with a bit of a delay in between. Yeah. It wasn't quite kind of rapid biscuit. It's the back foot by Harris played down the ground for a single.
Rapid biscuit action.
It's a good band as well.
Oh, it sounds like a Half Man Half Biscuit album, doesn't it, really? I forgot about the biscuit bit in the Half Man Half Biscuit there, but yeah, they're probably working on that song already.
Parkinson to Bohannon. Playing back towards him, there's no run. It's a lovely piece of bowling this from Parkinson. He started very nicely into this spell from the Brian Statham end. And again, Bohannon deep in the crease, works it to the onside for a single. Gathered by Will Rhodes, who comes up from the boundary. 65 for 2. Parkinson in. Oh, that's that reverse. It's in the air this time. It's more of a top edge on the reverse sweep. He's played that little reverse paddle a couple of times, but that's certainly off the top edge of the bat. Landing safely. Harris gets 1. He moves on to 13. And it's the end of the over. 66 for 2. 14 gone. Harris on 13. And Bohannon on 16.
So Matt's going to come in a minute then. You ready, Matt? You excited? In comes Rhodes the ball to Harris. Harris plays that to deep point, 1 run. 67 for 2. He's on 14. Bohannon on strike on 16. Matt's been to the Commonwealth Games, so I can tell you all about the excitement of that.
Looking forward to it.
No doubt there was a lot of things seen on the streets of Glasgow as well.
What happens in Glasgow stays in Glasgow.
Is that what Slightly told you? Yeah. Next ball is played back to Rhodes by Bohannon. I thought Mr. Slight would have been here today with us. Excitement of a knockout stage of a cup competition. Hot-footed it down from Glasgow.
There's every chance he's in Germany watching football.
Oh, is it?
Watching Borussia Mönchengladbach.
Yeah. Next ball comes in. Oh, that's in the air. There's a fielder out there in Stokes. Is it Stokes? And that's a catch. That is the end of Bohannon for 16. 67 for 3. It is Stokes.
Yep.
And Rhodes gets the wicket.
And that's all that Durham need to keep doing, isn't it? Keep chipping away. I guess you've got to keep as best they can up with the run rate, but it's developing into an almost impossible task. Not entirely, but increasingly difficult for Lancashire. just about kept it in his fingers there, didn't he? It almost kind of burst through. You can see that on the replay for our viewers on Lancs TV. Just managed to get his little finger wrapped round the ball. So it's the end of Bohannon. It's the arrival of Rocky Flintoff. He's on the back of his maiden century for Lancashire in the victory at Somerset. First time going past 3 figures in his professional senior career for Lancashire. Comes out to join Marcus Harris. There's a nice combination, Harris and Flintoff. 2 players very much at the opposite ends of their careers, but 2 great talents. Harris having played at the very top level, which is, I'm sure, where Flintoff harbours ambitions of doing something similar with England. If you listen to some, there should be, Bumble was saying the other day, should be fast-tracked in.
Really?
That's what he said, yeah. I'm sure I read some quotes from Bumble saying that he reckoned Rocky should be fast-tracked into the England team. Or worse, that effect.
Rhodes to Flintoff, who plays and misses at a ball just around about off stump. There's actually a boat on the marina at ours called Bumble.
Is there?
Yeah.
It's not the Great Lloyds, is it?
No, I did send him a picture of it a few years ago. But little cabin cruiser type thing.
Oh, I could see Bumble in one of those cruisers. Very nice.
Next ball's defended on a length. I've heard he has a problem around maggots, so he mightn't be a good fisherman. I don't know. More of a fly man.
You could see David Lloyd on that fishing programme, couldn't you?
Yeah, Gone Fishing.
Gone Fishing, yeah.
That's a lovely watch. That.
Yeah, it is. He'd be perfect for that.
Yeah. In comes Rhodes. That's played by Flintoff out into the deep point area for 1, and he's off the mark. I've got no interest in fishing, but I can watch that show till the cows come home, because it's just such a relaxed watch, isn't it? There's loads of fish at the minute, because the dolphins are in between the piers every day, and saw a salmon leaping out the back of ours yesterday. It leapt 3 times. Massive thing. Right, well, I'm going to head next door to tell the good people of the North East what the crack is down here, and Mr. Matt Henry's coming in to relieve me.
Yeah, Matthew, cricket writer for the BBC Sport website. And indeed Commonwealth Games reporter, as Martin was saying before. Getting his, earning his stripes in Glasgow with further ambitions as Parkinson's into Flintoff. Played into the offside for no run, so 68 for 3. We start the 16th over. The predicted Wasp has Lancashire at 1% chance of victory here. Parkinson to Flintoff. And he takes a single through mid-off. Not whether it's going to rapidly move from 1% to 2% with that single. Probably not. 69 for 3. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon. Wasp wasn't watching Rocky Flintoff back the other day, clearly.
Clearly not, no. Wasp is not hopeful of a Lancashire win here at 1%. Harris on strike. Parkinson's in. And played by Harris through mid-on for a single. 70 for 3, halfway through the 16th over. How are you?
Good. Yeah. Good game of cricket. This is. I mean, I say good game of cricket. It's going to be a big ask for Lancashire to get close, but it felt like good quality game of cricket at least, hasn't it? Like the way Ollie Robinson played. I know David Beddingham will get a lot of the headlines, but for his getting to 3 figures, but the way that Robinson played and sort of dominated the attack, very impressive.
Parkinson's left arm spin, forward goes Flintoff, right forward in defence. And there's no run.
And I know we discussed this downstairs, Scott, but it is remarkable how Rocky Flintoff, how much, it's not just in my head, how much he resembles his dad.
Goes back to this next delivery and angles it into the onside, no run.
Just the way he walked out to the crease, helmet in hand, bat in the other hand, like his dad used to do all of the time. 90% of batters walk out with a helmet already on, don't they? Freddie didn't. Rocky didn't today, doesn't.
Parkinson to Flintoff. Just chops it away into the offside. They shuffle through for a quick single. And he'll keep the strike as well. 16 overs gone, 71 for 3. Flintoff on 3. Harris on 15. I was reading your report. Oh, it was the match report, but of course it was dominated by Flintoff on the back of the century at Taunton in midweek, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very impressed. 10 fours, 7 sixes, I think. I think the way he managed to hit the ball, sort of that straight hit he does, a straightish mid-wicket. That's what I'd describe it, a wide long on. Where he clears a ball off the seam as over there is very Flintoff senior, reminiscent of Flintoff senior, isn't it, as well? He's a exciting young player.
It must be quite a challenge for these younger players.
He defends here, or attempts to defend to Will Rhodes, but misses outside off stump. Possibly kept a little bit low because keeper Ollie Robinson is bending the knees after taking it.
You know, if you've got a Flintoff name, or in that game a Vaughan name, it must be difficult to just play your own game, be your own person.
Definitely. Rhodes again. Rocky Flintoff on straight. This one's wider outside off stump. Picks out the fielder on the bounce. Right short, extra cover. Definitely, and like, I'm guilty of it as anyone. The first person I mentioned there was Freddie within 3 minutes of me sort of sitting down in this seat as well. Like, I've done it straight away, but it's why we get excited, isn't it? And you can't help it when they have these mannerisms that look so similar as well. Flintoff waits again. Works this one towards, and it's going to be a tight single. No, not a clean pick up there from, I think that's Casey Aldridge coming across from short mid-wicket. Flintoff got it through for one out to long on.
Did feel like that could be quite a tight single if he picks up cleanly and there's a throw at the stump, so could have been pretty close.
Durham have a lot of players on the field here look a lot like Ben Stokes. It's Aldridge with the sort of the sleeves that Stokes always wears under his short t-shirt. This one's driven back at Rhodes by Harris, and he fields off his own bowling, no run. So the way that Ben Stokes, he hasn't actually got them on today, but he always has those tube sleeve things underneath his Durham or previously England t-shirt. Aldridge has got them on. Alex Lees has got one on as well. There's one out there at long on as well. Rhodes in again round the wicket to Harris into the thigh pad, I reckon that. No run, keeping it tight again. That run rate's dropping down to 4.3 runs per over, and the required run rate up at 8.4 now. 72 for 3 Lancashire. Fiddling with the field. Durham is sending Ben Stokes back out to, I want to say long off, but he's not all the way out on the boundary, still 10 yards in from the boundary. This one's driven and possibly dropped there at short extra cover. It's that man Casey Aldridge again. Harris is going to get 2 runs, but the hands on the head suggest that has, yeah, we're at awkward angle here, but I think he has got a hand on that diving away to his right, Aldridge.
It would have been it's a really tough chance, isn't it? It would have been a pretty stunning catch, I think, if he managed to cling on to it. Maybe some fingertips on it. Look back on the replay here. Yeah, maybe.
Just about. Finger or a thumb onto it. Not able to pull it in. That's the end of the over though. 74 for 3 after 17. Lancashire need 276 more from here.
It's a long way down the down the line then, isn't it? Flintoff on the front foot, getting into this next delivery from Parkinson. That's dropped into the offside for no run. That's catching cover in place. There's a slip in place as well. Parkinson to Flintoff. Cut through the offside for a single. Flintoff moves on to 5. 75 for 3 in the 18th over. Change for Harris. The field is changing for Harris. The slip disappears. The short cover disappears. Parkinson comes over the wicket to the left-hander. That spins back in towards him. Wraps him somewhere on the body. Thigh pad maybe.
Has turned that one, hasn't it? We didn't see the spinners seemed quite difficult to hit earlier without finding loads of turn.
Parkinson to Harris, didn't turn quite as much, and then he tumbles into Flintoff at the non-striker's end as he goes to stop the ball. Oh, he's rubbing his hip. Is Parkinson, and then as he clattered into Flintoff in a bid to try and to stop it. Turns back into Harris, who works it through the onside. Gets through for a single. He's on to 18 now. 76 for 3. 1 ball remaining of the 17th over.
Kept below that one as well, I reckon, didn't it? Which is saw a bit of that earlier on in the Durham innings and why this is such a good total, we feel.
Parkinson to Flintoff, playing in a miss. Just gripped a little and bounced a little too on Flintoff. To the gloves of the wicketkeeper, Ollie Robinson. That's the end of the over. 18 gone, and Lancashire are 76 for 3. There'll be some effort from here, but there's still plenty of time to do that. Plenty of resources still, and plenty of batting talent to come. But at the minute, you'd much rather be in the Durham camp. 76 for 3, 18 gone.
Felt like that Jennings wicket was a big one, didn't it? I think he was obviously in good form from his 150 against Somerset. Big ones are getting quite soft as well. Rhodes seamering again from the pavilion end. That's a nice cut shot from Marcus Harris. He's picked the gap between short third and backward point, and he's going to get 4.
Well, he's been in decent touch this season in this comp. Well, it has all season for Lancashire, whether red ball or white ball, but I think 450s in the one-day cut this season. It's a nice late cut down towards wide third. It's going to need a partnership that's equal to, at the very least, what Bedingham-Robinson did for Durham a little earlier on from a couple of Lancashire players.
It's forced a change in the field, that one. Short third's gone back onto the boundary. Rhodes in again and defended. This time from Harris. Up to Ben Stokes at mid-off, who was the fielder that had to come in off the boundary to allow Parkinson down there, isn't it, to drop back onto the boundary to protect the area of the field that Harris had just found or targeted. Once again, short run up for a seamer. Shorter. Harris tries to work it into the leg side, but can't get it past with any real timing past mid-wicket, where Alex Lees comfortably picks up. One thing I will say about Flintoff, and Rocky Flintoff, and I've watched him under 19s cricket as well, always seems very calm at the crease, doesn't he, whatever the situation. Rhodes again, this driven back at him, quite good timing from Harris, but Rhodes gets down to field between his feet. No run. 3 dots into that boundary, first ball of the over.
He certainly looks it, doesn't he, when he's batting. And he's let's be honest, he's been playing in a team that has been struggling. I mean, he's had a relegation, he's had a season where he missed last year, and Lancs have trying to get something from their season this year as well.
Rhodes again outside, off stump, and he plays the cut again. Here does Harris, but he's only going to get a single this time, and the Durham fielders all applaud that work from Callum Parkinson down there, because he stopped the second run by getting round to his right hand side, and then the left-handed throw back over the stumps, only a single. 81 for 3.
So I suppose if you can show that type of composure when teams struggling, it's a good sign.
Definitely. Rhodes to finish his over now. This one's to Flintoff. Nice. Beautiful shot for a single for Rocky Flintoff. He'll keep the strike. A nice drive just to the left of straight as we look, just to the onside of the stumps, the non-striker's end. Single takes him on to 6 from 15 balls. Lancashire are 82 for 3 from 19 overs, needing another 268 at 8.7 runs per over.
Sorry, Martin mentioned you're away at the Commonwealth Games, Matthew. But how much of the One Day Cup have you managed to kind of see?
Bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces. Fair enough,
admit, yeah. So I was, a few weeks off the cricket beat, as I usually am on, but up to the Commonwealth. So quite a lot of the Lancashire game the other day.
Forward goes Flintoff in defence, no wrong.
A lot of that game against Somerset. Interest is obviously peaked when Rocky's trundling along as he was, flying along. But yeah, see a lot of the images of the good crowds around different grounds as well, haven't we?
Parkinson to Flintoff, he waits for it and tries to force it away, but he picks out cover, no run. Yes, that's been real positive, hasn't it? I like the fact he gets played at outgrounds. Flintoff turns this to the onside for a single. I mean, this is a good crowd here, but you put this into an even smaller venue and it feels very different, doesn't it? It's a good atmosphere, don't get me wrong, but it's better suited, isn't it, I think, to smaller venues. Albeit, I think this is a very good championship crowd that what we've got here today. And Harris going back and working the ball that comes back in towards him. And, well, they're appealing for something here, and Harris is gone.
He's trod on his stumps, has he?
And he stepped back and just, I think it's hard to see the bail from where we're sitting. Let's look back at the replay here. Let's watch what's happened. Harris going back. Oh, I think he has. He's just stood back on his leg stump. His heel there just leans onto the leg stump. Bail's dislodged, and you're right, he's gone. He stood back onto the stumps there, just pushing the bail off. Oh, that's a huge blow for Lancashire. What a bonus for Durham to have got the Marcus Harris wicket in such an unusual fashion. Hit wicket, bowled Parkinson for 23. Lancashire are 4 downs, 83 for 4.
I was as confused as you were. I thought they'd miscounted how many balls were in the over when the Durham fielders were all coming together with 4 balls gone. It was a dismissal you see so rarely. It's often when you see a batter lose their balance that they go back onto the stumps, but it didn't seem to happen to Harris there. He's just... his right foot has gone back. His front foot, as he's played into the leg, clipped the ball into the leg side, his front foot, as you can imagine, the left-hander, has then gone back behind him and he's just trodden his leg stump.
Well, that's the end of Harris, and that's the end of Lancashire's most experienced player that was either out there or to come. And it's over to, the next generation of Lancashire players, and potentially England players, who knows, in Joe Moores and now Rocky Flintoff. It's 2 teenagers to try and do something which will be a pretty extraordinary effort from here. There's Moores on strike as Parkinson comes in. Again, that spins back in towards him, and it's defended into the offside. And there's no run. 83 for 4. Final ball of the over. Moores, they're thinking of a single. They do take one. There's a little bit of hesitation, but they agree on one. And that is the end of the over. Well, that's a very bizarre dismissal. You just don't see that very often, do you? With batter out, hit wicket, going back into his crease. He had no idea, had he, Marcus Harris? You could tell from his reaction. He was jogging through for the single, having gone back and just worked it to square leg. And I think he was like the rest of us, apart from wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson, because he was stood right up by the stumps. So he saw it straight away. You can see back here on the replay for our viewers on Lancs TV. Just goes back, little nudge out towards square leg, jogs through for 1. Not got a clue, Marcus Harris. And then he's out.
Starting the next over as Rhodes, little edgy there from Moores. Down to 3rd for a single. Yeah, we were just praising the size of the crowd here, weren't we? And it feels like they've just had the stuffing knocked out of them a little bit more when you see those here. Well, I sat over on the far side earlier. I can hear definite some northeast voices, accents amongst them. So people have travelled down from Durham for this game. Rhodes to the right-handed Flintoff, who drives well. Second time he's played that shot. Down the ground to long on. Nice drive for a single. Yeah, people have definitely travelled over from Durham. You mentioned the flags earlier. There was one up on the point earlier. It's disappeared now.
Right.
A Durham flag. But yeah, the locals at least disappointed with that comical dismissal. Once again, under edge this time on a cut from Moose. He's going to get at least one, and only one. Robinson sweeps round from short fine. I think he has. Oh no, buys. Sorry, not an under edge. Well, Robinson's just gone through the under the bottom of his bat, but no touch on it. Driven this time out to Ben McKinney on the extra cover boundary from Rocky Flintoff. Only for a single, and that required run rate has crept up again to 8.9. It's really tough when you're chasing such a big score. I know they get chased down, or they get scored more often, don't they, these days? In 50 over cricket, and all 50 over cricket, big over 300, but Rhodes, this one's straight. Moores can't find a single. But the pressure that just builds and builds and builds when you're not scoring, and then you add wickets into it as well. It's tough.
It is, and you need wickets in hand, don't you, to chase a big score down. You lose early wickets up top, and it becomes an almost impossible task, I guess, isn't it? Notts have struggled as well with their run chase at York so far.
It's a very passionate appeal there from Will Rhodes that you've probably heard. I think for LBW, when the ball's in from our angle at least, and we are behind Moores here, but it looked like it hit the middle of his bat. I think Will Rhodes reckons that snuck onto the toe of the boot before the bat, but I don't think so. I'm not entirely certain after seeing the replay, but I don't think so. There's the end of the over, 88 for 4.
Notts a 64 for 4, and they've been set 274 to win, to beat Yorkshire at Clifton Park in York. It's Parkinson to Flintoff. Meets that nicely and drives out through extra cover for a single. Moves to 10, 89 for 4. Brins Moores back on strike. Parkinson left arm spin to Moores from over the wicket, and it spins nicely back into Moores. It feels that Parkinson's got more turn from the part of this pitch than perhaps what Lancashire were able to get. Oh, and there's another example of it. Almost sneaked through. Moores does well to bring the bat down and defend.
It's warm out there as well when I'm sat outside, so it's not surprising. You said it was already a used pitch from the 100 game, and then it's had more sun on it today.
From the footholds outside off stump, that spins back into Moores. That's driven into the offside for a single. You know, it's not tricky for. I mean, Yorkshire are playing their game at York, I presume, at least. Obviously, there's not a 100 game there today. But
Test match next week, isn't it?
Ah, test match, right? Okay. So that rules Headingley out, and obviously Lancashire only found out playing the miss from Flintoff 2 days ago that they would be playing here. So it's quite a quick turnaround, isn't it, to prepare the ground, but also just to get everything in place. You know, stewards in place, sell tickets, and all the infrastructure that goes in to putting these games on. Flintoff taps it down the ground for 1. He moves on to 11. 22 overs gone. Lancashire 91 for 4. And it's Joe Moores on 3 and Rocky Flintoff on 11. As they come for a chat halfway down.
He's looking Freddie-like again, isn't he? The way he leans on his bat there, hand on hip, leaning on the bat. It's just confirmation bias, isn't it, in my head? But I promise you it's true for people not watching on the stream and listening on the radio. I mean, Rocky's just leaning on his bat, middle of the pitch, like his dad used to do. He's on strike here to Rhodes. with Robinson up to the stumps. It's a good take down the leg side, but it will be a wide.
I mean, it's possible that Rocky's performances in the last few games might well push him in towards contention for Lancashire's championship squad. I'm certain it will. I mean, I'm sure he'll be in and around the squad in the 6 championship matches to come still.
Waits for Rhodes again. This one's a little edgy, as you'll have heard by the cries of catch. He gets a single down to third man, because you'd fill a space that maybe Liam Livingston was playing when it's a while since we've had county championship games, isn't it? But Livingston was playing in the championship team just before it broke, didn't he? I'm looking for you for confirmation.
He did. Yeah.
Rhodes again moves on strike this time, defends to extra cover, so that's a space that could up. We don't know whether Livingston is going to be back after he might want a few weeks off after a good run in the 100, I guess.
Livingston kind of came in because Chris Green got injured, so that kind of opened up that spinning all-rounder position.
Rhodes again works this one off the hip, and he's going to get a couple here, I reckon. No, good work from Ben McKinney. Quickly to the ball at deep mid-wicket. It's a round of applause from Alex Lees there for his work. A single, 94 for 4%. It's around that 5-6 spot is where you'd think Rocky Flintoff would come into the Lancashire team, is what I was trying to say in that championship 11 for the game next week. It's driven by Flintoff this time for another single, which isn't going to do it. They've got time to get themselves in, I guess, with more than 27 overs to go, but singles are only going to push that run rate up further from 9.3 as it is now.
Yeah, I mean, he might not play next week, but I think he chance of being in and around squads between now and the end of the season.
Digs this one out, a full ball from Rhodes, dot ball.
Albeit you were mentioning to me before, and you'll know more than me about what's coming up, kind of England under 19 wise.
Yes, I think I'm right in saying they have a series against Pakistan under 19s in September.
Right, okay.
So there'll be a decision to be made there of where Flintoff prioritises. Driven this time by Mose out to deep extra cover, only a single again. Durham will be happy with that. The over ends 96 for 4. 27 to go. So yeah, there'll be another, because Rocky Flintoff has played quite a lot of under 19 and Lions cricket in recent years, hasn't he?
He's probably played more for Lions and under 19s than he has for Lancashire.
Yeah, definitely. So there'll be another decision to be made of where, I assume that's a joint decision between Lancashire and the England setup and everyone involved behind the scenes with Rocky, that where the priorities lie there. But I think be right in saying that there'll be 2 games before that squad, at least before the first game of that squad.
Right.
So it'll be time for a couple of games of championship cricket if selected.
It's Parkinson to Moores, who's shuffling down the pitch and defends into the offside. No run. He's signed a Pakistan spinner, Noman Ali, of Lancashire for the final 6 championship matches. Oh, that's turned sharply from Parkinson to Moores. Down towards the boundary. Robinson catches up with it. Luke Robinson, that is. And he's gone for buys. He's come off nothing. It's spun pretty sharply back into Moores and has gone past the bat and on for the stumps and a couple of buys. 98 for 4. Parkinson to Moores. Quick ball that again grips and turns back into him. Doesn't make any real clean contact, Moores, and it just kind of scuffles away in towards the onside for no run. Parkinson to Moores. Gets that one away through cover for a single. Moves on to 6. 99 for 4.
Noman Ali, I like the turn he's seeing from this pitch today. If he asked him to play those championship games on this pitch, Noman had a lot of success in that series against England, didn't he? Him and Sajid Khan, when they played back-to-back tests on the same pitch that's Testimony Multan.
Parkinson to Flintoff. That's run through the offside, and they get through for a single.
The one when people may remember they had heaters and heaters and fans out to try and dry the pitch when Pakistan decided they were going to take down England on turning surfaces, and he got a lot of wickets, him and Sajid Khan, the off spinner.
See Mark Chilton employing similar tactics for the pitches here. 100 for 4, Parkinson in. Reverse sweep from Moores, that's a really good shot. Plenty of that. And down towards the boundary for 4. Lancashire have just brought up their 100 in that over, and Moores adding to it here. And whether Lancashire progress or not and win the game or not, the home supporters will enjoy seeing two young players batting here together. 104 for 4. And they'll be enjoying the prospect to see just how near and how far these two young players can take it for Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. Moores has been away with the 100, hasn't he? With London Spirit was where he got signed up by. The team there, that is
London Spirit.
Yeah, okay. I'm confident with that one.
You went all in with it, so I believe every word of it. It was Liam Livingston's lot.
Yes,
is that
London Spirit,
right?
yeah. Yeah, he was away with London Spirit in the 100, but now back at Lancashire in that sort of inventive reverse sweep. Flintoff on strike again and plays another of those drives. This one slightly not as far onto the front foot, through mid-on for a single out to Ben Stokes.
I mean, I should know it. I covered quite a bit of the 100. But it is difficult to keep across players coming and going. That's my excuse.
It is, yeah. People coming in for injury replacements and that sort of thing. Especially when you're at the Commonwealth Games, but I won't get my violin out. Moores waits for Rhodes now, wide. Cut shot that we saw Marcus Harris playing, but this one's out to deep cover for a single. Throw comes back into Ollie Robinson, who sit again. His innings, although didn't get as many runs as David Bellingham did. He played sort of the anchor role, really added the extra 40, 50 runs. He got 70 odd, didn't he, Robinson? But that's Flintoff drives again. He likes that shot. That's long on for a single. But yeah, the impetus that Robinson added to the innings and pushed on better than a run a ball. What did he strike at in that innings? Get it up, but it just really pushed Durham up from what a score could have been 300 up to 350, which always felt a really good total on this pitch.
It did. It might not yet, but it felt like that's probably with 2 minutes runs to get, isn't it?
It's leg side this time. That's been whipped high and long for 6. Lovely shot from Joe Moores, and well cheered by the locals here at Old Trafford. He's picked that was on a leg stump line from Will Rhodes. He's just picked it up and flicked it over deep square leg for 6. Bit of a leg stump half volley, not the best ball that Will Rhodes will ever bowl, but given the treatment, nice shot. Waits again now. He cuts. He's going to push for 2. Whether they can turn and get there, no, just a single. 114 for 4. 1 ball left in the 25th over. Lancashire need another 236 here, chasing 350. Flintoff waves his bat and then forces a bit of a drive off the back foot out to another, or one of his former England Lions teammates, I reckon, Ben McKinney. He's not happy with his throw out there for some reason. Slaps his hands together as it comes in. Not accurate enough, but that's going to be drinks. 25 gone, Lancashire 115 for 4, chasing 350 at halfway. Tough game to win from here.
Well, these two have enjoyed one good partnership in this competition this season. Flintoff and Moores put on 72 together. It was a real flourishing innings between the pair of them. Lancashire beat Leicestershire in a game at Grace Road. They made 383 in that match, and Flintoff and Moores batted very nicely together, put on 72 from 31 balls right at the back end of the Lancashire innings. Different type of partnership required today. Different situation to that, of course, but they've enjoyed a bit of fun while they've been batting together this season. Moores and Flintoff. So drinks being taken. 115 for 4. 25 overs gone. Moores on 18 and Flintoff unbeaten on 17.
Imagine these two have played a lot of youth and second 11 cricket together as well, on their 17, and Rocky's 18 now, isn't he? So 17 and 18-year-old.
Yeah, and they've been, well, certainly Moores has been a real positive for Lancashire this season. And again, it's been a pretty tough season for Lancs. I mean, they're second bottom in the championship table, albeit I'm sure that they will believe that they can turn that around. There's still 6 games left to go, but it's a lot of, not many points, but it's quite a lot of teams between Lancashire and the top 2. They've failed to progress from the T20 group stage, and they're probably going to get knocked out of the competition here today. So it's not been a great season for Lancashire, but Moores has been certainly a real find. The performances in the T20 Blast has earned him a place in the championship side in that last game against Derbyshire, where he actually got a 50. He's made in first class 50 in that match. And we see his performances here, and then 100 call-up. So he's had a good year. It's been certainly one positive that Lancashire can take, but as I say, I'm sure they'll think they can try and catch, if not Durham, who look like they're nicely set at the top, and maybe catch Kent, who they still have to play between now and the end of September. Just 2 wins though from 8 championship matches. Doesn't make for pretty viewing for Lancashire supporters. 4 defeats in there.
I think at the start of the season, if just by size of club, they would have started as one of the favourites to go up. I think to earn promotion this year, and obviously, as you said, it's been a tricky period in the history of this club, hasn't it, for various reasons, but or various aspects. But yeah, they would have started as amongst one of the favourites. Jimmy, obviously, around, and you hope for all the overseas players that they bring in, someone like Harris. But yeah, Norman feels like a really good signing, particularly for the back end of a season after a very hot summer, doesn't he? Like a accurate, canny spinner, the type of, if you get a turning pitch at Old Trafford, people say, oh, it turns at Old Trafford, don't they? But and it has done today. Should be a good signing, but you never know.
Will be well, Lancashire are here actually on Thursday. They take on Northamptonshire in the County Championship. Durham travel to Derbyshire. Colin Ackerman it will be to replace that spell from Callum Parkinson. Bowled very nicely, Parkinson, from the Brian Statham end. Bowling 8 overs on the spin, 8 overs, 1 for 29. Parkinson, Ackerman's first delivery is just pushed into the onside by Flintoff. And that's hammered away off the back foot through the offside for a single. He moves on to 18, 116 for 4. Is the Lancashire score here at Old Trafford. Notts are trying to rebuild in the run chase against Yorkshire, 78 for 4. That's in the 19th over. Chasing 274 to win. Ackerman to Moores. And Moores clips that off his pads, out to backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 19. 117 for 4. Flintoff through the offside this time. Went through the first pretty quickly. Moores kind of turns to come back for 2, but then sees Beddingham cleanly pick the ball up on the cover boundary. This is just the 1. 118 for 4. Moores on to 19's back on strike. Ackerman in. Oh, and it goes back. Is he cleared mid-on? Maybe not. Oh, just about. Will Rhodes couldn't quite get in position to take the catch. It's a really difficult chance. It's gone high by Moores off the, felt like almost the toe end of the bat. Rhodes running backwards. Couldn't quite get into position. Ball lands safely. Flintoff taps it back to Ackerman. And there's no run. End of the over. 119 for 4. Moores on 20. And Flintoff 19 not out.
Felt like he couldn't quite work out which way to go around that high catch. Could he chase him back, whether to spin round and chase after it or keep him pedal back pedal. Yeah, didn't quite get there. Might not have ever really been a chance. Always a bit too far away. Looks like we're going to get another bowling change and some more spin. Ghaffari coming on from the far end.
Yeah, always nice to see a bowler or player you've not seen before. I've never seen him bowl live.
Played a lot in club cricket in the northeast. Shafiqullah Ghaffari.
Leg spinner, I think.
Yes. Yeah, he's played a lot up there in club cricket in the northeast. It's become quite topical in the last few weeks, hasn't it? Clicky ponting and all that sort of thing. People will have seen he's in for his first delivery to the left-hander Moors.
Yeah.
Just a bit of loopy spin there to test it out. Yeah. Northeast. North Yorkshire South Durham League making headlines not for what they expected, I don't think.
Got quite a bit of pick up that, didn't it?
Yeah, Ghaffari in again. Over the wicket, this one's short and given the treatment again by Moors. Quite possibly the biggest, not quite the biggest six we've seen today, but a very big one. Short, and he's just picked it up and smacked it over deep mid-wicket, or deep square leg, well over Ben McKinney's head for 6. And Joe Moors, lovely shot.
Little lad, he hits it a long way, doesn't he? Yeah, fabulous talent. It's absolutely muscled out towards mid-wicket. Beautiful shot.
Ghaffari in again. Moors targeting him again. This one's fuller. Better length. No chance to get underneath that and hoist it away as he did there. Yeah, you're right. He's short. He's 17-year-old. Joe Moors, but he can certainly whack it. 26 from 26 balls now. He's overtaken Rocky Flintoff. Gone for a big shot again here. Slog sweep. Doesn't find the middle this time. It's only going to get him a single. Bowler has his hands on his head because I think for a second he thought he was going to sneak that under the bat. Not to be. Ghaffari sending his 2 fielders, switching his field around at least. With Flintoff on strike for the first time. Leg spinner as long on back, long off back. Deep cover. Deep square leg. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other in his run up. And he's in. Flintoff who drives in the air. Safely wide of short extra cover. And out to long off for a single. Wanders down and fiddles with the grill of his helmet. Still look calm, have throughout. 17 and 18-year-old facing a massive challenge. Try and chase 350. Quicker and cut. Just for 1, despite Flintoff running the first one very quickly to turn and push, but he's not going to get back. 128 for 4 after 27 overs. 23 to go. Lancashire still need another 222.
Yeah, I suppose you put that out of your mind, don't you? And for Flintoff and Moors, it's a great chance to bat together here at Old Trafford and try and see if they can do something pretty special. Both looking for scores here as well. Flintoff's century coming last week away from home. Moors has had some success in white ball cricket in the Blast for Lancashire here as well this season. Worked into the onside for a single, but certainly the home supporters will enjoy watching these 2 young players bat and seeing just how far they can and how deep they can perhaps try and take the game. 29 for 4. Ackerman to Flintoff. That's slap down the ground. Only for 1. Flintoff moves on to 21 not out. 130 for 4. Brings John Moors on strike. Ackerman to Moors. It's dropped into the offside. Casey Aldridge, the Durham captain, fields. Ackerman to Moors, carved out through an extra cover. McKinney fields on the cover boundary. Flintoff for Moors. Moors moves on to 30 with that single. Score moves on to 131 for 4. Brings Flintoff back on strike. Asking for the LBW there. He's gone for the slog sweep. It's hit him on, I think, on the back thigh pad. No bat on that. Give it a leg by.
Probably got himself outside the line, I reckon.
Take a sneak look on the replay here.
Not sure he did.
Moores runs it out through the offside for one. And goes through and keeps the strike, does he? Is that the end of the over? It is. He's on 31. 133 for 4. At the end of the 28th over, Moores on 31. Flintoff on 5th on 21. And there's a nice sight for Lancashire supporters. And the two young batters here put together a 50 partnership off exactly 50 balls. Moores and Flintoff, 133 for 4 after 28, with 22 overs to go.
I know they are young, these two, 17 and 18.
Yeah.
But you see the headshots that come up on the big screen there, they look like school photos, don't they?
They do
the
a
two
bit.
of them.
Yeah.
Very young. Moves us on strike. To Ghaffari. Oh, that's another big shot from the left-handed Moores. That one's even bigger than the last one. A slog sweep into the stands over by the hotel to our right. Big 6. And a brilliant shot. It's up to 37 now. Lancashire 139 for 4. 29th over.
We've seen him play that shot not just today, but quite a few times in the Blast this season for Lancashire. Hits that so well, doesn't he?
Looks like his shot, doesn't it? That's if every player does have a favourite shot, especially off the spinners, obviously. Quicker, nervous this time, and he's going to get 4, is he? No, he's not. The angle there's deceived us a little bit. Just a couple, no, single. Even out to Ben McKinney at mid-wicket. It's quicker, the baller, Ghaffari's clearly a bit tentative. Doesn't want to give the air because he fears that big slug sweep that Joe Moores has. Got Flintoff on strike now. This one's got a little more loop. They're going to take a single. Throw comes in, tight, but I think Rocky Flintoff had made his ground. You can just sense he's tested him. He's wondered, oh, I'll loop a couple up, see if there's any spin. Parkinson was getting spin from this end. I don't think Ghaffari's going to be doing that again. To Joe Moores at least. He's plonking him for 6 over the leg side. Outside off stump this time, and Moores chops the ball through backward point for a single again. Just tick on to 142 for 4. 29th over. Nine runs from this over with 2 balls to go. Flintoff on strike. He goes back. Thinks about setting off for a single, but definitely not one there. Is that Ackerman there, is it? Sweeping in. Scott's turning his arm over next to me, I think, to tell me it was a googly. Oh. Big again, Rocky Flintoff. He's gone big, but he's not got the distance. Ben Stokes comes in from the long on boundary and takes the catch. It's Will Rhodes, sorry, it's not Ben Stokes. And that is the end of Rocky Flintoff. He played nicely, but 5th wicket goes down. Flintoff for 22, Lancashire 142 for 5.
You see the Durham fan behind him as well, just on the front row of the seats there, up with his Durham flag waving. He got a little thumbs up from the Durham fielder when that celebration, when that catch was taken. You'll see it on the replay. Our viewers on Lancs TV here as Flintoff goes for the big hit. Catch comes up, just look behind just a little look behind towards the Durham supporters. There's a few in the crowd there. And Will Rhodes acknowledging that support. Well, it was good fun while it lasted for Lancashire. Flintoff and Moores, but I guess you just got to keep hitting out, and at some stage you potentially might get yourself out as well. 142 for 5 as Shetty comes out and joins Joe Moores. So yeah, it's a good partnership. What did he put on? 59? Yeah, 59 they did for the together. But it comes to an end. And Shetty, the new batter, 142 for 5. 29 overs gone. It felt like that was likely to be the outcome at some point.
I think so. Rocky Flintoff had played nicely, as we'd said, but he'd not quite got into boundary hitting rhythm, as in you see on the screen now, people who are watching online, some worryingly dark smoke coming up behind the point. It's a bit further away than it looks on your screen if you're looking there, the other side of the main road behind.
Comes into Moores, and Moores hammers it down the ground. That's gone for 6 over long on. Moores moves on to 45. 148 for 5. That was again pretty emphatic, wasn't it, from Moores? Bang, right down the ground. Two of the Lancashire players on the balcony just fearing the worst and ducking for cover. Ackerman to Moores, that's pushed through mid-off. And he's through for 8. Single moves on to 46, 149 for 5. You're going to see out the over, and then Martin, I think, will probably come back and join you. Thank you for
very well
for joining us. Shetty, the new batter. He's looking out towards the leg side, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. Here comes Ackerman to Shetty. That's play back towards the Durham man, and there's no run. Clutching the ball towards his mid drift and bowls to Shetty on the front foot. Play back towards Ackerman. Again, another dot ball. 49 for 5. 2 balls left of the over. Ackerman to Shetty. He's off the mark with this. Takes it away to square leg. And that brings up the 150, that for Lancashire. 150 for 5. And 1 ball remaining of the over. Durham have been terrific with the ball. Outstanding to get 350 on the board with the bat. And they've made 350 feel like a very big, which what it is, a very big score to get. Ackerman completes the over. Moores hammers that away again through the offside. That might bring him 4. It does, and it brings him 50 as well. Moores to 50 not out from 38 deliveries. Well, the future looks very bright for Joe Moores. And he's in the runs again here for Lancashire, this time in the one-day cup. 154 for 5, 30 gone, and Moores reaches an impressive half-century. Thank you to Matthew Henry from the BBC Sport website, cricket writer, and not just cricket writer, Commonwealth Games reporter as well. You'll be able to read all about a Rocky Flintoff preview, a Rocky Flintoff piece at some stage on the BBC website, I'm sure, from Matthew. Here's Ghaffari to continue. Emerson's rejoined us. You take over.
Is that why he's here? Is it on Flintoff watch?
I think so.
Not to watch Durham. Unbelievable, these people. I'm just thinking of the expense now that he's got Commonwealth correspondent on his door, office door as well.
Big pay rise, isn't it? Yep.
Next ball bowled by Ghaffari, the Richmondshire spinner. Plays for Richmondshire in the town of Richmond in North Yorkshire, just off Scotch Corner, not too far from Darlow. So North Yorkshire South Durham League, and then had a trial with Durham at the end of last season, was given a contract this year. I don't know what that big cloud of smoke was, but it seems to be easing now. But it looked like something had just very recently gone on fire. Big plume of black smoke drifting up in the air, but it's starting to peter out now. Ghaffari in again, bowls at Shetty, who drives out towards deep cover for 1 run. I can't remember commentating on a game where I've seen a professional player stand on their stumps.
No,
I mean, it will have happened, but I just cannot remember it. But I was out on the balcony when that happened, and he played the shot, The ball went off towards square leg, and he set off for a single, and then all I could hear was this raucous laughter from Ben McKinney on the far side of the field, and I thought, what's wrong with him? And then he came racing in, celebrating, and when I looked down, there was a bail on the floor. And even Ollie Robinson, I don't think, spotted it straight away. He was looking to see where the ball had gone and saw the bail in the corner of his eye after a second or two. There's drives at this one. It's gone out towards the cover area. Picked up by Lees, 1 run. Is there I can hear fire engines now, can't we? You hear that? Sirens? There. Oh, that comes in again. And Shetty has lobbed one out to the covers and he's gone. And this is a walk in the park for Durham at the moment. They are cruising to what will be their 5th one-day cup semi-final. Last one they hammered Surrey in 2021. Beat Notts in the semi-final in 2014. Very, very nervy affair when they got there for the first time in 2007. Just got past Essex and they were only chasing something like 72 to win and nearly lost. So Shetty has gone onto the back foot here to Ghaffari, and he's lobbed the ball straight out into the covers. And a very simple catch is taken by Casey Aldridge, and he's out for 2. And Lancashire are not long for this world. They're 156 for 6 after 30.5 overs.
Yeah, they've bowled beautifully here, haven't they? Been a brilliant performance from Durham with the bat. A really well put together score, that 340. Felt watching it that was quite some way above par, but on a tricky pitch, a used wicket, everybody contributed through the course of that Durham innings, got themselves a big score, and they've really squeezed Lancashire here, haven't they? Despite the efforts of young Moors, Durham are well set for Sunday's semi-final. And the second for Ghaffari as well, 2 for 20 for him.
Police van going past the ground at the minute with its siren. You can hear. So George Balderson is the new man. Is there anybody likely to come out and stage a grandstand finish here, do you think?
Not with 200 required, no, I don't think so. It's unlikely, but you never know.
Balderson on strike then, final ball of the over, flicked away by the batsman down to long leg to Ackerman for 1 run, so he'll keep strike. 157 for 6 after, what over are we in now? 31 overs. So 193 needed after 31 overs. Durham were 171 for 3.
Luke Robinson is going to replace that spell from Colin Ackerman. 3 overs from Ackerman, but quite expensive, went for 20.
Ball bowled by Robinson, just defended by Balderson, played off towards point, no run there.
Bowled 6 overs on the spin, didn't he, Robinson, in the power play. 1 for 13. That kind of set the level, didn't it? Set the standards that Robinson started off.
Oh, that's a wide-ish delivery, which Balderson's gone after. He's played and missed. The umpire, David Milne, signals are wide. Robinson in again. The ball played by Balderson. There's going to be a run out here. Oh, that's absolutely smashed the stumps to smithereens. What a throw from Colin Ackerman. Balderson set off for a single. He was sent back by Moores, and Ackerman lined up once or twice from sort of mid-wicket, was going to throw, then changed his mind, altered his angle, had another go, and absolutely smashed the middle stump out of the ground. Now this is nearly all over bar the shouting now. This is incredibly one-sided.
What he's done there really well, Martin, as well, isn't he? He's not rushed. When you watch that back on the replay, so he's picked the ball up, and I guess you could be excused for kind of trying to throw it in as quick as you can, but watch it here. Picks it up, waits, lines it up. Brilliant from Ackerman. Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Cracking piece of fielding.
It was.
So he's run out for one.
Quite right, Martin. It's all falling apart for Lancashire, and Durham are getting themselves ready for a bus trip to Radlett. As indeed are you, Albin.
Yeah, I'll not be on a bus.
I think you should do a little bus. Emerson on the bus. Could be a feature.
Yeah. Well, today we take the number 5 from Potter's Bar. There's lots of little towns dotted around there that you can stay in, as well as Radlett itself. I mean, the first time I went there was when 2014, before the League Cup final. We stayed there on the Saturday night before Sunderland played Man City at Wembley. Handy for a run into Wembley. So the new man is Jack Blatherwick. As Robinson bowls, Blatherwick plays that to backward point, no run.
Well, Blatherwick can certainly give it a wallop, as he showed on Tuesday when he got 30 off 10 balls for Lancashire. But to expect him and Moore to try and rescue Lancashire here from an impossible position.
Next ball is a leave.
The other game at York has Nottinghamshire 115 for 4. They lost early wickets. They were 3 for 1. And now 115 for 4. Still quite a bit of work to do there, Nottinghamshire, to beat Yorkshire.
Oh, that's a bouncer, and it's taken it full stretch by the keeper.
Yep, called a wide. It's not even in shot.
Comes in again. That's a bit of an in-swinger, and it's played to point, no run there.
Whatever that smoke was that we saw on the TV and the stream has just thankfully disappeared, but it's quite thick at one stage.
It was. Had this sort of curling top to it as well, didn't it? As if there'd been some kind of explosion or something. Robinson comes in again. Bowls towards leg stump, defended by Blatherwick. End of the over. So there's 18 overs left to try and get 191 runs. It's all about now basically just trying to save face, I think, from a Lancashire point of view. Time in the middle. Durham's total earlier, 349 for 8, their highest score against Lancashire in a one-day game. He's going to bowl his next over, which will be his 4th. He's taken 2 for 21. Robinson's now bowled 7, 1 for 15.
Good little spell, isn't it? Moores is still going for Lancashire.
Well, the last over had a wicket in it and just went for 2 runs. So.
And that one he gets to bounce and turn a little from Moores. Ghaffari in and balls. Oh, and Moore swings and misses. And 2 umpires are getting together here. Indeed, the players are. Oh, I think it may have caught. Has it caught someone on the helmet? It's caught maybe the keeper potentially on his helmet. Let's have a look here.
He's pretending he's dazed.
Oh yes, it has. It caught him on the grill, hasn't it? So just have to check that.
Physio's just come on.
He's had a good day, hasn't he, Ollie Robinson? His partnership with David Bedingham, has been the partnership that's taken the game away from Lancashire, really. They just pegged things back, Lancashire. Durham went from 50 to 100 pretty slowly, but then from 100 to 150 in rapid time. And that was when Bedingham and Robinson really got going. He's passed his checks, he's okay. And we continue. And Ghaffari gets a 3rd. Bowls Moores. Disappears for 51, but no shame on that. He's battered beautifully here when others have struggled. And Lancashire lose their 8th wicket. Durham are almost there. 159 for 8 in the 33rd over. Moores bowled by Ghaffari, who has 3 for 21.
Just checking. Where's my notes? You can smell smoke now, can't you? Can you smell that?
Yeah.
That's quite strong, isn't it? Shafiqullah Ghaffari, 24 years old now. His best bowling, 3 for 41 in a 9-wicket win at Hampshire this year. So he's now taken 14 wickets this season. And those who've made the trip from Durham will be more than enjoying their afternoon here in Old Trafford.
There's quite a few as well, isn't there? You mentioned it and Matthew mentioned it as well. I went over for a coffee earlier before play, and there was quite a few Durham shirts in the cafe on the far side. So yeah, quite a few have made the journey, and that, it would appear, the fall of the 8th wicket and the dismissal of young Moores is enough for quite a few Lancashire supporters to say, well, I'm off. And they're
Ghaffari on now. He's taken 3 for 21, so these are his best figures if he doesn't go and concede a load more runs. Another wicket would certainly be his best figures. We have to go next door now.
Yeah, 3 for 21. Excellent from Ghaffari. Bailey is the new batter. Both batters on naught. Slip in play, so try and wrap this up as quickly as they can here, Durham. Maybe enjoy a celebratory drink in the hotel a little bit later on. Bailey off the mark with that shot. Just pushed out through the offside for a single. Brings Blatherwick on strike. So caught and bowled. Ghaffari reckons it is. But Blatherwick's not walking. And looking towards the square leg umpire, which is David Milnes, who had a better view than the standing umpire. And he's not that interested. Let's have a look on the replay here. Looked okay. Run out through point by Blatherwick for a single. End of the over. 161 for 8 at the end of the 33rd. before he threw the ball back to the umpire in the manner that would suggest he was absolutely convinced he'd taken a clean catch. Robinson 1 for 15 from 7 overs. Take a single to mid-off. Score moves to 162 for 8. Swing from Bailey, but through to the keeper. No run. Thumped away to mid-wicket from Bailey. Robinson to Bailey. That just bounces a little bit. He defends it out into the offside. And there's no run. .162 for 8. Well, that's 6 for Bailey. Rocks back and pulls it high out towards square leg. He's 4 or 5 rows back. Lancashire are going to go down. Maybe Bailey's going to go down swinging.
It's a good Tom Petty song, that.
And a few song titles, isn't there, through the course of this commentary? How many rows back was that? 3 or 4? Yeah. Caught that one nicely, didn't he, Bailey? Driven to mid-off this time. End of the over. 34 overs gone. 168 for 8. Target 350.
Well, Durham's biggest win in terms of runs against Lancashire is so insignificant it doesn't actually feature in their archives because it is less than 100. They did win by 57 runs in Sedbergh a few years ago, but 16 overs to go, 168 for 8. They need another 182 to win. And how many overs have we had? 34. So Durham's biggest win was in 1995, so they were a first-class side by then, and they beat Herefordshire by 207 runs in Chesley Street. That was in the NatWest Bank Trophy first round. Ghaffari comes in here, and that's high and out towards Cow Corner, and it's gone just towards the near end of the point stand for 6. So Blatherwick's decided to give it a blather. Michael Rosebery played in that game for Durham, captained them, opened the batting, made 121. Stuart Hutton 125. Alan Walker, now a bowling coach with Durham, didn't bat that day. They beat Ireland by 189 runs in Dublin in 1992. The biggest win against a county opponent was 149 runs against Hampshire in Chester Street in 2010. Have they found the ball? They haven't, have they? Where's it gone?
It's disappeared.
Rolled underneath the front of the stand, has it? Have they got it back? No. Spare ball. Spare balls, please. And a ball has now been thrown on for them. So 176 to win. This could end up being Durham's biggest victory in margin of runs against a county opponent. Blatherwick's on 8. He's on strike. Ghaffari bowls and keeper takes this one. Playing a miss. The bright lights of Radlett on a Sunday morning. That's a play and a miss there. The ball's just turned on him. Hand messaged me earlier. He was listening to our commentary from this morning in delay. I think he said while he was driving down the motorway, so he was commenting on my mention of a grubby cathedral. That one's played into the foot there by Blatherwick, no run. And I think your comment about how I know a lot of bizarre things. So that was probably the first 5 minutes of this morning, I think. But he's way across West London, isn't he? Over sort of Kew, Hammersmith area or somewhere over like that. Wimbledon, maybe even that far across. Next ball's played away, out towards the covers for 1 by Blatherwick. He did take me to that den of iniquity that you'd been to in London. That's a big 6, right out the meat of the bat, and that bounces onto the tarmac at the side of the field on the left-hand side of the ground as we look at things and into the temporary stand. Somebody's going to have to climb in to recover it. Now, have you done Lords this year in the Championship?
No, we don't go this year.
Ah, right.
We're at Merchant Taylor's School,
which is basically Watford, isn't it? It's an area called Northwood, but it's sort of to the just slightly to the west of Watford. Because we stayed in a hotel in Watford last year. We went to Wembley to see Coldplay, and we drove down round past there to go to Harrow on the Hill to the tube station.
Yes,
yeah.
It's near. Yeah. I'm looking for somewhere to stay around there. Yeah, so it's miss out on a trip to Lords this year. Like I should have never played at Merchant Taylor's School before.
When are you going there?
Some point in September. Might be the penultimate game of the season.
That's a bit risky, isn't it? Late in the season like that, you know, the early morning starts as well.
Parkinson's going to return. He bowled 8 on the spin and bowled really nicely for Durham. In comes Parkinson. Blatherwick goes after him. It's high in the air and it's all the way for 6.
Hit it one-handed.
He did. He's such a powerful hitter, such a big 6 hitter, Jack Blatherwick, and he sent that one high over deep mid-wicket. And 6 for Blatherwick, 187 for 8. He's gone again, but more of a leading edge, and that should be that. It is. And Parkinson gets his second, and Lancashire 9 down.
Lees.
And Alex Lees takes the catch. And yeah, I'm sure, disappointing day for Jack Blatherwick. Just wasn't his day with the ball. And he departs. Game's gone already by the time he comes out to bat. 9 down. with just Tom Aspinwall to come.
$163 still needed.
Looks like it's going to be Leicestershire, Yorkshire in the other semi-final, but they're hanging on in there at Nottinghamshire. Parkinson balls us a lovely ball to Aspinwall. Brings him forward and sliced past the edge of the bat. Verena and Hayes have put together a good partnership here. Verena is 81 not out, and Hayes is 40 not out. So they're giving themselves a chance, having lost 3 very quick wickets. They won 51 for 4, Nottinghamshire. Again, another nice ball that slides past the edge of the bat. They were 1 for 3, and now 1-5-1 for 4.
I was mentioning the semi-finals that Durham have played in the one-day cup over the years. The second one, because they beat Essex in a very low-scoring game in 2007 in Chesley Street.
As Parkinson's in to complete the over, pushed into the offside, no run.
And it was the second semi-final they're in was the Clydesdale Bank 40 over league in 2011, and they lost in Taunton. It was a day where the weather was likely to play a part. It was the 4th of September. Durham batted and were all out for 219 and 38.5 overs, but they went along quite slowly. And with the weather an issue, Somerset came out and they tried to smash it around the park. Aral Sapaya hit 57 in no time, and Peter Trigo 40, and they got ahead on DLS, and then it rained and they didn't get back on, so Durham lost that one by 39 runs. Ghaffari bowling to Bailey, and this is probably the end of the game. He steeples one up to Lees, and they are all out. And the margin of victory is 162 runs, and that is the biggest win Durham have had in terms of runs needed against a county opponent. Previously it had been 149 against Hampshire in Chesley Street in 2010, so that is an emphatic victory. Nothing could have gone better for Durham today. They won the toss. Initially it looked like it was a bit of a tricky pitch. Lees went for 29, McKinney 35 and Rhodes 25. They were 110 for 3, but then a partnership, crucially, of 149 for the 4th wicket from Ollie Robinson and David Bedingham. It ended when Robinson was out for 76. Bedingham went on to make 104, and Durham pushed on and pushed on. They got past the 300 mark. They were 306 for 6 when Bedingham left. Ackerman added another 24. They got up to 349 for 8. And then started to take wickets from as early as the 4th over. Singh departed for 11. They were 18 for 1, then 48 for 2 when Jennings went for 20. Bohannon for 16, and when Harris stood on his stumps, and I can't recall seeing a professional player do that in all the years I've commentated on games. He was out for 23. That was it. The wickets just kept coming. Flintoff and Moores put on a partnership of 59 for the 5th wicket, but that ended when Flintoff was caught for 22. Moores then went for 51, and all out for 187. It's been incredibly straightforward and easy from a Durham point of view. Different kettle of fish coming up against the group winners Middlesex on Sunday at Radlett in a semi-final. But Durham are now 1 game away from a possible final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. And who did you say was edging things in York?
Looks a little bit in the balance now.
Is it?
Yeah, they've got a good partnership there of knots. Verena and Haynes are still going, so that they need 113 to win off 18 overs. It could be a pretty tight finish in that game. Not a tight finish here, it's a hammering. Lancashire have been absolutely battered there. And Durham have been excellent. They've piled on the runs, and then a really comprehensive performance in the field and with the ball. That is an absolute hammering. And Lancashire crash out, and congratulations to Durham progressing through to Sunday's semi-final against Middlesex at Radlett, which you'll be able to hear coverage of on the BBC Sport website and app with Martin and presumably Guy.
Guy it is, yeah.
Bowling figures there, 4 for Ghaffari, best figures for him, 4 for 36, a couple for Parkinson, he's bowled nicely as well. But everyone's contributed at some point for Durham, either with the bat in the field or with the ball. And that is a comprehensive 162 run victory for Durham here at Emirates Old Trafford. Bellingham and Robinson with the bat setting things up, and then the bowlers doing the rest. Just the odd highlight for Lancashire. The Moors 50, I suppose, the pick of the bunch. But a comprehensive win for Durham. Safe travels to Radlett on Saturday.
Aye, I might start heading down there tonight. Just get some of the journey out the road. You have a nice lie-in on Sunday.
I'm at Turf Moor.
Are you? What's on?
I'll be watching Burnley against West Ham.
All right.
Not through choice.
The clash of the Clarets, the mighty Clarets meet in the first weekend of the season.
Cheers, Martin.
See ya.
Thank you for your company. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Congratulations to Durham. They make it through to Sunday's semi-final.